Wang Lei, help me! A little girl's voice right outside my door, sobbing her heart out. Wang Lei, please save me! Wah! I was crouched by the fire with a piece of dry bread in one hand and a cockroach jerky in the other, and I did not move a single muscle. Not because I'm heartless, because of one small detail that had just crawled up my spine and made itself at home. I never told anyone my name, not one person, not the neighbors, because the neighbors here are the kind of people who look at you exactly twice, once to see what you're carrying and once to see if you notice them looking. Not the postman, and I trade with that man every 3 days. Nobody in this town knew what to call me. And now something on the other side of 2 inches of wood was saying it like we went to school together. Wang Lei, open the door. The crying stopped, just stopped, mid-sob, like a radio getting unplugged. And the voice that came back was not a little girl's anymore. It had dropped about 40 years and 30 pounds of gravel. Cool, very cool, love that for me. Let me explain my life at this point because you need to know how absolutely nothing I had. I lived in a stone box. 4 rock walls, no windows, 1 wooden door, and a hole under the bed. I dug myself with a shovel and my own optimism. My dinner that night was a slice of bread with mold on the edges and 3 sticks of dried cockroach, which is exactly what it sounds like and tastes like chewing a hay bale that once had a job. My water came out of a barrel with a rust flavor so strong I'd genuinely forgotten what water was supposed to taste like. My weapon was an axe so rusty it looked embarrassed to be an axe. And my whole economy, the entire engine of my existence, was this. I could carve 3 little stones a day. You take a white pebble, you take a carving knife, and you scratch a pattern into it called a radiance rune, and if you do it right, the pebble glows blue, and the things that come out at night hate it. Blue is the bottom grade. Blue is the participation trophy. 3 of those bought me 1 loaf of bread and a bag of bugs, and it drained me so completely that after the 3rd one, my vision blurred and the back of my skull started throbbing like something in there was trying to get out. That was my job. That was my career. That was the ceiling on my entire future. Bang. The whole door jumped in its frame and dust came down off the roof beams. That was not a knock. A knock is a request. That was a bank statement. Bang. Cracks opened up in the wood. The 2 logs I had jammed against it, arm thick, seasoned, the pride of my home security system, bent like drinking straws. I got low and looked through the split in the boards, and I saw an eye. 1 eye, scarlet, the size of my fist, absolutely calm. Around it, black feathers that shimmered a little in the dark, like oil on a puddle. Arms hanging down past its knees, hands like a chicken's foot if the chicken had been designed by someone who hated you personally. 5 fingers, 5 hooked barbs. They call them ghostly figures, ghosts, shadows, whatever. Everyone here has their own word for it, and everyone's word is a little different because nobody who gets a good long look at one is around later to compare notes. What everyone agrees on is the schedule. They come at night, they kill everything they find, and they do not leave until a place is empty. I moved fast. I took the shining stone out of my pocket and set it on the floor by the door. Then I got every other one out of the cabinet, 7, maybe 8, everything I'd hoarded for a month of headaches, and I laid them out in a line at the entrance like a man arranging candles at his own funeral. Then I crawled under the bed, dropped into my hole, pulled the plank over the top, and lay there in the dark with 3 glowing stones on my chest and my heart going like a bird in a bag. Bang! The door came apart. I heard it walk in. I heard the wood chips crunch under it. And then I heard the sound that actually made my stomach fold up, which was click, 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 3 little cracks, one after another. That was my shining stones dying. 3 of them, all at once. Everything I owned turning into pebbles again. 3 of them couldn't even slow it down. I lay there in a hole in the ground doing arithmetic I really didn't want the answer to. If 3 do nothing, how many do something? Do I own that many? Have I ever owned that many? Footsteps came toward the bed. A face came down under the frame, upside down, and looked at me from about a meter away. Dried out, like something they'd pulled off a wall in a tomb, skin gone gray and tight over the bone, teeth too long for the mouth, 2 red eyes swinging slowly left, right, left. And a smell rolled off it, a wet, closed-up, month-old smell that I could taste. The first stone on my chest went out. The second one started to dim. Then the footsteps went back to the door, and I let out about 1/3 of a breath. And here's the part that changed how I thought about these things forever. It didn't leave. It stood in my broken doorway, and it waited. 20 minutes. 20 full minutes of absolute silence in a house it had already smashed open, standing perfectly still where I couldn't see it, waiting for the idiot in the hole to decide it was safe and stick his head out. I only knew because eventually it shifted its weight and stepped on some wood chips. They actually waited for me. That's not an animal. Animals get bored. That's a hunter who has done this before and knows exactly how long a scared man can hold his nerve. I stayed in that hole until the light came in. I came out at dawn with dark circles under my eyes and a door that had a hole in the middle you could have thrown a dog through, and I stood there looking at it and thinking about my day. Fix the door, carve the stones, somehow do both, on no sleep before dark, or tonight the whole thing happens again except worse. Then I went outside, and my personal problems got a lot of perspective very quickly. 7 houses on my street had their doors torn off. Dried blood at the entrances, bone fragments. Farther down, more. I did the count later, and it came out to about 20 people in one night, which in a town this size is roughly 1 in 5. And these were not soft people. There's no such thing as a soft person left. Everyone still breathing here had already survived a year of this. They carved their stones, they barred their doors, they were careful in the specific way that keeps you alive, and they still all died in the same 8 hours because last night the ghosts got better at their jobs and nobody sent out a memo. What I did next will not make me look great. I noticed the ghosts only eat people. They don't take anything. They don't want your food, they don't want your tools, they don't want your stones, and I was out of stones. So I went shopping. I walked into the first broken house with my rusty axe in my hand and my heart perfectly level, and I found 2 things. 1, a small pile of shining stones that had been used up and cracked, worthless. 2, evidence that somebody had already been through the place before me. Drawers open, floor swept clean of anything useful. Second house, same story. There was a pool of dried blood in there, and some teeth on the floor, and long scratch marks in the boards where somebody had been dragged and had not gone quietly. Whoever lived there had fought. Somebody else had come in afterward and taken his things while he was still warm. That's how the world is now. Some people die at night. Some people get up early. It took me half an hour of walking through other people's worst moments to find 2 intact stones and a leather bag with some jerky and a couple of small bread rolls in it. That was the entire haul. Then I saw a house down the row with its door still on the hinges. Still on the hinges, but standing half open, with blood on the step and a lot of footprints in the dust, which meant whoever lived there had opened it, themselves, from the inside. Perhaps for a little girl who knew their name. I didn't have time to be sad about it because I was looking at that door with the eyes of a man whose own door was currently a suggestion. It was intact. It was heavy. It was almost exactly the size of my frame. I walked over and I was measuring it with my eyes when I heard a sound inside. Ghosts don't come out in the day, so that was a person. And the local etiquette matters here, because in this town, people are absolutely more dangerous than the monsters. The monsters at least have a schedule. I crouched down and looked in, and there was a man with his back to me, going through the cupboards. Green overcoat, backpack, long knife on his hip, not tall, but built like something you'd have trouble moving. Stubble, hooked nose, and a face that had clearly won a lot of arguments. Who? He spun around, and when he saw me, his whole expression relaxed into contempt, which honestly hurt more than a threat would have. Are you that kid on the street corner? You know me? I don't know you. I know who you are. He looked me up and down like he was pricing a chair. You're also collecting supplies. No, my door's broken. I want this one. Really? Your door's broken. So you got hit last night too. He kept his voice friendly, which was how I knew to start counting his steps. I got hit too. Cost me 9 shining stones to hold them off. How many did you use? 9. He said 9 like it was a Tuesday. About the same, I said. Reader, I did not have 9. I had never had 9 in my life at one time. He smiled at that, and then he pointed at the doorframe with his chin. You're a cautious kid. There's nothing left here. Go on home. I got hit last night too, so this door is mine. First come, first served. That's always been the rule around here. And his hand went down and settled on the handle of that knife, which is the part of the sentence that actually carried the meaning. There were 2 shining stones sitting on the floor by his boots. His, allegedly. They had belonged to the man who used to live here, right up until about 6 hours ago. I've never heard of a first-come, first-served rule, I said. Fine, keep the supplies. Can I have the door? And I pointed at the stones by his feet. We split those. You have to live. I have to live too. He frowned at me like I'd started speaking a foreign language. This clearly did not happen to him often. Then he laughed. It even sounded real. Fine, you're right. I don't want to fight you. We'll split it even. But I don't trust you, so how about this? You wanted the door? Take the door. Fair? Okay. Your way. Good. Hey kid, what's your name? I'm Duan Wei. Let me help you get it down. We're all survivors here. It's hard on everyone. World's getting more dangerous every day. No reason to fight. Wang Lei. There are tools in the back, he said warmly. Let's take it apart together. I've done it before. It's easy. I'll get them. And I turned around. I turned around on purpose. Because there's a thing that happens in a man's face when he decides. It's very small, and it's very fast, and it happened in about 2 seconds after I offered to split the stones. Everything else after that was theater. Nobody in this town says let me help you. That phrase has been dead for a year. I heard the knife come out of the sheath, that clean metal sound. Who do you think you are trying to share supplies with me? Die, I dropped. I went straight down into a crouch, and his blade went over the top of my head with enough room to spare that I could hear it clear my hair, and while I was down there, my hand came out of my coat with the rusty axe in it. Never underestimate a bad axe. A knife is a needle. An axe is a decision. At 2 feet, with your whole body behind it, an axe does not care about your training. I came up under his arm and buried it in his forearm. He screamed, actually screamed, high and awful, and the arm came apart down to about a strip of skin, and I remember very clearly that I felt nothing about that at all. Then he hit me, left hand, one punch, straight between the eyes, and it was like getting hit with a sack of wet cement. The world went white and sideways, and I was on the floor with blood coming down into my eyes and one thought running on a loop. He's so strong. My body is so weak. He landed on top of me like a dog and started swinging. Bang, 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 right hand gone, left hand working, every punch loaded with the specific fury of a man who has just been robbed by someone he'd already written off, and I let him, not out of nobility, out of math. He was pumping blood onto my chest at a rate of about a cup a swing. All I had to do was be conscious longer than he was strong. 4 punches, 5, and then the 6th landed, and it was nothing, like being slapped with a towel. His fists went soft, his shoulders dropped, and he swayed there on top of me looking confused. He'd bled out his arms. I still had the axe. I never let go of the axe. He'd broken my face open, and I still had my fingers around that handle, because if I dropped it, I was dead, and if I kept it, he was. I got up under him, and I put it in his forehead. 2/3 of the blade went in. He looked at me while it happened, and the thing on his face right at the end wasn't pain, it was outrage. He could not accept it. This scrawny kid who eats bottom-grade rations, who can't make 9 stones in a month, who got dropped by 1 punch. He had done everything right. He picked the weakest target on the street. Sorry, I'd been counting your steps since hello. I pulled the axe out of his skull, took his backpack, and stumbled out into the street with a face like a bad watermelon. I don't remember most of the walk home. I remember the wind pushing me along, and that every step made something behind my eyes go off like a flashbulb. When I got back to my stone house, I didn't bother with the doorway. I just walked into the wall next to it and rolled through the hole the ghost had made. I sat on the floor and touched my head, and it was the size and shape of a melon. Both eyes were closing. I was not going to fix a door today. I was not going to carve anything today. The only question left was whether I could get into my hole before I passed out. I got the stones from his pack, which was more than a dozen of them, which is a fortune, and I laid them all around the hole. I climbed in, I reached up for the lid, and that's when the writing showed up. It was in my eyes, not in front of my eyes. In them, a line of small crooked characters swimming around in the dark like something under ice, and then they settled and turned sharp and readable. Should we reinforce the wooden door? And I wanted on the record that my life changed forever because a man with a concussion said the word yes to a hallucination. Confirmed. Reinforced wooden door. Reinforcement time. 5 hours and 32 minutes. Then it was gone, and so was I. I fell into that hole like a bag of laundry. When I woke up, it was still dark, and I had a fever, and everything in my skull hurt in a rhythm. I stayed down there, curled up until the first light came in through the cracks, and then I crawled out, went to the water barrel, and drank about a gallon of rust. And halfway through the 3rd swallow, I stopped, because there was no wind coming in. There had been a hole in my door the size of a large dog. It had been howling through that thing all night. Now there was nothing. I turned around very slowly, the way you do when your brain has decided something is wrong before it's willing to say what. My door was new, not repaired. New, smooth, thick, sitting perfectly square in its frame. And when I put my hand on it and knocked, it came back with a deep, solid thud that a door has no business making. I rubbed my eyes until I saw colors. It was still there. Now, I had been in this world for a handful of days at that point. I'm not from here. I don't know how I got here. The memories I woke up with are in pieces, and the pieces that belong to whoever was in this body before me are so thin and so useless that most days I'd trade them for a sandwich. But I knew for a fact I had not built that door. I'd been unconscious in a hole with a head like a pumpkin. Somebody replaced my door, in the apocalypse, out of kindness. People here won't share water with their own cousins. And then my eye landed on the axe on the table. Rusty. Still wearing yesterday. Should I upgrade the axe? I waved my hand in front of my face, which did nothing, because it was in my head, not the air. Then I said yes out loud like a lunatic. Upgraded axe confirmed. Enhancement time, 52 minutes. And that's when the memory of last night finally came back and lined up, and I sat down on my own floor. So what I've got is an enhancement system, or a power, or whatever this is. Okay. This apocalypse is starting to get interesting. I sat on that floor for 52 minutes and watched an axe. I did not have anything better to do, and I would not have done anything better if I had. I tried calling the thing up, poking at it, asking it questions. Nothing. Total silence. My mysterious cosmic power had the customer service style of a vending machine. Then the axe went blurry, like somebody had smeared grease over that one spot in the world, and the blur popped, and there was a weapon on my table. Item: ice blue battle axe. Quality beginner. Special effects: none. Continue strengthening. 90 centimeters long, 20 centimeter blade, 4 centimeters at the spine, and the edge had this cold blue shine to it like something you'd find in a freezer that had been left open too long. The handle had a spiral grip cut into it so it wouldn't slide out of a wet hand, which is a detail I would like you to sit with, because that means whatever made this had thought about my hand being wet. Special effects: none, it said. Beginner, it said. And I stood there holding a piece of ultra-modern engineering that could shave the air. If I'd had this yesterday, Duan Wei doesn't get to punch me. Duan Wei doesn't get to finish his sentence. I asked it to keep going. Continue to enhance Ice Blue Battle Axe. Enhancement time: 7 days. 7 days. From 52 minutes to 7 days. So the better the thing gets, the longer it takes, which is the universe's polite way of saying no free lunch, buddy. So I went around my house asking it about everything I owned, like a man reading out a shopping list to a very slow clerk. The door, again. Reinforcement time: 3 days and 22 hours. The moldy bread on the table: 25 minutes. 25 minutes. For bread, I have been eating something with a fur coat on it for a week, and the price of never doing that again was 25 minutes. Then I got greedy and looked at the walls. Should we upgrade Stonehouse? Enhancement time: 35 days and 11 hours. 35 days. I have been in this town for less than a week, and about a fifth of the population died in one night. Come back in 35 days, and there may not be a town. There may not be a me. There'll be a nice, strong house with nobody in it and a very confident ghost living in the basement. And then I looked at my own hands. Because if it can do a door, and it can do a rock wall, and it can do bread, then what exactly counts as a thing? Strength in both hands? I actually made a sound. Out loud, in an empty room. Enhancement time: 21 hours. 21 hours. That's it. That's a night's sleep and a day of being scared. I said yes so fast I nearly bit my tongue. While I waited for my hands, I did the bread. 25 minutes later, there was no moldy bread on my table. There were 2 rolls of cream bread, soft, pale, with actual cream in them. And next to them, where the cockroach jerky had been, a small packet of dried meat that was made of meat. I have been trying to describe the moment I bit into that cream bread, and everything I come up with sounds like a man having a religious experience over a bakery item. So let us just say this. I sat there for a full minute with my eyes shut and the sweetness going through my whole face, and I did not think about ghosts once. Then I counted my assets, because I am, at heart, a very boring person. 12 shining stones. Duan Wei had used 9 holding off his door last night by his own bragging, so 12 was a wall between me and about a night and a half. Plus 3 more if I could sit down and carve today, which I couldn't because my head still felt like a struck bell. And then I emptied out his pack properly and found something I didn't understand. It looked like an old radio, antenna on top, small screen on the front, battery pack on the back, a couple of buttons, and nothing else. The letters on the case had been rubbed off by years of somebody's thumb. I turned it on, and the screen showed 2 bars of battery and 1 number. 11. Great. Very informative. Thank you, mystery box. But Duan Wei had carried it on his person, and Duan Wei was a mercenary who had survived the front lines, and men like that don't carry decoration. So I put it in my pocket, because there was exactly one man in this town who would know what it was. An hour later, I was standing in front of the post office, which is a fancy name for a walled yard, with a few stone sheds in it, and a path worn through the weeds. Everything locked. Claw marks all over the door, deep ones, old ones. I knocked. Is the postman in? Nothing. Is the postman in? Nothing. Is the postman in? Stop yelling and come out right now, which structurally is not a sentence that works, but I understood the emotion behind it. The door opened a crack and 2 extremely annoyed eyes appeared in it. Then it opened all the way, and there was Xu Ming. Picture a man in his 50s made entirely out of leftovers. Thin, high cheekbones, hair going in 4 directions, teeth the color of old paper, and he was pulling his pants up as he came out, which told me everything I needed to know about what I'd interrupted. Behind him, in the dark of the shed, somebody with gray in her hair was lying on the bed not moving. Xu Ming is the postman. That means he's the only person here who travels to the fortress and back, which means he is the only source of food, tools, weapons, and news for 100 people. He decides what things cost. He decides what you're allowed to know. You can imagine how humble that's made him. Tell me what you want and be quick. I haven't started ordering yet. It's all inventory. 3 stones. For food. Same rule as always. 3 of your bottom grade blue gets you 1 loaf and a small bag of cockroach jerky. Nothing else. Sure, I understand. And I shrugged, because I was never eating that again in my life, and he didn't know it yet, and that shrug was possibly the most satisfying thing I did all week. He came back with a yellow leather bag. Right, off you go, and come in the morning next time, not the afternoon. I have things to do. Sure you do. Shu Ming, do you know what this is? I held out the little box. That's an old model anomaly detector. A what? He looked at me the way you look at a man who has asked what a spoon is for. Before a ghost shows up, the number goes up. Normal range means clear. It hits 50. Something abnormal is nearby. It hits 70. One has arrived. If it spikes to 90, then congratulations, it's in front of you. You can see them coming. You didn't know that. Reader, I did not know that. I'd been sitting in the dark every night for a week using my own heartbeat as an alarm system, and there was a machine in a dead man's backpack that would have told me in advance, every time. So are you selling it to me? It's an old model. I could go as high as 9 stones. 9 stones for a device that tells you when to be alive. He said it with a completely straight face. The man could have sold me a bucket in a flood. No, I'm not selling. Fine, I didn't want it anyway, but... And he stopped and let it sit there, and his whole face changed. That's the thing about Shu Ming. He never threatens you directly. He just puts the knife on the table and then compliments the weather. I heard today that Duan Wei died and his supply pack went missing. There was a shining stone and an anomaly detector in that pack. He smiled with all of his terrible teeth. Kid, let me warn you, the Duan brothers are not to be trifled with. They used to be mercenaries. Brothers. Plural. Consider the position I was in. I had killed a man that morning. The only other person in the world who cared about that fact had a brother, and I was currently holding the dead man's property in my hand in front of the one man in town who monitors everything and sells everything, including evidently people. So I did the only thing you can do when someone shows you a knife. I bought it. I've met Duan Wei's brother once, I said, which was a complete lie. But I don't know what kind of man he is. Can you tell me about him? If you do, I'll bring you 3 shining stones tomorrow morning. That stopped him. I watched him recalculate. He'd expected me to go pale, or to deny it, or to beg, and instead the kid on the street corner had just opened a business account. He stroked his stubble and got that look old men get when they're about to enjoy themselves. Honestly, I look down on the Duan brothers too. Every time the ghosts kill someone, those two go and take their things. I've caught them at it. But that's not the worst part. He leaned in. Once I saw a man who wasn't dead yet. Ambushed in the night. But the ghosts have to leave at dawn, you understand. That man could have lived. I saw the Duan brothers kill him and empty his house. I have no idea if any of that was true. With Shu Ming you assume 40% and adjust. They were frontline mercenaries. The difference between a mercenary and a soldier is that a mercenary will do absolutely anything for the money and answers to nobody. Their employer died in some strange incident and the whole outfit scattered. That's when the brothers came here. He held up a finger. Duan Hong is the capable one. Skilled fighter, very good at reconnaissance. And second, he held up another finger and enjoyed himself thoroughly. Duan Hong has a gun. Well, you know what a gun means, right? I did. It means all the careful positioning and all the counting of steps in the world gets cancelled from across a room by a man with a finger. If he's so capable, why is he still living here? Shu Ming scoffed at me. Where is there any absolutely safe place now? Is the fortress safe? You think the fortress is safe? You're penniless and powerless. You wouldn't have a good time there either. In the apocalypse, just being alive is a blessing. Which was the first honest thing he'd said, and I filed it away. Does he have any weaknesses? I don't think you have the ability to fight him. Be careful you don't lose more than you gain. He looked at me with those little mouse eyes. If he doesn't find any clues, live quietly. If he does find something, I advise you to start thinking about a way out. Early. Thank you. You're welcome. I hope to see you with more stones tomorrow. I walked home through empty streets with the sun going down, and I ran the 2 options all the way there. Option 1. Shu Ming keeps his mouth shut, Duan Hong finds nothing, and I live quietly for a while. In this scenario, I am relying entirely on the discretion of a man who just tried to sell me my own safety at 9 stones. Option 2. Shu Ming tells him, because Shu Ming has been paid by both sides in every transaction he has ever made, and one morning I open my door and a professional soldier with a firearm is standing in it. I sat by my fire that night with the axe on the table in front of me and its blue edge catching the last light through the door cracks, and I made peace with something. I couldn't wait to find out which one it was. Waiting is what the man in option 2 wants. Waiting is what got 20 people eaten last night because they were all sitting in their houses being careful. 9 stones went down at the entrance. The rest went in the hole. My hands were still cooking. Another few hours to go. And around midnight, they came back. Bang! I came off the bed with the axe already in my hand. The door held. That was the first thing my brain reported, and it felt like a hand on my shoulder. That door had been in place for 1 day, and it was already the best thing I owned. Bang. Dust came down. The screws in the frame shifted, just slightly, which is a very important detail, because a door is only as strong as the wall's opinion of it. Bang. Cracks. A spiderweb of them. I got into the hole with my eyes just over the lip, watching. Bang. A hole opened up in the middle of the door, fist-sized, and cold wind came screaming through it, and then everything stopped. Silence. That silence needs describing. It's not the absence of sound. It's the presence of patience. Somewhere on the other side of that wood was something that had decided to be quiet, and it was extremely good at it, and it could do it for as long as it took. The first stone at the door went out, then the second, then the third started to fade. Then a red eye slid into the hole. I stopped breathing. It moved back and forth, scanning the room, and I felt that look go past me, the way you feel a car pass close on a road. Then it withdrew, and I heard the very faint sound of something settling in to wait. 2 hours. I counted them. When I finally came out, my back was locked solid and my legs had gone somewhere else, and I made a note to dig that hole bigger because I was clearly going to be spending a lot of my future in it. And that's when the second message came. Your hands are now fully enhanced. That was it. That was the whole announcement. When the axe finished, I got a name, a quality, a special effects line. My hands got a receipt. Is it because they're low grade? Do organs not have levels? Is my own body worth less description than a hatchet? I looked at them. Nothing. Same hands. Then I looked closer, and it was there. The calluses were gone. The skin was smoother, tighter, the color of someone who eats regularly. And when I flexed, something under it moved in a way it hadn't before. I picked up the axe, 5.5 kilos of it. Yesterday I could swing that maybe 30 times before my forearm started complaining. I swung it 100 times and my arm asked if that was all. So I went outside to test it properly, and that's when I found the plank. There was a board nailed across my door. On the outside, I had not put it there. I stood looking at it for a while with the specific feeling of a man who is about to learn something he'll wish he hadn't. Then I split it with the axe, and a dozen black bugs came boiling out of the wood straight at my face, fingernail-sized, with mouth parts that took up half the body, pincers on the front, and they went for me like they'd been waiting. I got the axe up and swung it in circles until the air was full of pieces, but a few landed on my arm and bit through the sleeve instantly, and I mean instantly, and I got them off and stamped them into paste on the step. Then I stood there with holes in my sleeve and put it together. The ghost couldn't get in, so on its way out, it nailed a board full of biting insects to my front door at hand height so that when the man inside came out in the morning and touched his own doorway, he'd get a face full of them. That's not hunger. That's a grudge with a woodworking hobby. I looked out at the black trees at the edge of the yard with a new and unpleasant respect and thought, all right, you're smarter than me and you have more time than me. Fine. Noted. Then I went and punched a tree. There's dead timber all around my house, hard stuff, harder than living wood, the kind you can work at for 10 minutes with an axe. I picked one about as wide as 2 palms, wrapped my fist in my sleeve, and hit it. It snapped. The trunk cracked straight through and went down in the leaves, and I stood there flexing my fingers with my ears ringing a little. 20 centimeters of dead hardwood. 1 punch. And I hadn't even committed to it. 4 times stronger. Maybe 5. In 21 hours, for free, while I slept in a hole. And that is the exact moment my brain stopped thinking about survival and started thinking about a schedule. Because if the axe took 52 minutes and the hands took 21 hours and the door came down from 3 days and 22 hours to 48 hours and 5 minutes overnight without me doing a single thing, wait. I went back and asked about the door again, and there it was, 48 hours and 5 minutes. It had been 3 days and 22 hours yesterday. The price had dropped by 45 hours because I got stronger. I stood in my own doorway with a broken door in front of me and a dead tree behind me, and for the first time since I woke up in this world, I was not counting how long I could last. I was counting how fast I could climb. Now, there was still the matter of the man with the gun. I went looking for Duan Hong that morning. People have given me a look about that since, so here is the reasoning. I could sit at home and hope. Or I could go find him while he still didn't know my face, while he was out doing what his brother had been doing, which was walking into the houses of people who died last night. If Shu Ming had talked, Duan Hong would react to me, and I'd know. If he hadn't, I'd get to look at the man before he ever looked at me. The apocalypse teaches one lesson over and over until you learn it. Whoever moves first, lives. So I went walking through town at first light with a battle axe under my coat, past stone houses standing open like pulled teeth, past bones with tooth marks on them, past whole streets where nobody had lived for months, and about 20 minutes in, I heard a woman screaming. The door was half open and there was a fight going on inside. A man's voice, low and hard, and a woman's, going up. I got down and crept up to the gap. There was a big man in a worn military uniform with a dirty bandage wrapped around his right leg, and he had a woman pinned against the cabinet with one forearm across her collarbone, and he was going through her shelves with the other hand while she clawed at him. Duan Hong, let go of me. Where's the rest of it? He said, not even out of breath. Don't tell me a doctor keeps 3 stones in the house. Where? That's everything I have. You charged me 3 to look at my leg this morning. 3. He shook her against the cabinet, and glass rattled. I paid you. Now I want a refund, and I want the medicine, and I want whatever's in the box under the bed. You'll live. Behave yourself, and you'll live. There he was, Duan Hong, broad through the shoulders in a way that comes from work, long knife on his hip, and the whole scene told me 2 things. 1, he'd been hurt last night and hadn't died, which meant he was good. 2, he'd come here at dawn to get patched up by a doctor, and then decided halfway through that paying was optional. Also, and this is the part I paid attention to, his back was to the door and his neck was completely bare. A week ago, I could not have done anything about that. A week ago, I'd have backed out of that doorway and gone home and been very quiet about it, but I'd broken a tree with my hand that morning, and I had a blade that could split a hair, so I came through the door like something falling. I got about 2/3 of the way before he sensed it. I don't know how. Some soldiers have an extra thing installed. He turned with his eyes already wide and saw an axe coming down at his neck, and he threw himself sideways off the woman. The blade missed his neck. It took his right arm off instead. I felt almost nothing through the handle, like cutting through a wet loaf. His whole arm hit the floor and lay there twitching, and he made a sound I have heard exactly twice in my life and never want to hear again. Who are you? I stood in the middle of that room with the blue edge of the axe absolutely clean because it had gone through him so fast nothing had time to stick to it, and I asked the only question I cared about. Didn't Xu Ming tell you? His face did the thing. That flicker of recognition. You're that kid from the street corner. And there it was. Xu Ming had sold me out inside of 1 day. Not out of malice. He'd have taken payment from whoever asked first. That's the whole man. Which meant I'd been right to come. If I'd waited at home like a good citizen, this man would have come through my door on his own schedule, with his good arm, and with the thing that was currently coming out of his coat. Gun. He had a black pistol in his left hand and he was firing before I finished the word. I threw myself flat and heard it go past my head and hit the stone wall, and while he was hauling the barrel back around, I came off the floor and put the axe through his neck. That one worked. I stood there afterward breathing hard with blood on the blade, and the woman on the floor said, in a very small voice, "Thank you." I looked at her properly for the first time. Late 20s, black hair, a smear of blood at the corner of her mouth where he'd shaken her into the cabinet, and both hands still up in front of her like the fight wasn't over yet. "Don't thank me," I said. "I wasn't helping you. I was waiting for a chance." She let that land. She was smart enough that she'd already worked it out and just needed the confirmation. "My name is Duan Hua. I'm a doctor. Let me look at your face at least. You saved my life. It's a scratch." "It is not a scratch. It's the color of a plum." I told her what I actually wanted, which was silence, and she gave it to me immediately and completely, and then she told me something I did not know. "You have to bury him. Tonight. And deep." "Why?" "Because bodies left in the open sometimes get up. Walking corpses. They're not as bad as the other things, but they attract other things. And if a walking corpse brings something worse into town, we're all finished. Sometimes get up." She said it the way you'd say, "Don't leave milk out." So I dragged him outside, and Duan Hua watched me lift 170 pounds of dead mercenary with one hand, and her expression changed in a way I noticed and filed away for later. I dug a pit. I put him in it. I stamped the dirt down twice, which was petty, and I have made my peace with that. Then she gave me a cloth bag with 11 or 12 shining stones in it. A small token. That's too much. I have a whole box. I can carve 5 a day. 5. I could carve 3, and the third one made my vision blur. That is the local measure of a person, not muscles, not weapons. How many stones a day? Duan Hua was nearly twice the man I was, and she was a doctor who'd just been pinned against her own furniture. "Consider it a loan," I said. "I'll pay you back." She looked at me for a second, then laughed a little and said fine, and I think that was the moment we became something, though neither of us would have used a word for it. Then I asked her where Duan Hong lived, and I held up the key I'd taken off his body, and she took me there without a single question about the ethics of the situation, which tells you a great deal about what a year of this does to people. His place was twice the size of mine and built better, and it smelled like the inside of a boot. 2 grown men, no water to spare, no reason to wash, all winter. Duan Hua covered her nose, and I said something about my own house suddenly seeming fresh and airy, and we went in, and I took absolutely everything. Canned food, which out here is treasure. A hammer, a shovel, a sickle, 2 good daggers, a pile of firewood. a flashlight and a radio, and best of all, a simple water filter. New combat boots that fit me like they'd been waiting. Duanhua stood in the middle of it, watching me move faster and faster, and said in a slightly stunned voice, "You're not collecting, you're moving house." "Yes. Do you own anything?" And that was fair, because I did not. Everything I had at that point had belonged to a man who'd tried to kill me. Then I flipped the bedding on the bunk and found a rolled parchment underneath, hidden where a man hides the one thing he'd run back into a fire for: a map. A map is worth a great deal when you do not know where you are. Since I woke up in this world, I'd had a stone box, a street, and a fog at the edges. That parchment turned the fog into a place. I lived north of the 11th fortress and south of a city called U City, 60 kilometers to the fortress, 250 to U City. On either side of U City, there were two more cities, both crossed out in thick red. A research base nearby, crossed out. A factory nearby, marked safe. And U City itself had an X on it, and then somebody, presumably Duan Hong, had gone back and drawn a question mark underneath. "Good stuff, Duan Hong," I said out loud in his house, standing over his belongings. "Thank you. You died a worthy death." Duan Hua carried about a third of it back for me and did not complain once, and when we got to my place, she went quiet and stood looking at the inside of my house, which contained a broken table, 2 stools, a water barrel, and a bed. "You really do have nothing," she said. "I have a door. I went to the post office that afternoon with 3 stones I'd promised. Shuming was waiting for me in his yard with a look of open delight. "I didn't expect you to be so strong. I hear you went to Duan Hong's house and helped yourself to quite a lot of good things." 4 hours. It had been 4 hours. I had buried the man behind a house nobody visits, and I had checked the whole street before I did it. "What's the point of possessions when everyone's dead?" I said. "Better to redistribute." He sniggered. "I didn't mean to sell you out. It's just that the other party offered more. In future, if you need information, come to me. You're qualified now." He let that sit. "After all, you were the one who killed Duan Hong. How do you know that?" "That's my secret." "You want my secret? Bring me a red-grade shining stone." "I don't have one." "Then take your time guessing." He grinned at me with those paper-colored teeth. "Anyway, you're a man of your word, and killing the Duan brothers is a public service. I'll give you some information for free. I'm not omniscient. If I don't know it, I can't sell it." So I asked him the 3 questions I'd been carrying around. How do you become a postman? What are the requirements? And are there grades of the Radiance rune? He held up 2 fingers for the first one. Physical fitness of a special forces soldier, because otherwise you die in the wilderness on your first run, and then you pass a test for something they call mental pollution. I don't fully understand it myself. They're checking your mind for something. Because there's more out there than ghosts? He looked at me for a moment with something that wasn't a sneer. By the official ranking, the ghost is only a level 3 abnormal creature, and it started as a level 1. When it started, it barely had an attack. Started as a level 1. Meaning the thing that had smashed my door and set a trap on it and waited 20 minutes in the dark was a beginner that had been practicing. What else is there? There is a thing called a plague horse that destroyed a city and killed 300,000 people. There is a thing called the Fool. Didn't Duan Hua tell you? U City was a city of over 1 million people. The Fool turned it into a city of the dead. She ran from there. He said all this the way a man reads out train times. We've only seen black insect swarms and ghosts here. We're lucky. Lucky. I turned that word over for a long time afterward. And the runes have 4 grades, he went on. Cyan, which is what you make. White, intermediate. Red, advanced. And gold, the strongest. And I've never seen one outside of Red Rock Fortress. From beginner to advanced, each one is a different pattern, a different drawing. I have the white rune. If you want it, you buy it. Wasn't the white rune released for free by Red Rock Fortress? He didn't even blink. It has flaws. Can't be released yet. The white rune, released free by the authorities to keep people alive, sitting in a locked box in a shed while people died at their doors with blue stones in their hands. I said thank you. I meant something else. So tell me about yourself, he said. I don't think I've seen you before. You haven't been in town long. You killed Duan Hong, so you're capable. Do you remember who you are? And this is where I had to be careful, because the honest answer is that I'm not from this world, and I don't know how I got here. I frowned. I looked at the middle distance. I let my face do the work of a man reaching for something that isn't there. I suspect you're a retired regular soldier from the front lines, Xu Ming said slowly. And you have amnesia. The lines collapsed. A lot of people died. It's a post-war syndrome. You're calling me a deserter? No. By that point, the lines couldn't fight. How is that desertion? He was watching me very closely now. Or are you a mutant, or a transcendent who lost his memory? 2 new words. I let my confusion be genuine, because it was. Mutants and transcendents have different abilities, but both are far beyond ordinary people, he said, and for 1 second the greed went out of his face and something else came in, something between hunger and fear. A transcendent has enormous mental power and terrifying physical strength. They are the real saviors. Then he shook it off. Although you're probably not a transcendent, they're rare. The Red Alliance would have found you, memory or not. And mutants don't just lose their memory, they mutate. Okay, I said. Thanks. In return, I'll tell you a secret. He actually leaned forward. I am not a deserter from the front lines, and I am not a mutant. I watched him try to work out whether that was worth anything, and I watched him decide wrongly that it wasn't, and I walked home with 2 new categories of human being to think about and 1 very clear understanding of the man behind me. Xu Ming would sell my death to anyone with the coin for it. The only question was what the price was that week. That night, the ghost came back with friends. I'd like to say I was ready. In fairness, I was more ready than I'd ever been, which meant 9 stones by the door, a fire going, and my back against a wall with a good axe. That's the local definition of a fortress. The knocking started at midnight, and it was different. It wasn't a fist this time, it was a run-up. Something backed off into the yard and came at my door like a bull. Bang! The door held. Cracks, but held. Bang! And then the voice came, and this is the one that still gets me sometimes. Wang Lei, open the door. It was an old man's voice, cracked and slow, and it came through the wood, and it didn't sound like it was outside. It sounded like it was in the room, like somebody had leaned over my shoulder to say it. My eardrums vibrated, and something behind my sternum went cold, and my arms came up in gooseflesh before my brain had finished the sentence. They'd learned to attack with sound. Bang! A hole opened, fist-sized. Claws came in through it, groping around the inside of the door, feeling for the latch. And here's the thing about that moment. There was a hole under my bed, and I could have been in it. I could have been down there listening to those fingers find my lock. But if it got the door open, the hole under my bed becomes a bucket with a man in it. So I ran at it. Time went strange. It was 3 meters, and it took a year. The claws were a few centimeters from the latch, and I got the axe up over my head and brought it down with everything my new arms had. The blade hit that arm, and the arm did not come off. Bad news. The ghost was now extremely upset. Good news, I got about half of it. Scales split, black blood came out in a sheet, and the whole thing spasmed. It couldn't reach the latch anymore. Then it tried to pull back, and I leaned into the door with my shoulder and pinned its arm in the hole with the axe, and for about 4 seconds I had a level 3 abnormal creature caught in my front door like a rat in a trap. It screamed, and the sound went through my skull sideways. Then it wrenched, and the strength that came down that arm was not something a person argues with. It threw me across my own house. I hit the floor with my organs rearranging themselves, and the arm came off in the door and fell on my floorboards. Outside, it howled. The whole town heard it. All over the district, people who had spent a year training themselves not to make a sound in the dark lay in their houses and listened to that and wondered which of their neighbors had just done something very stupid. The footsteps went away. I lay there for a while doing an inventory of my joints. Everything hurt, in the good way. The way that means you're the one still holding the axe. I got up, put every stone I had left in the doorway, and looked at what I'd learned. The ghosts can be hurt. Not warded, not repelled. Hurt. Physically. With a piece of metal in your hands. Every person in this town had been living as though those things were weather. You board up, you sit still, you wait for it to pass. Nobody hit back, because nobody could. I was standing in a broken house at 2 in the morning with a monster's severed arm on my floor, and then I heard something out on the grass. It was a sound like beans dropping into a pan, thousands of them, going on and on. I got to the hole in the door and looked out. The black bugs had come, not a dozen this time, a tide. It came out of the mist like water finding a low spot, and it went from the tree line to my doorstep in the time it took me to say a bad word. That was the revenge. I took its arm, so it sent everything it could find. They came through the hole in the door, and the blue light off my stones killed the first few hundred, which sounds impressive until you look at the accounting. Each stone has a certain amount of whatever it has in it, and every bug that dies takes a little. 3 of them went dark in the first 10 minutes. There were, at a conservative estimate, tens of thousands out there. So I did what you do. I threw fire at them. I had a stack of wood and a fire going, so I made torches and threw them. And where they landed, the bugs curled up and cooked. And the smell that came off them was so specifically horrible that I've never been able to describe it properly. Somewhere between burnt hair and vinegar, I found a shovel and started beating the floor with it. I killed thousands, genuinely thousands. And there were more of them at the end of 10 minutes than at the start. One got up my sleeve and took a bite out of my forearm, and I nearly took my own arm off with the shovel getting it, and I was standing in the middle of a floor covered in dead insects and burning insects and live insects climbing over both, sweating through my shirt, doing the math on how long until the last stone went out when I noticed something. There was a patch of my floor they wouldn't cross. They were avoiding the fire, obviously, and the stones. And one other thing, the arm. That black-scaled ghost arm was lying where it had fallen, and there was a clear circle around it. 30, 40 centimeters, and not one bug in it. I have never been so happy to pick something up in my life. I wrapped my sleeve over my hand, grabbed it by the wrist, and held a monster's severed limb over my head like a torch, and the tide stopped. They didn't run. They just settled at a polite distance and sat there hating me. Thousands of little bodies clicking, and I stood in the middle of my house in the middle of the night holding a dead thing's arm and did not move for 4 hours. At first light, they drained back into the trees, and I sat down in the middle of a floor that was carpeted in dead bugs, layers of them, and looked at my life. 2 stones left, out of everything I owned and everything I'd taken off 2 dead men. I shoveled the bugs out of my house for 20 minutes, and as I was finishing, my door started to glow. The whole ruined thing went soft at the edges and blurred like something underwater, and then it wasn't there anymore, and something else was. Beginner wooden door reinforcement complete. Item, intermediate wooden door. Quality, intermediate. Special effects, reinforced wood panels, stainless steel interlayer, cat's eye reinforcement, steel interlayer. There was a steel plate in the middle of my door. 12 centimeters thick overall, 3 or 4 more than before, and when I knocked on it, the sound didn't come back like wood, it came back like a wall. The frame had been rebuilt to match, and in the center, at eye height, there was a peephole, which meant that from now on I could see out, and they could not see in. What happened in my chest at that moment was not triumph, it was a kind of horrible relief. For a week, I'd been sitting in the dark, listening to things breathe on the other side of a piece of wood, working entirely from sound. Now I could look. The system asked if I wanted to keep going on the door. 102 hours. No, not because I couldn't use it, but because that door was already better than the ghosts. The bottleneck had moved. And I knew exactly where it had moved to, because a few hours earlier, I'd swung my absolute hardest at an arm and only cut halfway through it, and then that arm had thrown me across a room. So I stood in the middle of my house and looked at myself like an item on a shelf. Strength, speed, agility, endurance, mental strength, those are the 5 things a body is. Nobody has ever maxed all 5, apparently. That's the kind of sentence that sounds like a rule, and is actually just a report on everyone who's tried so far. I asked about my legs. 20 hours and 1 minute. Agility, 31 hours. Endurance, 16 hours, 21. Mental strength, 35 hours, 22. Hands again, 51 hours, 43. And there it is. The whole architecture of my next month laid out like a train timetable. My hands cost 21 hours the first time and 51 the second, so everything doubles. But the first pass on all 5 was cheap, and it was all sitting there unclaimed. I took the legs because they were the shortest, and because I had spent the last week discovering that in this world, you either hit something or you are not where it hits. While that cooked, I went to see Manhwa with a ghost's arm wrapped in a rag under my coat, and I asked her the questions I couldn't ask Xu Ming. She opened her door with her hair combed and eyeliner on, which I noticed and pretended not to. Did you hear anything last night? Everyone heard it. She touched her own throat without realizing she was doing it. Something made a ghost scream. I've never heard that before. Nobody has. I put the arm on her table and unwrapped it. I have never seen a professional woman go that pale that fast. That's a ghost's arm. It attacked me. I cut it off. That is not possible. Nobody cuts off a ghost's arm. It was stuck in my door. You are a very strange man, Duanhua said with total sincerity, and then she leaned in over it like the doctor she is. Do not sell this to Xu Ming. Fortress buys ghost parts. Dead ones, obviously, not living ones. This is worth a great deal, and he will find a way to keep most of it. Will it infect me? No. Ghosts are physical only. If they get you and you don't die, you don't catch anything. I've treated survivors. They just have holes in them. She frowned at my legs. Speaking of holes in you, I looked down. My trousers below the knee were shredded and my calves were covered in swollen red bumps I hadn't noticed all night because I'd been busy. The black bugs have a paralytic in the mouth parts, she said, already getting a bottle out. Not enough to matter unless there are a lot of them. There were tens of thousands. She stopped. Then she squatted down and rolled my trouser leg up and used half a bottle of anti-inflammatory on my legs without another word. And afterward, she gave me 10 shining stones, which I refused, and she insisted, and we compromised on the word loan. I can do 6 a day now, she said, a bit shyly, like it was a school result. My mental strength has improved. 6. She'd gone up. And here is the thing worth pointing at. Everyone in this town was quietly getting stronger. Duanhua at 5, then 6. Yanggang at 9. The ghosts going from level 1 to level 3. Even the black bugs would eventually start growing. This world was on an escalator, and it was going up, and there was exactly one question that mattered, which was whether you were climbing faster than it was. I bought some things that day, which is how I met the rest of my neighbors. Shuming had gone to the fortress on a supply run, so a small crowd had gathered outside his shed with nowhere to spend their money, and that's where I met 3 people who mattered. Yang Gang, about 30, big through the shoulders, machete on his hip, a beard doing most of the work on his face, friendly in the immediate, uncomplicated way of a man who has decided that being liked is a survival strategy and has stuck with it. Song Shu, a heavy woman in a filthy floral dress carrying a hunting shotgun, who arrived already angry, and Elder Yang, thin, balding, quiet, with a backpack full of stones and no weapon I could see, which in this town means he has one. Yang Gang offered me trousers for 1 stone, which was honest pricing, and sold me a piece of information for 2, which was where things got interesting. Lime mixed with wood ash stops black bugs. Came up with it myself. You probably don't have lime, but ash is free, just burn some. Doesn't work on a real swarm, but for a small one, it saves you the stones. That is the kind of thing that keeps a man alive, and nobody thinks to write it down. Then I sold them jerky. Understand, I had been fortifying my own moldy bread and my own cockroach jerky for a couple of days. And enhanced cockroach jerky is, and I say this with total confidence, better than any meat any of these people had eaten in a year. I gave them a taste. Yang Gang's eyebrows went up his forehead. What is this? This is amazing. Wang Lei, what do you want for it? I don't want to gouge you, I said, with the completely straight face of a man about to gouge someone. Cost price, 3 stones a bag. 3 stones, for a bag of enhanced bugs that had cost me about half a stone and 17 minutes, 6 times markup. Cost price. I'll take them all, said Yang Gang. Me too, said Elder Yang, with his hand up like a schoolboy. I want it noted that I have never felt guilty about this. Every one of them ate better that week than they had in a year. Then Mei Lin showed up with Shu Ming's keys, and the afternoon got educational. Mei Lin was around 30, pale, thin, worn down to the wire, but still with the bearing of somebody who used to stand in front of a room and be listened to. Shu Ming's woman, in the sense that everyone knew it and nobody said it. She had the keys because Shu Ming had left them with her, and she was offering to open the store while he was away, and Song Shu went off like a dropped shell. You sent him on the supply run knowing I was coming. That's not. You. And then she brought that shotgun up and put the barrel against Mei Lin's forehead. Everything stopped. Elder Yang went the color of paper. I took one very quiet step backward because a woman that angry with a shotgun is a physics problem, not a conversation. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Song Shu, Yang Gang said, in a low, even voice. What are you doing? If Shu Ming finds out you killed her, you're dead. I've had enough of living. And she meant it, which is the part that made everyone's stomach drop. Yang Gang moved before I did. He got a hand on the barrel and shoved it up and sideways, and the gun went off into the dirt at his own feet and threw mud everywhere, and then he took her by the throat with one hand and lifted, and she came up on her toes. He held her there until her face went the color of a plum. If there is a next time, he said, I will kill you. Then he threw her down, and she rolled in the mud and got up and ran, and she was crying and screaming that we'd all be sorry. I didn't say a word during any of this. I just watched. Afterward, Yang Gang explained it while Mei Lin stood there shaking. Song Shu had been Shu Ming's woman before Mei Lin came. Same arrangement, same currency. Then Mei Lin arrived from another city with better manners and a straighter back, and Song Shu was simply put down like an old coat, and everything she'd been getting from him went with it. So all of that fury wasn't really about Mei Lin. It was about being told, at the end of the world, that even down here there's a ladder, and she'd been kicked off it, and I looked at Yang Gang, who had put himself in front of a shotgun for a woman who wasn't his, and thought, brother, you have a secret too. I spent that evening spreading lime and wood ash around the inside of my house like a man salting a field, and around midnight the wind came up and blew it all into the air, and I woke up. Then the door got hit like a battering ram. Bang! And nothing happened. I mean nothing. No crack, no dust, no shift in the frame. 12 centimeters of engineered wood over a steel plate simply declined the offer. I got up and went to the peephole, and the reason for that noise was standing in my yard. There were 3 of them, 3 ghosts, side by side, and the one in the middle was missing an arm. Call for backup when you can't beat them. That's the level of intelligence I was working against. It had gone away, found 2 of its own kind, and brought them back to the specific house that had heard it. Then they backed up all the way to the edge of the yard, and I understood what was about to happen about half a second before it did. They ran and hit the door together. The whole house made a sound. The door bent inward visibly and came back. Cold air came off it and went straight up through the soles of my feet, and the shining stone nearest the entrance went out from nothing but the pressure of them being there, not a crack. And I stood there behind 12 centimeters of steel and wood with my heart going, and I thought a sentence that I am not proud of, but which I stand by. I really wanted to say, aren't you angry? I didn't, obviously. I'd like to see next week. They came back to the door and started clawing at it, and after several minutes of full effort, they had produced a few dozen scratches about as deep as a cat gets on a sofa arm. Then 2 of them disappeared from view, and I heard them start on the wall. That was the real lesson of the night. A door can be perfect, and a house can still be a colander, because my walls were stacked stone with gaps in them stuffed with mud, and gaps are where things live. They found a crack 2 fingers wide and half a meter long and started hammering it, and I could see chunks of packing coming out, and then I could see a red eye looking back at me through my own wall. We looked at each other from about a hand's width apart. I have looked a ghost in the face at close range exactly twice, and I remember both. There's no expression in it, not hate, not hunger, nothing you could negotiate with. It's like being looked at by a machine that has decided you're a component. I put a shining stone in the gap, it flinched back. I went around and filled every crack in my house with the stones from Manhwa until my walls were glowing blue in a dozen places like a lantern with holes in it. 3 hours. From midnight to 3 in the morning, they worked on my house, and it cost me 9 stones, and they got nothing. Then they left, and when I opened my door in the morning, there was a present waiting. The whole area below my step was covered in corpses. They dragged them from somewhere. Old ones, badly decomposed, faceless, dumped in a heap at my door like garbage put out on the wrong day. The smell got into my mouth before I'd finished pushing the door open. It wasn't hunger. They didn't eat them. It was a message. This is what you are going to be. Look at it. Smell it. This is a thing we can do to you. You're this vengeful, I said out loud, standing there with my eyes watering. Does your mother know? Then I got the shovel and spent the first hour of my morning as a gravedigger, because the alternative was leaving a pile of rotting meat outside my door, which, as I'd recently learned, is a way of ordering more monsters. And halfway through, my legs finished. It came like warm water, like sinking into a bath after a day of standing, everything unlocking at once, and then it drained away and left something else behind. I put the shovel down and I ran. I went from my door to the tree line at the edge of the yard, and I honestly do not know what the time was, but I know it was not a human time. I was there. The wind hit my face like I'd stuck it out of a car. I ran a couple of laps of the house purely because it felt good, and I did not get tired. 3 or 4 times faster than I was, minimum, and that was the first pass. Then I put my heel back, twisted my hips, and side-kicked a tree as thick as a man. The bark burst. It came off in a sheet, and the pale wood underneath showed through, and dead leaves came down all around me like it was raining. And standing there, with my legs still humming and a yard full of somebody else's corpses behind me, I noticed something that mattered more than the kick. Hands and legs together weren't hands plus legs. It was more than that. The whole system had started working with itself. I could feel where my weight was in a way I couldn't a week ago, so I asked the system about my walls again. The last time it told me 35 days and 11 hours. This time it said 17 hours and 22 minutes. 17 hours. I stood in my own yard doing the sum twice. It's me. The price is me. Every time I get stronger, everything gets cheaper. The world isn't giving me a discount, I'm becoming one. I tested it. Bread, which had been 25 minutes, was now 17. 30% off, across the board, on everything I owned. And that's the moment the plan stopped being don't die. I started the walls. 17 hours, done by midnight. And while I was standing in that yard with the shovel in my hand, a very quiet thought arrived that I did not chase away. The ghosts can be hurt. A ghost corpse is worth money at the fortress. There are a lot of ghosts. Duanhua came running while I was still shoveling. She got within 100 meters and stopped and put her hand over her nose, and I have to admit I'd stopped noticing. Something's happened at Mei Lin's house. Yang Gang's already gone. There were gunshots this morning. It might be an abnormal creature. There are 2 abnormal things in this town, ghosts and black bugs. Both of them are night shift. Gunshots in the morning is a sentence that doesn't fit in the world I'd been living in. What happened here? She said, looking at the yard. The ghost attacked me last night and didn't kill me. This is a reply. Ghosts do all sorts of things, but I've never seen one dispose of a body. Then she walked up to my house to help me, and she stopped dead at my door. I watched her hand come down off her face. I watched her look at the peephole and the lock below it and the way the frame sat flush into the stone, and I watched her walk all the way down that road and arrive where I would have. Nobody in the wilderness builds that. She didn't say anything. She turned around with a perfectly calm smile and said, "It's locked. I can't get in." And that is the reason Duanhua is one of the few people in this story who never had a problem with me. Not because she didn't notice, because she noticed, understood it was not hers, and put it down. We buried the corpses in a pit out on the waste ground, and in among them, wearing a jacket I recognized, was Duan Hong. They dug him up. Whether by chance or on purpose, I genuinely don't know, and both options are unpleasant in their own way. Then we went to Mei Lin's, and I met a level 3 abnormal creature that does not need the dark. There was a crowd outside by local standards, which is to say 4 people. Yang Gang with a shotgun, holding it in a way I noticed immediately, right hand on the grip, muzzle tracking, finger alongside the trigger guard, feet in a V. That is not a farmer with a gun, that's training. Elder Yang behind him with a backpack, and Mei Lin on her knees in the mud, crying so hard she wasn't making noise anymore, staring at her own locked front door. Tell them, Yang Gang said. Mei Lin, tell them now, or it'll be worse when Shuming gets back. And out it came in pieces. Her son was infected. More than 10 days ago. With something called evil skin. Shuming had known the whole time. Shuming had told her he could get medicine from the 11th fortress and that in exchange she would hand over everything she carved and work for him until it was paid, and she had agreed because she had one child and no other card to play. And so a woman who used to be a teacher had spent 10 days in debt to a man who was never going to bring her anything, keeping her son chained in a cellar with shining stones on the floor to hold the thing inside him still. And this morning, Song Shu had come. Not to talk. Song Shu had tricked her way in, beaten Mei Lin to the ground, and gone for the boy. And Song Shu had come out of that cellar infected too. Evil skin, said Yang Gang, and his face went gray. Damn it, Shuming knew and he didn't report it. Everyone there knew what it was except me, which is how I ended up getting the briefing, and the briefing is genuinely one of the worst things I have ever been told. Evil skin is level 3, same rank as an evolved ghost. It starts there. It doesn't have to climb. It lives in a person, and its rule is not teeth and it is not strength. Its rule is response. If it speaks to you and you answer, it takes you. If you touch it, it takes you. That's it. That's the whole mechanism. And the original doesn't die when it copies itself, so 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. And there is a city in the record books where that arithmetic ran to completion and 200,000 people are the answer. They're hatching, Yang Gang said. When it finishes, the host dies and it moves. Once they start knocking on doors at night, this town is done in 3 days. Mei Lin grabbed his legs. Please, please don't burn my son. Shuming said there's medicine. He'll be back tomorrow, please. 1 more day. I'll give you anything, anything. Just wait for Shuming. Yang Gang looked down at her with an expression I've thought about since. It's no use. Shuming is lying to you. Do you really think there's a cure? Please, Hui, please. And then he chopped her across the side of the neck with the edge of his hand, and she folded up at his feet like a coat off a hook. Clean, precise, enough to drop her, not enough to hurt her. There's no hope, he said to me quietly. There was never any hope. And I'll be honest with you, I admired him for it, and that admiration is one of the things that makes it hard to think about how he ended up. He was right, her son had to die. If the boy lived, everyone here dies, and Mei Lin had known for 10 days and said nothing, and that is not a woman being brave, that is a woman putting the whole town on the table. Then the door opened by itself. There was a little boy standing in it. Filthy clothes, chest black with dirt, face the color of paper, and his pupils were glowing, not shining, glowing. 2 small red lights sitting in a child's face in broad daylight, and my whole body reacted before my brain did. Mother, he said. Mei Lin was unconscious at Yang Gang's feet. What did you do to my mother? Wang Lei, Yang Gang said without moving his mouth much. Do not answer him. Even if you slip, make sure it doesn't follow. Uncles, say something. What's going on? And here's the thing about that voice. He didn't open his mouth. The sound arrived and the face wasn't working. It was like listening to somebody speak while something else held their throat. What did you do to my mother? Watch out, said Yang Gang. I'm going to fire. And a fat, pale hand came out of the dark behind the boy and yanked him inside. Then a shotgun barrel came out of the doorway instead. Song Shu shot first. Yang Gang went sideways, and the dirt jumped at his feet. And then he answered with about 4 shells in 3 seconds, and every one of them found the doorway. And I watched a woman get shot to pieces at 10 meters. And she came out anyway. She came out of that house on all 4s, moving fast, with her arms wide, and her face was blank, and both eyes were solid red, and there were holes all over her that were not slowing her down at all. Yang Gang backed off firing, and I went around behind. That's when I saw the thing itself. As I brought the axe down at her neck, a face came up under the skin of her back. Not a mark, not a shape. A face, mouth open, fangs out, straining against the inside of her like a man pushing against a tent wall. The axe hit it and stopped. The blade rang off it, and the shock went up my arms into my teeth, and I actually staggered. That is a level of hard I had not encountered in this world. Again, I said, mostly to myself, and put everything into the second one. That one opened her back from shoulder to hip, and the face was in there looking at the sky, and it had no skin on it. Raw red, empty sockets, and a mouth that split too far. 2 full-strength hits from a man who breaks trees with his fist, and I had opened the skin and nothing else. Then Song Shu ran on all 4s like a dog, and I chased her and put the axe through her calf, and her whole body went down, and the boy came at me. That was the moment I stepped back. I hear people tell this story like I was fearless. A child-shaped thing with red lights for eyes came off the step at me, and every part of me said, do not let that touch you, and I gave ground. Yang Gang put 3 shells into it and they both bolted back inside. He was staring at me afterward. Wang Lei, you're amazing. So what? It nearly had me. But he kept looking, and I know now what he'd seen, because he told me much later. He'd seen a man who was angry rather than terrified, a man who'd stepped back to get a better angle, not to get away. He said the thought that went through his head was, this one doesn't think it's above him. This one is planning to win. And by that point, honestly, I was. We burned the house. Elder Yang brought gasoline, Duan Hua brought wood, and the 4 of us built a hill of timber against that front door all afternoon, while 2 things that used to be people watched us through the gap and did not come out because they were both wounded, and evil skin, whatever else it is not stupid. Yang Gang paid me 12 shining stones to stay and help. 12. 4 days of my life, in stones, for an afternoon. He carved 9 a day. Duan Hua 6. Everyone chipped in without me asking. And I realized somewhere in the middle of that afternoon that they weren't paying me for the labor. They were paying me to stand between them and the door. Nobody had ever done that before. Not once since I woke up in this world. At dusk we lit it. Gasoline bottle onto the woodpile, and the whole thing went up like a volcano, and the fire took the door. Then Yang Gang looked at me. Wang Lei's strong. You be the bomber. So I picked up a stake as thick as my arm, leaned back, and threw it like a javelin. It went through the burning door and left a hole in it you could see the dark through, and then I threw wood. Log after log, arm-thick pieces, into that hole, while the things inside shrieked and Yang Gang stood with the shotgun up waiting for anything to come out. Song Shu tried once and took a full spread across the chest and gave up on the idea. We fed that fire until it was a chimney, and by full dark there was no more screaming. Will that do it? I asked. Maybe, maybe not. Yang Gang watched the flames with the face of a man who has done this before, in a worse place. I spent time on the front. Abnormal creatures are hard to kill and they cheat. Keep it burning until dawn. So we did. And I want you to hold on to that sentence, keep it burning until dawn, because we did keep it burning until dawn, and we still got it wrong, and about 30 hours later, that mistake walked up to my door on a woman's legs. I went home that night with 12 stones I hadn't earned and a house that was still being upgraded, and the ghosts came again at 4 in the morning, and this time they'd learned too. They didn't touch the door. They went straight for the wall. I heard the claws start on the crack. 2 fingers of gap, half a meter long, and 3 fingers came through it and started twisting, trying to lever the stone apart. I stood there with the axe and watched those fingers work. I had one plan, which was to wait until the gap opened enough to take the whole hand, and not just the fingers, because a partial cut heals and a whole hand doesn't. I know that now, from the arm. Whatever these things are, they do not grow parts back, and they knew I was there, not guessed, knew. The fingers withdrew, and the wind came through, and I heard something get down on the other side of my wall and put its face against the crack, and then it spoke. Wang Lei, give me back my arm. Nothing about that sentence works. It shouldn't know my name. It shouldn't want the arm back. It shouldn't be able to hold a grudge in a language. Wang Lei, give me back my arm. Over and over, in the dark, on the other side of my wall. Then it stopped, and there was silence, and then a full arm came through that crack in one motion and grabbed for exactly where I was standing. They found me without seeing me. I got the axe into that arm and half took it off, and the scream that came back was the worst sound I have ever heard, and I have since had a lot of competition for that title. We ended up looking at each other through the crack, a hand's width apart, one furious and one very calm, while the clock ran down. At 1:25, my walls finished. The stone went blurry all around me, and when it cleared, every gap in my house was gone, not filled. Gone. The rocks had run together like cooling wax, one continuous curved surface, thicker, smoother, cold and smooth under the palm. Basic stone wall reinforcement complete. Quality, beginner. Special effect, sturdy, and still sturdy. Which I think we can all agree is not a technical description. That's a system with a sense of humor. Outside, everything stopped. They lost the crack. They lost the seam. There was nothing left on the outside of my house for a claw to hold on to, and they knew it immediately. And the silence that came off them was so complete it was loud. I sat down with my back to the wall to listen, and what I heard next taught me more about these things than anything else that week. There was a scuffle. Then a heavy body hitting the ground, then a sound like a wet rope being pulled apart, and then teeth working, and then a long, thin whine that stopped in the middle. They ate it, the one-armed one, the one I'd crippled twice. Its 2 friends put it on the ground and opened it up and ate it, right there against my wall, while I sat on the other side of 30 centimeters of fused rock and listened to the whole thing. They'll come together to kill a man. And the second one of them is no longer useful, it's food. Humans eat humans out here. Ghosts eat ghosts. I sat there and thought quite calmly that this world is not cruel by accident. It's cruel the way water is wet. They finished around 1:30 and left satisfied. In the morning, there was nothing outside my wall but a pile of picked bones with black bugs crawling all over them, working at the last of it, the same bugs that had run from that thing while it was alive. I stood looking at that for a while. Then I went inside and started making a list, because I had finally understood the shape of the thing I was in. 1. I need more food and more supplies, because I can't enhance what I don't own. 2. My body is the ceiling on everything, and the ceiling is too low. 3. Everything I took off Duan Hong is junk, and junk can be upgraded. I started with the water filter because I was extremely tired of tasting rust. 2 hours 31. I fell asleep waiting for it and woke up to something the size of a suitcase standing next to my water barrel on 4 steel legs, with 3 thumb-thick pipes running into the tank and a tap on the side and a little display on the front reading 5,000 liters remaining. I filled a cup and drank it and stood there with my eyes shut. It tasted like nothing. Like actual nothing. Sweet. Faintly, the way spring water is. I hadn't had water that didn't taste like a nail in a week. Small things. That's the part nobody tells you about the end of the world. You'd think it's all monsters and last stands. Half of it is standing in your kitchen at dawn drinking clean water and having to sit down for a minute. Then I upgraded the anomaly detector, 6 hours, and the radio, an hour and a half, and went to see whether we'd actually killed anything the night before. Xu Ming was back. He was standing in front of the smoking shell of Mei Lin's house shouting at Yang Gang, and I could hear him from 100 meters away. Who gave you permission to burn it down? What right do you have? You think I wanted to burn it? Evil skin was inside. I told you I was bringing medicine. And he pulled a plastic bag out of his coat with a glass vial in it and a syringe, and he held it up over his head like a man producing a warrant. This is the medicine, understand? The latest research. It treats evil skin. You. And you too. From today, you are murderers. And I watched Duan Hua and Yang Gang go quiet, because if that was true, then they'd burned a woman's child alive one day early. I looked at that vial, and I did not believe it for a second, and I'll tell you exactly why. Xu Ming does not care whether anyone in this town lives. I have watched that man price a device that predicts your death at 9 stones. He hid the white rune in a box while people died holding blue ones. There is no version of this world in which he spends real money and a week of travel on a debtor's child. So the vial was a prop. The question was what it was for. You 4, he shouted. From today, everything you buy is double price. That's your punishment. Complain to the post office if you don't like it. On what authority do you double prices? Said Duan Hua, and I have never liked her more. And Yang Gong rolled up his sleeves, which was the wrong move because he did not know what I did not know either, which was what Xu Ming had been doing on that supply run. Xu Ming moved his back foot half a step and hit him. It was almost nothing to look at. No wind-up, no shout. His left fist traveled maybe 30 centimeters, and Yang Gang, 30 years old, built like a door, went off his feet and traveled 4 meters through the air and landed on his back in the mud. He got up holding his chest, and there was a bruise across it already, the size of a dinner plate. Don't think you can push me around because I'm old, Xu Ming said pleasantly. Remember, I am the postman here. And he walked off. Yang Gang sat there in the mud, coughing, gray in the face. Xu Ming's advanced, he said. Meaning what? He wasn't like this before. I don't know what he did. I'm no match for him at all. And he wasn't. That punch was outside the range of a 50-year-old man, or a 30-year-old man, or any man. That was somebody who had been given something. We went inside afterward and found what was left of the fire. There was a body in there with one leg missing, burned all the way through, exactly where the woman I'd crippled had been sitting. Completely dead, I said, and I was right about that one. I was wrong about the other one, and I want to be clear that this was my mistake as much as anyone's. We checked one body and stopped checking. Duan Hua walked home with me and asked me, for the second time, to leave with her. I'm a surgeon, not a barefoot doctor, a real one, with a degree and clinical hours. They need people like me. I can keep us both alive in the fortress. And I said no. Not because I doubted her, because of the thing sitting in my head that I had told exactly nobody. I can enhance everything I own. That is not a skill. That is a resource, and it is attached to a body. And the body is mine. In a town of 40 survivors, that is a secret I can keep. In a fortress with tens of thousands of people and organizations and a post office and a research institute and men who put people in cellars, it is a countdown. Crowded places are more dangerous, I said. You're from U City. You know what people are like. And she stood there and thought about it and didn't argue because she did know. Then I'll go first and leave you an address. You can come whenever you want. All right. And she smiled like she'd won something. She left 2 days later. She came to my door with a pack on her back and put a medicine box in my hands. Every anti-inflammatory she owned, half-used bottles with little notes tied to them in her handwriting, telling me what each one was for and how much to take. Because it had occurred to her that I might not know. And when I got inside and opened it properly, there were 3 silver coins in the bottom of it, tucked under the bottles where I wouldn't find them until she was gone. Red rock silver. A tower stamped on the front, patterns on the back, each one worth 4 or 5 blue stones. 15 stones all told. 5 days of my life at the time. She'd been saving those for who knows how long, and she gave them away to a man who had told her to her face that he hadn't been helping her. I put them in the lining of my coat and stood in my house for a while, and then I went back to work, because that is the only thing I have ever known how to do with that feeling. That's the last time I saw her. She's fine, incidentally. Better to say that now than let it sit. She got there. She wrote, "The night after Manhwa left, Xu Ming nearly died at his own front door, and I only found out much later what happened." Something knocked. "Xu Ming, I'm back." Mei Lin's voice. Except Mei Lin had gone that afternoon to look at her son's body, and the thing about Mei Lin's voice was that it had the words right and nothing else. Xu Ming, to give the man his single due, was smart. He didn't answer. He took out shining stones and held them and watched. They started going dark in his hand. 1, 2, 4, 8, one after another, from nothing but proximity, which is how he learned that the thing outside his door was not any of the things he had reported to the post office. He had filed a report the day before saying this town has ghosts and black bugs and nothing else. He had gone to the fortress and told them he'd kept the situation contained and been rewarded for it, and now there was a level 3 creature standing on his step wearing his debtor. He got out his white rune, the one he'd hidden, and it worked. White light went up in that shed like a flare, and the thing outside was thrown 100 meters and left with cuts on its arms like knife wounds, and the man sat in the dark afterward realizing that the entire town was going to find out what he'd been sitting on. That's the part I enjoy. Not that he nearly died. That in order to survive, he had to use the exact thing he'd been hoarding, and it worked perfectly, which meant everyone he'd let die that month had died for his inventory. Then it came to me. I was carving when the detector on my table lit up. 72, then 75, 80, 94, 100, and it stopped. 3 days earlier, I would have had no idea. I'd have found out when the door started moving. Now I had a number climbing on a screen, and I knew from the number that whatever was in my yard was not a ghost, because ghosts sat around 90. Thump, thump, thump. "Wang Lei, it's me. Please open the door." Mei Lin's voice. There were exactly 2 possibilities. Either everyone she trusted was dead and she'd come to the last house on her list, or Mei Lin was no longer a person. I looked through the peephole. She was standing at the bottom of my steps in the same floral dress, with her head hanging forward and her hair over her face. And everything about the way she stood was wrong in a way I couldn't have drawn for you. Then she lifted her head and her eyes were solid red, no whites at all. And she raised her arm like a piece of machinery, all elbow and no shoulder, and hit my door. "Wang Lei, open the door." So we'd failed. We'd burned that house all night and it had gotten out and it had gone home to her mother. Now, here's where I want to slow down, because this next part is the thing I'm most pleased with in my whole first month, and it started with a very small observation. The rules are 2. Do not respond. Do not touch. Nobody said anything about noise. I got that thought, and I held it and turned it around, and while I was doing that, Evil Skin got bored. It knocked a few more times, got nothing, and started backing down my steps to go and try somewhere else. And somewhere else meant something specific. Somewhere else is a house with a person in it who is tired, or careless, or asleep, or who has been alone for 11 months and hears a familiar voice at their door, and that person answers. And then there are 2 of these things, and then 4. So as it turned to leave, I raised my hand and knocked on the inside of my own door. Thump. It stopped. It came back up the steps very slowly and put its face near the wood and looked at it like the wood had said something. Then it knocked, and I knocked back. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how I spent the next hour and a half of my life. A level 3 abnormal creature and me, on either side of 12 centimeters of steel and wood, taking turns. Knock, knock, pause, knock, knock. I was not enjoying this. It was, without exaggeration, the most boring thing I have ever done. But every minute it stood on my step was a minute it wasn't standing on anyone else's, and it could not work out why the human inside kept answering without ever answering. Eventually, it lost patience for real. It hit the door hard enough to shake the frame, glared at it, and started walking away toward the trees, and I knocked and it did not come back. So I opened my door, at night, during an active abnormal event, with a level 3 creature 20 meters away. I opened it a crack, put half my face in the gap, and said, "Hello." Its head turned around before its body did, just rotated, with a series of cracks, the way a head absolutely does not. Then it came at me and left an afterimage in the air, and I slammed the door and threw the lock and took 3 long steps back and got the axe up. Bang! It hit that door with its entire body. The sound was like a car crash, and the door did not move because that door had already refused 3 ghosts at a full run. I opened the peephole. The thing outside had a face now, cracks of red going through the gray, both eyes bulging like they were being pushed out from behind, mouth stretched all the way to where its ears should have been. Absolutely furious. Perfect. Because here's the trick, and it's the same trick that works on a lot of things that aren't people. It cannot leave. It has decided I am food, and it cannot go and eat somebody easier while there is a meal in front of it laughing. I was a fish jumping out of the water to spit at the fisherman. The angler is not going anywhere now. It spent the rest of the night beating on my door, biting it, kicking it, dragging its claws down it. It got nothing. It kept going anyway, all the way to first light, and I sat by my fire and let it. At some point during all that, my bulletproof vest finished. Soft body armor, it said. Lightweight, puncture-resistant, bulletproof. The heavy plate thing I'd cut off Duan Hong's corpse had turned into 2 or 3 kilos of something that moved with me, and when I put it on, I understood for the first time in this world what it feels like to have your ribs covered. And then, because I was in the mood, I did the pistol. 1 hour and 22 minutes. There was banging on the door the entire time. Pistol upgrade complete. Quality intermediate. Special effects. Range increased by 50 meters. Effective range 200. 50 caliber. 10 rounds. Reduced recoil. Auto aiming. Fire upon raising the weapon. I picked it up and something in my hand went click that had nothing to do with the mechanism. Auto aiming is not what it sounds like. Nothing moves. There's no little arrow. It's that where you look is where the barrel already is. The gun stops being an object you operate and becomes a direction you have. The magazine still had 3 rounds in it. Because the system upgrades things, it does not create things. The bullets got better. There were still 3. And that, more than anything else that month, told me the shape of the deal I was in. This power does not give. It refines. Everything I will ever have, I have to go out and take first. In the morning, there were dozens of new scratches on my door and no evil skin anywhere, and the number on my detector was down at 35, and I had a very good feeling about the day. Because the whole town had heard a thing hammering on one house all night and getting nowhere. That was the vaccination. Nobody was going to open a door for a familiar voice again for a while. I started my agility that morning, 9.5 hours, and went out to warn people, and met Yang Gang coming the other way at a run. Wang Lei, it's bad. Xu Ming wants everyone at his place. Evil skins appeared. He knows the most, does he? Yes, and from his face he knows all of it. I told him it had come to me last night, and that it was wearing Mei Lin, and I watched the news land on him. Damn it, he said, and then quieter. Damn it. Then he asked why I wasn't coming to the meeting, and I said the thing that I think probably kept me alive for the next month. Because when evil skin takes someone, they don't change. Not at first. They walk and talk and look exactly the same. Xu Ming is about to put every survivor in this town in 1 yard, shoulder to shoulder, and stand in the middle of them. Yang Gang opened his mouth, then he closed it. I'll go, he said, because I want the rune, but I take your point. So he went, and I didn't. And here is what happened at that meeting, as it was reported back to me. 20 or 30 people, all armed, all watching each other. And Xu Ming came out and told them that evil skin was here, that there was only one of them left, and that everything was under control. Then he announced that he was releasing the white rune, for free, out of the goodness of his heart, this very morning. What a coincidence. 2 people asked the obvious question, and one of them was a very large man named Wang Bo, and the other was a woman named Yang Jing, who had a submachine gun and no patience. You got that when you went to the post office before. Why are we only getting it now? And Xu Ming drew a pistol and pointed it at her forehead and then fired 1 round into the sky. And then he told them the thing he'd been saving. Because of my outstanding performance, the post office has made me a mutant. So, would you 2 like to try the power of a mutant? And that was the end of the discussion, and the beginning of a very short and very bad era for that town, because from that morning, half the people there started smiling at him. Not all, but enough. When the strongest thing in the room announces itself, there is always a cue. He gave them all the white rune pattern to copy, and he gave them the 2 rules, don't touch and don't answer, and he told them to burn anything they wounded, and he told them that from tomorrow, everyone assembles at his house every morning, and anyone who doesn't come is presumed dead, and he will personally lead the team that clears out the body. Before I get to the warehouse, I have to tell you about the meeting at Xu Ming's, because that is where this town stopped being a town and started being a court. I didn't go. Yang Gang told me all of it afterward, twice, because it bothered him. 20 or 30 people in 1 yard, everyone armed, everyone standing a careful distance from everyone else, watching each other's hands, because they'd all just learned that the person next to you can be a copy and there is no way to check. Xu Ming came out in a black jacket with a pistol on his hip and a brown paper bag in his hand and told them all that evil skin was here, that there was only one left and that it was under control. Then he released the white rune, free, out of the goodness of his heart, that very morning. What a remarkable coincidence. 2 people asked the obvious question. Wang Bo, 1 meter 90, machete, and a woman called Yang Jing with a submachine gun over her shoulder and a look on her face. You got that when you went to the post office before. Why are we only getting it now? Are you doubting me? I didn't say that. It's dangerous now. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't want it, get out. You tell me to come and I come. You tell me to get lost and I get lost. What do you mean by that? And Xu Ming drew the pistol and put it against her forehead. Which is the moment the entire yard stopped breathing, because they all knew that Yang Jing and Wang Bo had been planning to kill him and take his shed since about a month after he arrived, and this was going to be the day. And then Xu Ming fired one round into the sky and told them, because of my outstanding performance, the post office has commended me. They have not only provided me with enough bullets, they have made me a mutant. So, would you two like to try the power of a mutant? Yang Gang said the silence went on for a long time, and then something happened that he described to me in a voice I hadn't heard him use before. People started smiling at him. A middle-aged man came forward with both hands out and a soft, ingratiating expression and said, Lord Xu Ming, I always thought you were extraordinary. I always said the post office would give you an important position. And Xu Ming patted him on the head. Actually patted him. The way you would a dog. And the man did not mind. That's the part. He did not mind at all because self-respect had stopped being a thing worth carrying some months earlier. Yang Jing and Wang Bo looked at each other and put their faces away. Then Xu Ming told them the rules of evil skin, which he had known for 11 days and had not shared with anybody, and told them to burn whatever they wounded, and finished with this. Starting tomorrow, all of you gather here every morning. Those who don't come are dead. I will personally lead the team to clean up the bodies. That's the whole of it. In one morning, a man went from a shopkeeper everyone despised to something like a lord on the strength of one injection and one round fired into the air. Wang Bo, who had argued with him, was dead within 36 hours with a half-finished white stone on his table. I have thought a lot about whether Xu Ming was the villain of this town. I've decided he wasn't, particularly. He was just the first person in it to be handed real power, and he did with it exactly what almost anybody would. Yang Gang came to me afterward with the pattern drawn on brown paper and his arm still stiff from the bruise. I looked at it for about 10 seconds and put it down. What's wrong? Did I draw it wrong? No, I've got it. He stared at me. You've got it. You looked at it twice. I had. I could see the whole thing behind my eyes. Every line, every angle, the spacing, the depth of the grooves. Perfect and complete, like a page I'd copied 100 times. That was the mental strength enhancement, which I'd finished 2 days earlier and had not fully understood until that moment. It hadn't made me smarter. It had made me exact. That's not normal, said Yang Gang. No, I agreed, and did not elaborate, and he was decent enough to leave it there. I carved a white one that afternoon, and it worked on the first attempt. 20 minutes of work. The pattern is a different animal from the blue one, more lines, tighter turns, and one wrong groove kills the whole stone. Everyone in town was going to lose 4 or 5 pebbles learning it. Mine came alive under the knife on the first try, and the light that came off it was not blue. It was white, and it was strong enough to put my own shadow on the wall behind me, and I could feel it, actually feel it, like standing near a radiator. I sat back and had a small moment about that, and then I carved 2 more, and by the time my head started swimming, I had 3. That's when I properly understood what mental strength had bought me. Before, 3 blue stones a day left me on the floor. That day, I made 3 whites and stopped because it was getting late, not because I was finished. My agility landed around 4 in the afternoon, and it was the strangest one so far. I heard my own skeleton, a whole run of small crisp clicks all through me, like bamboo growing after rain. And then it stopped, and I stood up, and my body had a different geometry in it. My joints went further. I could put my hands places they hadn't been. And when I threw a test punch, the arm arrived before I'd finished deciding to send it and left a line in the air. That punch was about as fast as Xu Ming's punch. The one that had put Yang Gang in the mud. 4 out of 5 then. Only endurance left, and endurance had come down to 5 hours. I built a chimney that day, from a blueprint Yang Gang gave me, out of rubble and mud, badly. The system took my terrible chimney and gave me back a fireplace with a manual damper on the flue and steel mesh over the vents so nothing could crawl in, and for the first time since I woke up in this world, my house was warm without also being full of smoke. It's a small thing. It is not a small thing. Every survivor in this town chose to seal their house completely and breathe smoke all winter because a chimney is a hole and holes are how you die. I now had a hole that closed. That night the shooting started, not one shot, a string of them, 3 or 4. Then a gap, then 3 or 4 more, all coming from a house a few hundred meters off, and in a town where a single round is a week's wages. That is not a warning shot. That is a man emptying everything he owns into a doorway. Wang Bo, the big one who'd argued with Xu Ming. I heard the whole thing from behind my door, and I have thought about it since. He did everything right. He had a good house and a good gun, and he'd copied the rune that morning like everyone else. There was a half-finished white stone on his table, and half-finished is worth nothing. He got one. Blew its head apart at 3 meters with a shotgun, and then there was a second one behind it. The gunfire stopped and did not start again. My detector went off at 10 past 11, 39, 50, 70, 99. Then it kept going, which it had never done before. 100, 120, and it settled at 125 and sat there. A ghost reads 90 and change. This was 125. I went to the peephole. There were 3 of them standing in my yard, and then, out of the mist behind them, 4 more. 7 people from this town, all of whom had been alive at dinner, standing in a line in front of my house with their heads slightly forward and their eyes solid red. Different ages, different sizes, one of them small, in half a night. That's what those 2 rules actually mean, by the way. Everybody hears do not answer and thinks, fine, easy, I simply won't. But you have to not answer every time, for the rest of your life, at 3 in the morning, when it's a voice you know, and everyone else only has to fail once. 6 of them moved out of my line of sight, which is a thing I did not enjoy at all, and 1 stayed on the step. Wang Lei, it's me, Yang Gang. And it was. That was his voice. The exact pitch, the exact way he leans on the first syllable of my name. Wang Lei, open the door. It really is me. Don't you believe me? I have no reason to lie to you. Evil Skin's dead. All of it. It's safe now. I have something very important to tell you. I stood there with my hand flat on the inside of my own door and did not make a sound. Don't you believe me? It's dangerous out here. Silence. And then the tone changed, and this is the part that impressed and disgusted me at the same time. Wang Lei, so this is the kind of person you are, so cold-hearted, and I helped you so much. It was trying guilt. A thing with no face under its face was standing on my step at midnight, attempting emotional leverage. I should probably have found that terrifying. What I actually felt mostly was insulted. Then it stopped talking and put its face flat against the wood and started sniffing along it, nose twitching, working its way across, and I watched through the peephole as its head came up level and both red eyes arrived directly in front of the lens. It had found the cat's eye. That hole is the size of a little fingernail, and it is set flush and disguised, and Shuming had never noticed it, and Yang Gang had never noticed it, and this thing found it in 90 seconds. Then it backed off down the steps, and all 6 of the others came out of hiding and stood with it in a line in my yard, and then, all together, they started to convulse. I don't have a good way to tell you this next part. The face inside the middle one came up under the ribs and started moving, and all the others did the same, and then they walked into each other. Not against, into. Skin took skin, meat found meat. There was a sound like somebody breaking a chair very slowly, over and over, bones going out of joint and finding new places to sit, and green fluid running down the outside of the whole mess, and in about 40 seconds there was one thing standing in my yard where 7 had been. 3, maybe 4 meters tall. A dozen arms floating around the outside of it, faces all over it. It had no shape exactly. It had an outline that changed its mind. My detector went 140, 151, 178, 178. Level 3 creatures do not read 178. Whatever was in my yard had built itself a new rank out of spare parts. It backed up 10 meters. And I understood exactly what was about to happen because I had seen 3 ghosts do the same thing. It ran, and it hit my door. The whole house jumped. The door bent inward visibly, in the middle, and fine cracks ran through the wood, and the lock twisted in its housing. Every blue stone I'd laid at the entrance died at once from the shock, all of them, instantly. And one thing stood out. 3 ghosts at a run had left scratches. This did that in one hit. It backed off again, shedding pieces of itself as it went. That impact had cost it too. It was made of corpses. Corpses do not enjoy being a battering ram. Second hit. The door dented all the way in, the lock came apart, fist-sized holes opened at the sides and the steel plate showed through the splinters. The peephole stopped working because the peephole was now a hole. 2 more of those and it's coming through, so I stopped waiting. I put my arm out through the broken frame with the pistol in it, 12 meters, a target 4 meters tall. I could have hit that with a thrown boot. But I want to tell you what auto-aiming actually did in that moment, because it wasn't about hitting the thing. Anyone could hit the thing. The first round went into the chest and blew a thumb-sized hole in it, and the thing trembled, and nothing else happened. The second one I put through a face, and a third of it fell off. The whole side of the thing sagged, and a body slid out of it and hit the ground and lay there like a coat off a hanger. That was the answer. The bodies aren't it. The bodies are the vehicle. Kill the face inside, and whatever it was driving becomes furniture. I fired the third and last round and missed the faces entirely and just made another hole in some meat, and then it was on me. So I threw a white stone at it, and I need you to understand the difference. The blue ones ward. They make the air unpleasant. The white one hit that thing in the chest and detonated. There is no other word. Light came out of it in 100 straight lines like a bundle of swords being dropped, and it went through, and the whole creature came out the other side full of holes and screaming from several mouths at once. A face burst out of the skin, raw and red and howling at the sky, and then dived back under the surface like something afraid of the air. Then it charged again, and I noticed it was slower. So I didn't spend another stone. I got the axe up instead, and when it hit the door, I put the blade through a face at the shoulder line and split it in half, and dragged the edge down and hooked it out, and one more of them died. The next hit tore the frame out of my wall and put the door on the floor. And I stood in my own doorway with a monster made of my neighbors and killed it. That fight was not clever. I had already been clever. The clever part was the door, and the door had run out. From there, it was 6 or 7 minutes of the most straightforward work I have ever done. Face, axe, face, axe. 2 more stones when the arms got close, and each one took a face with it. It got 4 arms on me at once, and I gave ground and came back around the side. At the end, it broke and ran, with 2 faces left, and I chased it down in the open ground and caught it because I am faster than a thing made of dead people, and I put it on the ground and split the second to last face, and the last face turned and looked at me. There was fear in that look. Definite, unmistakable fear. I've thought about that a lot, about whether that matters. I brought the axe down anyway. Then I stood in a field at 3 in the morning, covered in other people's blood, and methodically took the rest apart so none of it could get up, and the sound of that carried a long way in the cold. And then I heard the trees start rustling. The black bugs had been waiting the entire time. They came out in a wave, and they went over what was left on the ground and turned 7 human bodies into clean bones in under 2 minutes, and they ate the faces too, and afterward, some of them began to glow faintly red and grow. They evolved. Right there in front of me off that meal. Everything in this world eats and gets bigger. The bugs eat the corpses. The ghosts eat the bugs' betters. The plague horses eat the ghosts. And somewhere at the top of that stack is something that eats plague horses, and I did not want to meet it, and in about 6 weeks I would. I went back inside, put white stones at my doorway because I no longer had a door, and sat down on the floor. Endurance complete. And then a new line came up under it, and it was not a line I had seen before. Basic attribute enhancement complete. Enhance attribute talents? Further strengthening your 5 attributes will grant you special talents. Attributes that are different from those of ordinary people are called talents. You will gain unique skills through your talents. I read that about 4 times, because up to that point, everything I'd done to myself had been ordinary. Stronger, faster, more flexible, sharper, better versions of things every human being has. That's a ceiling with a shape to it. You can imagine the top of it. Talents are not that. Talents are the thing nobody else gets. Strength first, 21 hours, 3 minutes. I said yes on the floor of a house with no door, next to a pile of shining stones, at 3:30 in the morning, and then I sat there for another hour listening to insects eat my neighbors. That was, incidentally, night 11. I rebuilt the door by hand in the morning with a hammer, which took hours, and produced something that would have embarrassed a carpenter, and I did not enhance it, because the system does one thing at a time, and my strength was cooking. That's the real cost of this power, and nobody ever talks about it. Not the time. The exclusivity. Every hour I spend making my walls better is an hour I'm not spending making me better, and the world outside does not pause to let me choose. I chose me. I have chosen me every single time since, and not because I am wise. It's because I watched a door get taken apart in 4 hits by something that was people the day before. I went to see Yang Gang that afternoon and told him I wanted to hunt. Completely kill them, I said. There'll be more infected. In daylight, Evil Skin is a slow, tough person. That's all. I want to go house to house and find every one of them while it's light. He looked at me for a while. Your idea's good, but it's just the 2 of us. And what if they don't open the door? I took out the axe. I have my own way in, and that was the day Yangang stopped thinking of me as the strange kid from the corner and started walking half a step behind me, which I noticed and did not comment on, and which I have since thought about more than I would like. We got Duanhua's replacement, which is to say we got nobody, because Duanhua had gone, and instead I went and stood in front of Xu Ming's door and told him what was going to happen. Gather everyone. The ones who don't come are dead. I'll deal with them. You've got some nerve. Do you have a better idea? He didn't. And I watched him try to charge me for the privilege of saving his own town, and I refused, and I turned around and started walking away, and he broke inside of 4 seconds. Fine, fine. I'll do it your way. We can't all die here, damn it. I'm the postman. If you all die, how am I supposed to explain myself? There it is. That's the whole man in one sentence. Not if you all die. If you all die and I have to fill in a form. He gave up 2 names, and then he told me how he knew, which was the actually interesting part. I have an iron whistle, issued by the post office. Only I can use it. At night it detects abnormal creatures nearby and tells me where they are. An iron whistle, which is not a whistle, which is a small metal bird that sits on his desk and taps its beak on the wood, and which had been watching this town every single night for as long as he'd been here. That's how he knew about Duan Hong 4 hours after I buried him. That's how he knew about the 7 at my door. I looked at that man and thought, you have had a machine that sees in the dark this entire time, and the only thing you have ever used it for is pricing. The two names took us out to the east end of town, over a low mine spoil, to a scatter of stone houses where people had built as far from their neighbors as they could get, on the theory that fewer people means fewer visitors. It does not. The ghosts go where the people are, however many that is. It's just a question of what night. The first door had a hunting revolver in it before Duanhua's replacement finished calling out, which is to say before Yang Gang had finished saying hello, and behind the revolver was a woman of about 40 with a hairstyle like a dandelion and the shrewdest pair of eyes in that town. Everyone called her Auntie Sue. Step back, she said, and we did, because Yang Gang had a shotgun and I had an axe, and we did not look like a delegation. Looks like you're not evil skin, I said. We can go and find Gao Fei now. That got the barrel down about 10 degrees. You're hunting evil skin? If we don't clear it all today, tonight it'll be everyone in town, including you. Heh, she said. I know, I'm hunting it too. And she opened the door, put the revolver away, and leaned in the frame with her arms crossed and gave us the local news, which was worse than the news we'd brought. Elder Shu, 3 doors down, was dead. Evil Skin had used her voice, and Elder Shu had opened up in the late afternoon, in daylight, because it wasn't dark yet, and it sounded like a woman he'd been on friendly terms with an hour earlier. He wasn't stupid, she said. It just wasn't dark. And Gao Fei, the second name on Xu Ming's list, was also dead, but not by her. A ghost got him. I looked at her. A ghost killed an evil skin? Isn't that something? She showed me every tooth. They've started eating each other. There's not enough meat. That sentence hung there in the cold. Not enough meat. Meaning the monsters had eaten the town down to the point where the monsters were the largest available food source, which does not reduce the number of monsters, it concentrates them. 2 ghosts go in, 1 ghost comes out, and it's a bigger ghost. I asked her how she knew so much, and she showed me the revolver again. I was on a shooting team, I've been in a few wars, and I'll tell you something for free, since you seem like the kind who might live. She poked her own temple with a fingertip. Mutants. Very strong individually, some of them stop bullets. But between the drug load and what they see out there, plenty of them go completely insane, worse than the abnormal creatures. And you don't find out which kind you're dealing with until you're already standing next to it. Then she jerked her chin down the road toward the post office. So watch your postman. Auntie Sue, for the record, survived longer than most of the people in this story and enjoyed herself more, and I have a certain fondness for her that I can't fully justify. We went home. That was the end of the hunt, and the answer was that there was nothing left to hunt, because the ghosts had done our job for us and were now a bigger problem than the thing we came to kill. I got back at noon and made stones and waited, and at some point around midnight my first talent finished. Talent attribute, Tiger Subduing Force, level, intermediate, special effect. You gain a strength bonus when attacking. Every 3 attacks, you receive a power burst, and your next attack is doubled. I sat with that for a while. Every 3rd hit is worth 2. Sit with that for a second. It's not 33% more damage, it's a rhythm. It means that in any exchange, I have a hit coming that is not the hit you are defending against. It means I can spend 2 attacks buying position and know exactly where the payment lands. And then my body did the thing it does now, which is a run of small cracks all through the frame like popping beans, and the muscle laid itself over differently. And when I closed my fist, there was something in my palm that felt less like strength and more like ownership. I went outside and dug a basement. 9 hours, straight through, on the floor of my own house with a hammer drill and a pick and no brakes, and I came out with a room 25 square meters and 3 meters deep, and dirt piled to the ceiling of my house that I had to shovel out through the door in the morning. And here's the part people skip when they tell this story back to me. Everybody in this town wanted a basement. Everyone. Nobody had one, because you have to carve stones in the day to eat, and gather water, and cut wood, and reinforce your door, and then it's dark, and you sit still for 11 hours. There is no 9th hour in a survivor's day. I had one because I no longer needed to sleep like a person, and because I could dig like a machine, and both of those are the same power wearing different hats. The system took my rough hole and gave me back a real basement. Stone-clad sealed seams, tile floor, timber ceiling, 2 air vents, and a hidden flip door under the bed with an iron ladder. I stood down there in the clean, cold air and thought, now I have somewhere to go that isn't a hole. I also had, by then, a corpse. I'd killed a ghost. That one deserves telling properly, because it was the first I ever hunted rather than survived. One came alone, late, and knocked, just knocked, over and over, like a machine, and I watched it through the peephole and did the sums. A ghost corpse sells at the fortress. 20 red rock silver, per the going rate. That's about 4 white stones worth of purchasing power, but more importantly, stones run out, and ghosts do not. There was one of them, and its behavior said it was alone. So I unlocked my own door and opened it, in the dark, on purpose, and stepped out. That thing had never seen a human do that. I could tell. It had come to the door with a routine, and I had broken the routine, and for 1 full second, a level 3 abnormal creature stood on my step with its claws half raised, confused. I put a white stone into its back at 2 meters, and it went through it like a shotgun. Then I closed the distance and took the neck. Bang. Into the neck. Kick to put it down. And then the third strike, and Tiger's subduing force lit up, and the head came off and rolled. Whole engagement, under 10 seconds. My first hit didn't do it, and my second didn't do it. The third one did. I had a rhythm now, and the rhythm did the work. I dragged it inside and put it in the basement, and I sat there looking at a dead monster in my house like a man who has just discovered a new industry. And then at 4 in the morning, I learned the drawback. 2 more turned up, and one of them got down on the ground and started sniffing along the dirt, and I understood at once what was happening. They could smell their own. They hammered on my door for an hour looking for the body of a thing that was under their feet in a sealed room, and it wasn't until I dragged the corpse into the basement proper and shut the hidden hatch that they lost it and stopped. The moment the hatch closed, the noise outside stopped like a switch had been thrown. So that's the trade. A ghost corpse is money, and a ghost corpse is bait. And the difference between those two things is a sealed door. Which is a fact that is going to become extremely important later when I decide, entirely on purpose, to stop sealing it. That morning, I got a look at what the money side of the industry actually involved, because when I went to buy a carving knife, I found 2 men in black cloaks smoking outside Xu Ming's shed with a jeep parked next to them, and Xu Ming lighting their cigarettes with both hands. I had never seen him do anything with both hands. And next to the wheel of the jeep, there was a rotting corpse on the ground that was very slightly moving. "This is the last of the evil skins you didn't clean properly," said the one with the earrings, whose name turned out to be Wang Yang. He said it like a man pointing out a spot I'd missed on a window. They were investigators, post office, 2 ranks above a postman, and from the way Xu Ming was standing, roughly 8 ranks above God. And then Wang Yang offered to show me how the trade works, and I said no thank you, I'm scared, and he did it anyway, because men like that do not offer, they perform. "Fortress pays 20 red rock silver per level 3, he said, crouching. "But we don't recommend it. Killing them is hard enough. Extracting is worse." His partner pinned the thing. Wang Yang pulled on a pair of black gloves with radiance runes stitched into them, and note that detail, because gloves with runes on them means somebody in that organization had solved the touch rule with tailoring. They cut the chest open, peeled the skin back, and Wang Yang got both hands around the face inside and hauled. I have seen a lot of unpleasant things. That one made the list. It came out fighting like a carp coming out of a pond, and he wrestled it into a silver box, and his partner slammed the lid and locked it, and the box kept trembling in his hands afterward. "Done," he said, standing up. 20 silver. That money wasn't easy to earn, no, and plenty of people have died learning that. He looked at me for a second too long, the way a man does when he's decided to remember your face. Level 4 is our limit. Level 5 and up produce a contamination source when they die, and that kills everything nearby, including us, so don't be curious. Do not be curious, which of course is exactly the phrase that installs curiosity in a person permanently. There is one more thing about that extraction, and it is the sentence I actually took away from those 2 investigators. While Wang Yang was kneeling on the chest of a dying evil skin with his gloved hands around a screaming face, I asked him what the corpses of the higher level creatures go for, and he stopped and looked at his partner, and both of them smiled at each other in a way I did not enjoy. "Above level 5? We don't know. Nobody has ever brought one back. Nobody's killed one? People have killed them. When a level 5 or higher dies, a contamination source appears inside the body. It's a kind of virus. It kills ordinary people instantly, and it kills mutants very shortly afterward." He put the lid on the box and locked it. "So the highest anyone has ever been paid is for a level 4, and the men who did that were extracting from a distance with equipment, and half of them are dead anyway. Then how does anyone learn anything about the higher ones?" And Wang Yang stood up and dusted off his knees and gave me the honest answer, which I have thought about a great many times since. From the people who die watching them, that's the whole system. A postman sees something and writes it down and mails it. If he mails 2 more letters after that, we know he survived, and the entry stands. If the letters stop, the entry stands anyway, and we add a line saying the observer was lost, and that line is also data. He said it without any particular feeling, the way an accountant explains depreciation. Every entry in the abnormal handbook I was later issued has a list of names at the bottom of it. I used to think those were authors. They're casualties. I bought my carving knife and left, and behind me, Xu Ming presented those 2 men with a bag of silver coins and got, in return, a medical report. Grade A. No rejection. Congratulations, old Yan. He would be getting his 2nd dose. And after the 2nd dose, he'd stop being a postman and become an investigator. And the moment they were alone, Wang Yang's partner said the thing that tells you what that organization actually is. Xu Ming couldn't have killed 7 evil skins. The wound on his hand was from a ghost. It doesn't matter who killed them. What matters is, there's no evil skin here. Who's the next postman? Duan Guang. Identity's already arranged. Xu Ming's problem is very serious. Once he's handed over, we get rid of him. His results? Physical defect D, mental threshold E. He'll go insane at the slightest stimulation, half-finished product. Not everyone gets to be a perfect mutant. So there it is, in one exchange. Xu Ming had spent a year selling this town for a promotion, and the promotion had already been reassigned, and the men handing him the syringe had already scheduled him. He never found that out. When I killed him, I was not doing his employers a favor. I was doing a job they'd already put on the calendar. I did not know any of that at the time. I found out later, from Wang Yang, over a cigarette, in a corridor, in a way I'll get to. That afternoon a convoy came into town, and everything got worse. I heard them before I saw them. Engines, a lot of them, which in a town that hasn't heard a motor in months is roughly as subtle as a brass band. 7 or 8 off-road vehicles and 2 buses, all modified. Thick glass, reinforced doors, gray coating on the windshields. Over 100 people spilling out and stretching and looking around at our ruins with the specific expression of people who have never had to think about a door. Evacuees from the 44th Fortress, which had, as of that week, ceased to exist. Here are the numbers they gave me later, because the numbers do the work. They set out with 263 people. There were 105 left. 158 people, gone, in a few days on a road. The first group I met were students at the water pool, and they were exactly what you'd expect. A girl in glasses asked if the water was clean, and I said no, and then she asked why I was drawing it if it wasn't clean, in the tone of somebody who has never in her life had to answer that question, and a boy with freckles said, "Do you even know who we are?" I said it isn't clean, you'll get sick drinking it straight, and I filled my buckets and left, and one of them called after me asking for help carrying, and I said no. There's a version of me that helps them. It's the version that hasn't watched a woman get pinned against her own cabinet for 3 shining stones. The second group was different. They came to my house, a middle-aged man in glasses with a backpack, and behind him a dozen students who were quiet in the particular way of people who have been shouted at recently, and who all looked at my house like it was a hotel. My name is Sun Jian. I'm a teacher. Could we stay the night? Just one night. The convoy leaves in the morning. There are empty houses everywhere. They're broken. We know what comes at night here. And then he had a boy open a backpack, and out came beef jerky, instant noodles, ham sausage, a jar of honey, compressed biscuits, canned fruit. I have not seen honey since I woke up in this world. I'd never seen instant noodles at all here, and I'd have been able to describe the packaging to you from 100 meters. Take it all, please, one night. And I said no. I have had this argument with myself since. He had 100 people in that convoy with a Guardian Army escort and 2 post office investigators, and he came to a stranger's door offering food, which meant the escort had already told them all that they were on their own after dark. And the reason I said no is not that I'm hard. It's that a house is safe because of what's in it, and a house with a dozen frightened strangers in it who have never been through a night here is a house where somebody makes a noise. Then trade with me, I said. Bring bullets. 762. Bullets? He blinked. How much shining stone? That depends what you bring. He hesitated for a long time, and then he said very carefully, "Do you want battle armor?" I did not know what my face did. I hope it did nothing. White bear armor, he said. It's intact. Getting it is a little troublesome, but I can manage it, and once I'm back inside the fortress, they can't do anything to me. It's issued to frontline commanders. Its defense is 7 times a standard combat suit. The only problem is the weight. You need a body for it. I looked at that man in his glasses with his backpack and thought, you are about to steal from the army that is escorting you, and you already know you're going to do it, and you're only asking me because I look like I can carry it. Bring it, I said. Here's how that went. They came back at 5:30 with a cardboard box and a woman I hadn't met. She was in loose sportswear with a baseball cap and a mask, and even wrapped up like that you could see the shape of the problem she was carrying around. Her name was Yang Ji. She was, I found out later, a first-level protected individual, which is a phrase that means her mother mattered, and she had refused to travel with the other first-level protected individuals, which is a phrase that means she'd looked at what was on offer over there and decided she would rather take her chances with the monsters. She'd stolen the bullets herself. 5 shining stones, she said. White, not less. 5. There are a lot of us. We need 5 to survive the night. 5 white stones is a full day of my life. I had been about to offer 8 for the lot, so I let her win the argument she'd already won, and then I opened the box. Silver white plate, cool to the touch, chest, shoulders, and abdomen in steel and something corrosion-proof, a white bear painted on the breastplate, and an instruction manual in the lid. It was beautiful. And it was army property, and there was going to be a hole in a manifest with my name at the bottom of it if anyone ever traced the chain. Put it on the ground, I said, and then I looked past them at the black trees, and I stopped. Why do you have a tail? Both of them turned around, and both of them said the wrong thing, which was that they hadn't brought anyone, which confirmed it. There was a man crouched in the brush. To be fair to him, he'd hidden reasonably well, but I had spent 2 weeks learning to read a tree line for the shape of something that wants to eat me, and a college boy holding still in a bush is not a difficult problem after that. He came out grinning with his hands up when he realized, and did about 90 seconds of theater about being lost, and Sun Jian and Yang Jie stood there going gray. His name was Gao Feng. He was one of the first level ones. He'd been sent to follow them. Since you figured it out, he said when he stopped bothering to lie, let's talk about the stakes. That box is Guardian Army property. Stealing is no big deal, but do you know the consequences of stealing from the Guardian Army? He looked at Yang Ji when he said it, and there was nothing in his face that was about property. You decide what to do about this yourselves. Sun Jian went the color of ash. Yang Ji was shaking, and I asked one question. You're alone. Does anyone else know? Yeah, but do you know who the Guardian Army are? Aren't you afraid of getting shot? People always want this part to be more complicated than it was. I was not thinking about morality. I was doing an inventory. He had seen the box. He had seen my face. He was going to trade both of those things for something, tonight, to somebody, and the only variable was the price. And in 4 days, I'd watched a man sell my name for a bag of coins, and a doctor get shaken against her own furniture, and 7 neighbors turn into one thing that could talk. Only a few of us know about this, I said. Otherwise? I hadn't been talking to him. The axe was in my hand before anyone saw where it came from, and I took his head off at the neck in one motion, and his body stood there for about a second afterward with the expression still on the face. Yang Ji screamed and covered her eyes. Sun Jian made a sound like a punctured tire. Now you know, I said. Only a few of us know about this. He came alone. Go back. It'll be dark soon. I gave Sun Jian the paper bag with 5 whites and 3 blues in it and had to push it into his hands twice because his fingers wouldn't close. The body needs dealing with, I said. Headless bodies get up. Go on. And I took it apart in the tree line while they walked away very fast, and then I left the pieces for the bugs who arrived on schedule. Yang Ji told me later what they said to each other on the way back. She'd done the physics. She'd worked out that a man does not remove a head with a hand axe in one stroke, not through the spine, not a butcher, not anyone, and she'd said to Sun Jian, could he be a mutant, or a transcendent? And Sun Jian had said, we say nothing, we know nothing, and once we're inside the fortress, this never happened. Which is not the reaction of a good man, it's the reaction of an accurate one. The girl's name was Yang Jie, and she stayed at my house that night, and it goes on the record properly, because there is a version of that night that people assume, and it is not what happened. She came to my door at dusk with her arms crossed and her eyes red. Teacher Ma has talked. I'm sure of it. How do you know? Because he looked at me wrong. She said it flatly, like a woman reporting a measurement. I've seen that look before. It's the look of somebody carrying a secret about you. He can lie to me, but his eyes can't. And when he came back from the vehicle, he had more shining stones than he left with, and I've seen the pattern on the ones you carve, and these were different. 19 years old, evacuated across 400 kilometers of monsters, and she'd caught her own teacher selling her by counting pebbles. They'll come for me, I said. You're throwing your life away by coming here. Then I want to die with dignity. I can't go back. So I let her in, and she stood in the middle of my house looking at the fireplace and the water tap and the clean floor like a woman who had walked into a hotel. This fireplace is well built. Did you study architecture? Something like that. She washed. That was the whole event of the evening, and it meant something, because it took her about 40 minutes, and she was quiet the whole time, and she was almost reverent about it. She'd been on a bus for a week with 100 people and a fixed water ration. Afterward, she piled all her food on my table and sorted it into rows because she has a tidy mind and needed something to do with her hands. Instant noodles, canned goods, chocolate, ham sausage. These are all for you. It's not much, but it's what I have. Keep some. It's 2 days to the fortress. I'll keep the biscuits. My mother has some influence in the fortress. She stopped sorting. If she hadn't made the call, I wouldn't have qualified for the transfer at all. And then she asked me the question that had been sitting under everything. Why do you stay out here? I gave her the honest answer, which was that crowded places are more dangerous, and she thought about it for a while, and then nodded, because she had spent a week in a convoy, watching what people did to each other for a seat. Then let me stay, she said. I can chop wood. I can fetch water. Don't let this thin appearance fool you. I'm strong. Go find your mother. When can I come back? when this house can really keep out the abnormal creatures. Then set a date. I'm not sure, wait for my message. And she smiled at that, and took a bite of cream bread, and I watched a girl who had been eating compressed biscuits for a week discover what a fortified loaf tastes like, and her eyes went red again for a completely different reason. We did not make a sound after dark. That was the entire arrangement, and she kept it perfectly. When the shooting started in the camp at 10:30, she went white and did not say one word. Afterward, she asked me, very quietly, whether the people in the vehicles could hear it. I told her the truth. They could hear all of it. She sat up all night with a white stone in her fist, watching it not fade. That is what safety is out here. A pebble in your hand that is still glowing at 3 in the morning. I did not sleep that night because there were 100 people camped 900 meters from my door, and I wanted to hear what happened to them. The shooting started at 10:30, and it did not have the shape of men defending a position. It had the shape of men discovering that a position does not exist. By 11, they were using ordnance. I heard the first one go and sat straight up. Nobody detonates explosives at night in a place with abnormal creatures in it. Explosions carry. Every ghost within 2 kilometers hears that and comes to see what died. They knew that. They did it anyway, which meant the alternative had already gotten worse. I found out afterward from the survivors what the alternative was. They had buried 7 anti-personnel mines around the camp before dark, which was competent, and which killed 3 ghosts in the first 10 minutes, which was also the last piece of good news they had, because it did not scare them. It made them angry. More than a dozen came out of the mist and went at the vehicles. And a modified off-road vehicle with bulletproof glass and reinforced doors is, it turns out, a coffin with better fittings, because a ghost does not try the handle. It goes underneath and lifts. They flipped one, 12 tons, onto its roof, with 4 soldiers inside. Then they opened the door seam, like a man opening a tin, and reached in. There was a soldier in there who did everything right. He shot one in the head at contact range and killed it, which is extremely difficult, and which I have only managed with a talent and a rhythm. And in the 2 seconds it took him to feel good about that, a second one pulled its own dead comrade out of the gap and came in over the top of the body. He forgot to change his magazine. That is the whole sentence. 12 years of training, and a man in a metal box with something coming through the door forgot, and the shining stone on his chest bought him about 4 more seconds. Commander Duan, the man in charge of them, spent the entire night in Shu Ming's stone house with 2 post office investigators and did not open the door once. He was not a coward exactly. He'd come from the 44th Fortress, which is the one that no longer exists, and I've been told what he said that night, while his men were being eaten 100 meters away. And I'm putting it in because it is the best description of the front line anybody ever gave me. He said that at first they fought level 2 and 3 creatures, and it went reasonably well. They had walls and weapons and stones, and it was a war, which is a thing soldiers understand. Then level 4 arrived, something called a rat plague. Swarms of them, mutated to the size of dogs, teeth the length of a hand, and they did not simply kill, they infected, and the fortress had to start cleansing its own population. 110,000 people died at the 44th in 20 days, and a significant number of them were killed by their own side, because that was the containment protocol. And then, when he thought they'd survived the worst of it, level 5 arrived. They call it a howler. It travels inside a gray tornado. The winds it generates take down buildings. Bullets do nothing. Bombs do nothing. Shining stones work, but you need several times the normal quantity per unit, and nobody has that quantity, because nobody planned for a creature that requires you to spend a month's production on one engagement. His first brigade was wiped out in a night. The 44th Fortress lasted 7 days. I'm fucking fed up with this life, he said, sitting in a stone shed in the wilderness while a dozen ghosts worked through the people he was supposed to be escorting. It's so tiring. And then, sometime after 1 in the morning, the ghosts stopped. All at once. In the middle of feeding. Because they had heard hooves. I heard them too, from my own house. And that sound does something to a person who has heard the sequence before. Ding, ding, ding. Unhurried, metal on stone. In a town with no animals in it, and no living horse within 1,000 kilometers, and no rider who would be out at that hour, 7 or 8 of them came out of the mist and stopped at the edge of the camp and did nothing, and every ghost in that place turned to look at them and stood still, holding pieces of people. A plague horse lowers its head and blows 2 puffs of white breath out of a rotted nose. That's the whole warning. Then it takes 2 steps and is not there. The first ghost died standing up. The horse arrived beside it, the ghost raised its claws, and gray mist came out of the air and closed over its face like a hand, and its joints locked with a sound like grinding, and it fell over. They killed every ghost in that camp in under 10 minutes. Not fought, processed. And then they ate them, which took hours, because a ghost is tough and a plague horse is patient, and neither of them was in any hurry. The people in the vehicles listened to that for the rest of the night, chewing and cracking, out in the dark at a distance of 30 meters, and nobody moved and nobody spoke. At some point, one of the horses got bored and looked at an off-road vehicle. It walked 2 steps and went inside it, through the plating, into a sealed compartment with 4 people in it. There was one scream, and the roof of that vehicle came up from the inside like something inflating, and afterward there were bones in it and nothing else. I sat in my house that night and listened to the level 3 abnormal creatures of this town get farmed by something that treats a wall as a suggestion, and what I felt was not fear exactly. It was the feeling of a man watching the price of everything change. My door is perfect, my walls are seamless, and a level 4 creature walks through both without noticing. In the morning, there were 9 dead, 2 vehicles were gone, 1 crushed and opened like a can, 1 stretched from the inside as if something had inflated inside it and left through the roof, and Wang Xing was dead, and Sun Jian was dead in the same vehicle, and here is exactly why, because I have never lied about it. I gave Yang Ji the arm, the one I'd cut off the ghost. I'd kept it in a rag. I told her to put it under Wang Xing's vehicle, in a place nobody would look. Because a ghost corpse pulls other ghosts the way blood pulls sharks, and I had watched an entire nest hammer on my house for an hour, trying to reach a body under the floor. Wang Xing had informed on Sun Jian that morning. Sun Jian had broken under whatever the army uses instead of asking politely and given up Yang Jie as a bargaining chip. 2 men had decided, between them, that the fastest way out of their problem was to hand over a girl. So a dozen ghosts spent the entire night beating on one specific vehicle in a camp of 15 while everyone else listened, and when they finally opened it, they went in one after another. The 2 investigators worked out afterward that the ghosts must have evolved again because they'd shown preference, selectivity, picking a target out of a group. Ghost Shadow has evolved. It started being picky about its food. They wrote that down and sent it up the chain, and somewhere in Red Rock Fortress, there is a file that says the ghosts of this district developed the ability to choose, and the actual cause of that file was a 19-year-old girl putting a severed arm under a bumper because I asked her to. I'm not proud of that. Accurate is better than proud. Everyone who died in that vehicle had chosen to trade a person for their own comfort, and I did not build the thing that ate them. I only left the door open. In the morning, I walked into the camp and found Yang Ji sitting on the ground eating a compressed biscuit with her mask off. That was the first time I saw her face. I understood, immediately and completely, why she wore the mask. "You should go away," she said with her cheeks full. "It's dangerous here. I live here." I paid Wang Yang 2 white stones to get her home safe. He tried to refuse because it was already his job, and I made him take them anyway because a job is a thing a man can be reassigned from, and a debt is a thing he carries. 9 died, he told me. Wang Xing, Sun Jian, Duan Hao. And he read the rest of the list, and I let my face do nothing at all. Then Yang Jie came over and stood in front of me and did not know what to do with her hands. "You just want to get rid of me. They're leaving, your mother's waiting." "Then I'm going." She looked up. "When your house can really keep out the abnormal creatures, I'm coming back." "You said that." "I said that. Then it's a promise." She put her arms around me for about 2 seconds, which is longer than anyone had done anything like that since I woke up in this world. And then she stepped back and put her mask on and got on the bus, and about half an hour later there was nothing on the road but dust. And I went home, took out a set of army armor that I had bought with a man's head, and started upgrading it. White bear armor upgraded. Quality, intermediate. Special effects, defense increase 30%, absorbs some of the attack force, contains bulletproof material, reinforced joints, weight reduced 10%. The bear was gone off the chest. The plating had changed shape in a dozen small ways. There was not one part of it that a quartermaster could have identified. I put it on and stood in my own house feeling the weight settle, and I made a decision I have never gone back on. I was going to wear it, everywhere, in front of everyone, because a secret you hide is a secret somebody can find. A thing you wear openly in daylight with an axe on your hip is not a secret. It's a statement, and the statement is, come and take it. Xu Ming took approximately 4 seconds to test that. I walked into his yard in full plate with a helmet on and an axe on my hip, and Auntie Sue took one look and said, "Wow, you've struck it rich." And Xu Ming came out with a bag of food and could not stop staring, and finally he reached out and put his hand flat on my chest plate like a man testing fruit. "White bear armor. Wang Lei, you're pretty impressive." "This is white bear armor? I wouldn't know." "Are you selling it?" 5 white stones. 5 white stones. For a set of Type 2 armor. I have heard better offers from men trying to buy a bucket. I closed my hand around his wrist. This is the moment I found out what I actually was. He pulled, not a casual pull. He put his heel into the dirt and turned his shoulder over and used the whole engine, and I felt the strength come up his arm, and it was enormous. It was the strength that had thrown a 30-year-old man 4 meters through the air. It did not move my hand. Then I shrugged, twisted at the waist, and threw him. He went 4 or 5 meters and took another dozen steps backward, getting his balance, and stood there staring at me with his mouth slightly open. Why are you touching my armor? I'm not selling, but for 100 stones I'd consider it. Are you crazy? Let me touch you, I said, and reached for him. And a mutant, a man who could stop a punch and drop a soldier, jumped back 3 meters like a startled bird and ran. Hold that image. It is the exact moment the balance in that town changed, and both of us knew it, and neither of us said it. I did not kill him that day, and the reason was simple. He was post office property. If a postman dies, investigators arrive and start opening things. I was not yet strong enough to be interesting to an organization, and I intended to stay uninteresting until I was. He gave me my carving knife, keeping 4 meters between us the whole time, and I went home. That night I met a level 4 creature in my own living room. I heard the hooves first. Ding, ding, ding in the dark somewhere past my yard, going nowhere in particular. My detector was reading 20. Safe, because the detector reaches 150 meters and whatever was out there hadn't come inside that yet. Then it did. 150, 230, 330, 359, 359. Ghosts read 90. The combined evil skin read 178. My machine had never printed a number like that. I put my eye to the peephole and there it was, close enough to touch through the wood. A rotted horse head with 2 black sockets and no eyes in them, and the body of the headless rider swaying on its back and the ribs showing through the gut, and it was looking at my door. I stood behind 12 centimeters of steel and wood, knowing perfectly well that they meant nothing. It walked 2 steps, and I moved before it did, because I'd been told the pattern and I'd been waiting weeks to test it. It moves, then it goes. I threw myself sideways and hit true sprint, and there was a sound in the room like air deciding to be somewhere else, and a plague horse arrived inside my house standing exactly where I had been. Its head made a series of clicks as it turned, and it found me in the corner. And I have to tell you that for 1 full second, that empty face across a small room, in my own home, with my own fire going, was the worst thing I have ever felt. Then I threw a white stone into its chest. The light went off inside it like something bursting. Holes opened all over, and the headless rider on its back shook and lost pieces of itself onto my floor, and the whole thing let out 2 heavy breaths through those rotted nostrils. Then it moved again, and I moved with it. That's the trick. That's the entire trick, and it cost about 6 seconds to learn, and I have never forgotten it. It is not fast. It is instantaneous. You cannot dodge instantaneous. You have to leave at the same moment, or you are standing where it arrives, and where it arrives, the gray mist comes and takes your face. So we did that. Twice more, around my own living room, a level 4 abnormal creature and a man in stolen armor appearing and disappearing in a space the size of a shed, until on the 4th exchange I stopped running away and ran forward instead and put the axe through its skull before it could set its feet. It came apart, and then the second one came in. I'd like to say I was calm about that. What actually happened is that I heard the hooves outside and thought, in the plainest possible language, oh no. But by then I had a plan, and the plan was disgusting, and it worked. While I ran, I put 2 white stones on my own floor, in the open, in the spot I was about to not be standing in, and the plague horse arrived on top of them. They went off underneath it at contact range, both of them, and a dozen beams of light came up through it from below, and the thing on its back convulsed silently and lost most of itself, and then there was a sound like a domino run as its bones went out one after another, and the whole creature collapsed into a pile. Silence. Outside my house, more hooves. The detector sat at 310. There were more of them out there, and they had felt both of those deaths, and they did not come in. They stood in my yard for 20 minutes, and then the number dropped to 250, and then to 30, and they were gone. They wanted it. They just weren't willing to pay for it. 2 things about that night define everything after it. 1, I killed 2 level 4 abnormal creatures inside my own home, and the corpses were worth nothing. Bones like chalk. I hit one with the axe out of curiosity, and it turned to powder. Whatever the research institute wants from a ghost, a plague horse does not have it. 2, and this is the important one. My house had stopped being a defense. It was now just a room where the fight happened. Every upgrade I put into those walls had bought me exactly 1 category of safety, and I had now met 2 separate things that walk through walls and 1 thing that comes in through the rain, and I hadn't even met the rain yet, which is the moment my priorities changed permanently. Stop building the box, build the man. The 3rd talent finished the next evening, and it is my favorite one. Talent attribute, 100 shots, 100 hits. Depending on the tool and the distance, you will gain the talent attribute 100 shots, 100 hits, which is the least informative sentence the system has ever produced, and also the largest lie of omission, because what it actually means is this. I picked up a pebble off my table, looked at a crack in the roof stones, flicked my wrist, and hit it. Then I closed my eyes, fixed a spot on the floor in my mind, the left corner at the base of the door where there's a gap, and threw. Hit it. With my eyes shut, it's not aim, it's a relationship. Any object in my hand and any point I have decided on are already connected, and the throw is just paperwork. And then I picked up the pistol. The gun and I became one thing. Wherever I looked, the barrel was already there. my finger was already on the trigger, and there was a certainty in my chest that I have no honest way to describe except to say that missing stopped being one of the available outcomes. I sat there for a while thinking about what that meant, and the thought I landed on was this. From tonight, every bullet I own is a kill, not a shot. A kill. My ammunition supply just became a body count. 2 days later, I went to Yunjiang City, and that trip cost a man his hand and gave me a friend. It was Yang Gang who set it up, and the man running it was somebody I'd only seen once. Yang Duan lived in the strangest house in town. 2 stone houses welded together, a yard of bare dirt with wire fencing around it, an iron door instead of wood covered in weld scars and animal claw marks, and a black Jeep parked outside with spikes on the crash bar and mesh inside the windows. And when I walked up to it, he opened the door and shouted, "Don't come any closer. There are mines in the yard and you don't know where they are." Then he came out hopping between markers only he could see. Lean, weathered, mismatched armor plates he'd clearly scavenged and bolted together himself, submachine gun over his shoulder, and eyes that went over me once and priced everything I was wearing. "Your armor's good, heavy, bulletproof I'd guess, 70, 80 pounds. Can you move fast in that? It should be fine. Your physical fitness is already very strong. I knew when I first met you." Yang Duan was Special Forces, Hunter Academy, 12 years, first place in the whole unit competition, and if the world hadn't ended, he'd have been a captain. He was also, and this took me a while to see, one of the 2 or 3 genuinely decent men I met that entire year. We drove out with him, Yang Gang, and Elder Yang, and about 10 kilometers short of the city, a dozen figures were standing on both sides of the road. "Evil skin or walking corpses," said Yang Duan, without slowing down. "Not stopping." "Stopping is suicide," I agreed, and he glanced at me, and I think that's the moment he decided I was worth talking to. He drove straight through one at 80 and threw a grenade out of the window as we passed the rest, and I watched a cluster of them come apart in the mirror. Yunjiang City is what a city looks like when the thing that took it did not need doors. Empty supermarkets, hotels standing open with brown stains on the steps. At the entrance of one of them, there were human skins on the ground, flattened, spread out like something had pressed them there, with the blood dried in a splash pattern around them. I do not know what did that. Yang Duan didn't either, and that's the part that stays with me. There are things out here that do specific and deliberate horrors, and there is nobody left alive who can tell you their names. The plan was food first, then guns, because the guns were near the core, and the core is where the walking corpses are. The supermarket was empty, stripped, which is where the day went sideways, because 2 people came out of the dark at the back of the food aisles with their hands up. A thin man in glasses and a pale woman, both filthy, both unarmed, both claiming to be survivors who'd been trapped here since the beginning. Yang Duan tested them with a white stone, which is the correct procedure, and the stone stayed lit, so they weren't abnormal, and then they told us the story. "There's food in the warehouse. I was the manager here. Take us with you, and it's all yours. My wife and I just want to reach the fortress." And the whole way to that warehouse, I got more and more uncomfortable, and it took me until we were standing inside it to work out why. It was too smooth. Every question had an answer. Every answer arrived a half beat early. The woman looked at the floor at the right moments. The man nudged her forward at the right moment. And nobody in this world offers a stranger a warehouse. "It's like watching a performance," I said to Yang Duan, quietly, at the back. He went very still. I felt something too. I hadn't put words on it. And then the man in glasses got impatient, which is the mistake, because a genuinely desperate man is never impatient. "Hey, you two, finish talking? At least show some sincerity." Yang Duan took out a white stone to show good faith, and as the man reached for it, I shot him in the head. Yang Gang shouted. Elder Yang shouted louder. Then I put a second round through the woman. "Killing people on suspicion? Wang Lei, you." And that was when a burst of automatic fire came out of the dark and took the top of Elder Yang's head off. The order of events matters to me. I shot first. I have never pretended otherwise. And about 1.5 seconds later, a man opened up from ambush from a position that would have caught all 4 of us standing in a group looking at food. They'd done it before. They had a routine and a script and a couple in a warehouse who'd been kept hungry enough to read it. 4 survivor squads before us. Elder Yang died because I was 1.5 seconds early instead of 5 seconds early. That is the entire margin, and I have thought about it. The firefight in that warehouse was a mess. Dark, shelves everywhere, muzzle flash the only light. Yang Duan put a magazine into the corner to make the shooter give himself away. Yang Gang took a round through the arm. Here is the whole of that warehouse properly because the montage version does the people in it a disservice. The man in glasses was called Duan Jun and the woman was called Yang Mei, and they were married, and they had been kept in a locked room in an office building next to that supermarket for months. The man who kept them there was called Guo Qiang, a mutant in a combat uniform with an AK across his chest, and Guo Qiang answered to the one in the gray lizard armor, who never gave a name to anybody. The routine was this. A survivor squad arrives in the city, because they always do, because Yunjiang has a Walmart and everybody knows it. The couple comes out of the dark with their hands up and tells them there is food in the warehouse. The squad relaxes. The squad follows them somewhere with poor sightlines, and then 2 mutants kill everybody and take the shining stones. 4 squads before us. They kept the couple hungry on purpose. That was the mechanism. Guo Chang would come down before a job with a packet of biscuits and a bar of chocolate and throw the biscuits on the floor, and the man in glasses would go across the concrete on his hands and knees for them and eat them all in front of his wife without looking up once. That is not cruelty for its own sake. That is training. You cannot fake desperation. So they simply arranged for it to be real and then pointed it at us. And here's the thing I have never been able to get past. It worked 4 times. 4 squads of armed, experienced, extremely careful people walked into a supermarket, met 2 starving civilians, and believed them because everything about them was true. The hunger was true. The fear was true. The wife looking at the floor was true. The only false thing in the entire performance was the ending. I caught it because of a sentence. The man said, "Take us with you, and everything here is yours," and I stood there in the dark with an axe on my hip and thought, nobody says that. Not one person in this world has ever offered a stranger a warehouse. I have watched a man draw a knife over a door. I have watched a woman put a shotgun to another woman's head over an errand, and then, in the warehouse, he told us part of the food was poisoned with barium chloride as insurance. That was the second flag, and it was the bigger one because it was too good. It explained why we couldn't just take the food and leave them, and it did it in 1 sentence, and it arrived exactly when it was needed. Nobody improvises that well while starving. I said it out loud to Yang Duan at the back, very quietly. It's like watching a performance. And he said, I felt something too. I hadn't put words on it, and his hand moved toward his weapon in a way I noticed. And then Duan Jun got impatient. That was the 3rd flag and the last one. Hey, you two, finish talking? At least show some sincerity. A man who has been locked in a room for 4 months does not hurry a transaction. He is grateful and he is patient and he lets it take all day. So when he reached out for the white stone, I shot him, and 2 seconds later I shot her. I felt something about that one. She had done nothing except be used as a prop by 2 mutants and a hungry husband. I did not know any of that when I pulled the trigger, and if I had known, I would have done it anyway. That is the actual math of the wilderness, and it is ugly all the way down. Their lives against the 4 of us. I did not have time to separate the tool from the hand holding it. Elder Yang died about 1.5 seconds later when Guo Chang opened up from the dark with a submachine gun and night vision. 1.5 seconds. That is the entire distance between the version of that day where 3 of us walked out and the version where 4 did, and it is my fault, and it is not something I could have closed by being cleverer. Yang Gang took a round through the arm during that exchange, and that is the round that killed him 8 days later in his own house at 4 in the morning. I want that connection made plainly because I have made it plainly to myself. A man in gray armor in a supermarket pulled a trigger, and 8 days later, 7 ghosts got through a door that would have held if the man behind it had 2 working hands. Everything out here is like that. Nothing kills you when it happens. It kills you later. And then something came at me from behind that I never heard at all. Gray armor. A long blade coming down at my neck at a speed a person does not generate. True sprint got me out of it by about the width of my own shoulder, and the blade went into the concrete floor. I came back around and took his forearm with the axe and left a canyon in his arm plate, and he made a noise and jumped back 20 meters, and I mean jumped, with a jet of gas out of the tail of his armor and a vortex of air behind him. Speed and strength are both so great, he said, in a voice with electronics under it. This must be a mutant. The suit was called Gray Lizard Armor. It had the name stenciled on the chest under about a year of scarring, a helmet shaped like something reptilian, spinal plating, boots like claws, speed type, and under it was a peak-tier mutant who had killed 4 squads of people with a partner and a lie. We had about a 90-second conversation in the middle of that, which I include because it tells you everything about how business is done out here. I didn't expect you to be so good. Fine, I admit defeat. You can leave. Take whatever food you want. It's not poisoned. You're giving up already? I don't want to lose-lose. We're all survivors. It's all about survival. Then let's each take a step back. You take off your helmet, I take off mine. Take it off? You're dreaming. How am I not being sincere? No, I can't take off my helmet. You killed 2 of mine, I killed 1 of yours, I'm the one who lost out. And I said, then let's do it your way. And drew and fired into his goggles before the sentence finished. He lived because that armor was better than mine at stopping bullets, and the goggles went white with cracks. And then he ran, and I ran after him. What happened next still pleases me. He was faster than me in a straight line, not by much, but by enough, and he was running toward the far end of a corridor in a building he had lived in for months, which meant he was running towards something he had prepared. So I stopped chasing, planted my heel, and threw the axe. 90 meters, spinning. It went a third of the way into his back through the spinal plating, and he went down and rolled 7 or 8 times and did not get up. Then I walked slowly and put 3 rounds into him, and he still wasn't dead, which is how I found out what a peak mutant actually is. He came off the ground like something on springs and hit me in the arm guard hard enough to numb my whole forearm, and shouted, "Why are you relentlessly pursuing me? I said I've lost. You'll just give up if you lose? What kind of logic is that?" And then I killed him, and it was not elegant. I hit true sprint, came in, feinted with the axe, appeared beside him instead of in front of him, and put my fist into the back of his neck, which is the one place a man in armor cannot cover and cannot see. He went down face first, and I sat on his chest and started punching, once, twice, and the third one. And Tiger's subduing force went off, and the goggles came apart, and I could see a face inside there, 30-something. Small eyes, blood in his teeth. And then I kept going, because the skull under it was harder than a skull has any business being, and it took considerably longer than I expected. When Yang Duan came around the corner with Yang Gang leaning on him, he stopped dead. "Killed?" he said, which is a stupid question, and he knew it was a stupid question while he was asking it. Then he turned the body over and found the mark on the neck. "Wang Lei, you killed a mutant, and a military one at that." He explained it to me sitting on the floor of that corridor while Yang Gang bled into a bandage. When the disaster started, the army picked the fittest people they had and gave them the first mutant serum. It went beautifully, right up until the part where a significant fraction of them stopped sleeping, then stopped recognizing people, then stopped being people. The project got suspended. Some of the ones who came through it clean stayed in the army and became the sharpest thing humanity had, and some of them, evidently, took their 200,000 yuan of state-of-the-art armor and went into business robbing survivors in a supermarket. "Take it," Yang Duan said, handing me the gray lizard armor. He'd stripped it in 10 minutes because he'd seen the clasps before. "There's room in the car now." There was room in the car because Elder Yang was dead. Neither of us said that. We came home with 12 boxes of ammunition, 2 boxes of grenades, a shotgun, a submachine gun, a sniper rifle, a set of ruined speed armor, and enough food for a season, and a man with a right arm that was never going to work properly again. Yang Gang died 3 nights later, and it was my fault in a way that I have never been able to argue myself out of. I offered him my house. I offered twice. Yang Duan offered too, and he said no, because an injured man attracts them, and if the ghost came for him and found me, he'd have brought it to my door. That was his whole reasoning. He had a hole through his bicep and a hand that wouldn't close, and he ran the numbers on himself and decided that the safest place for his friends was a room with him not in it. 7 ghosts hit his house that night. His door was a monster. 2 doors laminated together, tens of centimeters thick, studded with barbed nails specifically so nothing could get purchase on it, and it took 2 of them at a dead run to breach it, which means he was better prepared than anyone in that town. He fired every shell he had. He hit them. There's a white stone burn on the step where he wounded one badly enough to make it scream, and then they took the arm he had left. I have reconstructed Yang Gang's last night from his house, and I am going to tell it because a man who dies alone deserves at least to have somebody count the shots. He had reinforced that door 3 times. 2 doors laminated together, tens of centimeters thick, studded all over with rusty barbed nails specifically so that nothing could get a claw into it. It was the best door in that town after mine, and it was built by hand with no system and no talent, out of sheer stubbornness. They came at 4 in the morning, 2 of them at first. He heard them and got up and put 2 white stones on the floor by the entrance with his good hand, because the other one wouldn't lift, and the 2 of them stopped and stood there and would not come closer because of the stones. He had that. For a few minutes he had that. Then one of them roared, and 4 or 5 more came out of the mist at a run. 7. Around one house. The first one backed up, dropped onto all 4s, dug its claws into the mud, and hit that door like something fired out of a tube. And the door bent. Cracks straight across it. The second one hit it before the first had finished falling. A hole opened, and a face came into it, and he put a shotgun shell straight through it at 2 meters. That's the part I want on the record. One-handed, with a ruined arm, in the dark, at a range where the thing could reach him, he hit it. Then he hit the next one. He put a white stone through an arm that came through the gap and blew holes right up it and made it scream. He fired until the gun was empty, and then he was a man with 1 arm and no shells in a room with a hole in the door. The third one came in over the wreckage. They took him apart in the house he'd spent 2 years fortifying. And when they finished, one of them walked to the doorway and looked back once, and then pulled the broken door closed behind it. Pulled it closed, behind itself. I've asked 2 investigators about that, and neither of them had an explanation, and both of them wrote it down. He should not have died. He had a better house than anybody except me. He died because he was carrying a hole in his arm and had a private rule about never being a burden, and he applied that rule to his own survival with complete consistency, right up to the end. I offered him my house twice. He said no twice. And both times the reason was the same, and both times he was polite about it. An injured man draws them. If they come for me and find you, I've brought it to your door. That sentence has followed me. Everyone in this world tells you that the apocalypse strips people down to the animal, that the code goes first, then the manners, then the rest. And I watched that happen. I watched a man cut off a neighbor's finger as a teaching aid, and a woman get pinned to a cabinet for 3 pebbles, and a teacher trade a girl for a seat. And then there was Yang Gang, who priced his own worth, decided the number had gone down, and quietly took himself out of everybody else's equation. He was, in every measurable way, one of the weakest people in this story. He is the only one who died for someone else. I found out because I went to see him in the morning, and his door had more scratches on it than mine, and the wood chips were fresh, and nobody answered. And when I kicked it open, Xu Ming was standing in the middle of the room with an armful of Yang Gang's weapons. "Don't get agitated," he said. "I didn't do it. You can tell that." I could tell that. There were bones on the floor with tooth marks on them and a circle of bloody footprints, and the new combat uniform we'd taken out of that armory in Yunjiang was in pieces around them. He had walked into a dead man's house before the blood was dry and started sorting through the shelves. He was already carrying the shotgun and 2 boxes of ammunition and the food we'd hauled 200 kilometers. "What a pity," he said, and he actually sounded relaxed. "But it would be a shame to waste these. Where did you two go anyway? How did you get so many weapons? Maybe we could go together next time." I put a gun on him. And he did not flinch because he had an iron whistle on his shoulder that records, and because he was a mutant with a second dose scheduled, and because the specific tragedy of Xu Ming is that he was never once wrong about what he could get away with, right up until the last 30 seconds of his life. "What do you want to do? Kill me? What does this have to do with me? First come, first served." That phrase again. That is the exact sentence Duan Wei said to me over a door on the second day before he tried to open my head. 2 men, 2 months apart, same words. It's not a coincidence. It's what this place produces. "Leave half," I said. "You. That's the condition." And he did, because he was leaving anyway, and because he'd worked out that 100 stones of goods was not worth finding out what I was. "I'm going to the 11th fortress in the morning," he told me on his way out. "The next postman's coming. Some kid with nobody to care about him. And listen, since you've been useful to me, this town is finished. Once the postman stops coming, no new stones, no food, no weapons. Nobody's going to be sent to replace him." Then he said the thing that actually stopped me. "You'll come to the fortress one day, and I do have connections. In the adult world, there are no enemies, only interests." He looked at me with those small eyes. "The rich in the fortress eat meat every day. Cockroach jerky is for the poor. You don't know how they live." And his eyes went red while he said it, actually red, with envy, standing in the house of a man who died 6 hours earlier. That's the last useful thing he ever told me, and he didn't know he was telling it, because for the first time I understood what Xu Ming actually was, all the way down. He wasn't cruel for profit. He was a man who had spent his whole life being shown a table he wasn't allowed to sit at, and had decided that the correct response was to make sure everyone below him ate worse. I closed the door on Yang Gang's bones and stood outside it for a while. "Goodbye, my friend," I said. He should not have died. He had a working house and a good gun and years of experience. He died because he had a hole in his arm and a strict personal rule about not being a burden. I have never been able to decide whether that makes him a fool or the best man I met that year, and I have stopped trying because I think it's both, and I think the world he was living in is the reason those are the same thing. Now, about the silver coin. I had 3 of them, from Duanhua, in the lining of my coat. And that night, with my mental strength finished and something new sitting behind my eyes, I looked at one properly for the first time. Let me explain what my mental strength upgrade actually did, because it wasn't intelligence. When I carve a rune now, I can feel it. There's a structure in the pattern, and the structure does something. It takes a specific amount out of me and holds it, and when the last groove closes, something snaps shut and the stone is alive. And when I looked at the red rock silver coin, it had that same quality. Not a rune, but not a piece of metal either. Something with a texture to it. So I did the obvious experiment. I put a coin on my table and started carving a rune into it. Silver is soft. It went fast. And as I closed the last groove, the pattern disappeared. Not smudged. Erased. I watched the lines I had just cut go smooth under my own knife, as if a hand I couldn't see had wiped them off, and the coin sat there with its tower stamp intact and nothing else. I did it again. Same result. My mental strength drained out both times, and I got nothing back. 2 runes, gone, and I sat there looking at a coin. This is money. In a world where food is scarce and ammunition is finite and a shining stone is the only thing standing between a family and a monster, somebody has kept a currency in circulation. They have made sure everyone accepts it. They've made it uncounterfeitable in a way nobody can explain. And it eats runes. That is not money. That is money-shaped. I put those coins away in the cabinet and left that alone, and it sat in the back of my head like a splinter for weeks. And when I finally got the answer out of a man in a room in a fortress, it was worse than anything I'd imagined. Then it started raining, and the rain was a person. It began as a drizzle, which is not unusual, except that a week later, it was still raining, and it was raining nowhere else. I saw that with my own eyes from a hilltop later. The whole town under a fine gray drizzle, and dry ground everywhere outside it. The rain did not bring the thing. The thing brought the rain. The first thing I knew about it, my white stone at the door cracked and died on its own. Then droplets appeared on the inside of my door, not leaking, forming, appearing on the wood in a spreading pattern, and the pattern was a hand, a transparent hand made of water pressing through 12 centimeters of steel and hardwood from the other side. Up to that point, every problem I had was a problem that could be solved by a stronger wall. That is the deal you make out here. You build, and in return, the world stays outside. There was a hand coming through my door, and there was nothing under it. I threw a stone at the floor under it, and the light went up, and the hand came apart into a splash of droplets. Then I threw another, and the third one drove it back, and I got the peephole open in time to see a shape standing out in the drizzle with one arm missing at the wrist, a body made of falling water. You couldn't see through it, and you couldn't see into it. Just a smear of a person, and a face that never resolved, except for the smile. The smile was very clear. It went all the way to where the ears would be. The post office calls them rain men, and they are level 4, and they kill you by getting inside your body and filling it with cold water until you come apart. That thing killed Auntie Sue 2 nights later. It came in through her water barrel. She had stones out. Her door was shut. She'd done everything right, and it condensed out of her own drinking supply and stood in the middle of her house in a falling rain that came out of nothing. Her shotgun went straight through it and hit the wall behind. She got 5 stones off before it reached her, and every one of them hurt it. She was tough all the way to the end, and she took a level 4 creature down to a body full of holes with nothing but pebbles and nerve. It wasn't enough. It's never enough with 5. Auntie Sue deserves more than a line, and how she died is the whole argument for everything I did afterward. She had 2 boys living with her by then. Defense Force, from the convoy, who had looked at the fortress and looked at a woman with a house and a revolver and made a straightforward calculation. She fed them, and they helped her, and everybody understood the arrangement, and if you want to be disgusted by that, you are welcome to. But they were both alive that week, and a lot of people weren't. She had 3 white stones on her at all times, even indoors, even asleep. That was her rule, and she never broke it. And one of those boys heard rain. That's how it started. Not a knock, not a detector. A 19-year-old sitting on the floor of a stone house saying, "Auntie Sue, why does the rain sound like it's inside the house?" She went and looked at the water barrel. There were ripples on it. Small ones, spreading, the way water moves when something is falling into it, in a sealed room with no leak and no wind. And then a thin mist came up off the surface of her own drinking water and hung there, and the water began to fall upward, which is a sentence I am aware makes no sense, and which is exactly what she saw. The rain man came out of her barrel. He killed the boy first, not with hands. The boy started shaking, and his arm came up on its own and grabbed at nothing, and then he began to swell. His body inflated. His face went past being a face. The skin stretched so tight it went translucent, and fine beads of blood came out through the pores. And while all of this was happening, he could still speak, and what he said was, "Auntie Sue, save me." She emptied a shotgun into him to stop it. That was the correct decision, and the kindest available one, and she made it in about 2 seconds, and she was 50 years old. Then she fought it. 5 white stones, one after another, all 3 she was carrying, and 2 more from the floor, and every single one of them hurt it. Her house was full of light and gray mist, and a body that came apart into holes and reassembled and came apart again. 5 was not enough. 5 is never enough. That is the number that killed her, and it is the number that would have killed me, right up until the week I came home from an ambush with 1400. The last thing that happened in that house is that Auntie Sue lay on the floor with her body full of cold water and her skin going blue, unable to move, and looked up at a smiling smear in the rain. She said, "It hurts." That's the whole record. A woman who had been on a national shooting team, who had survived 3 wars and 11 months of this, who kept a revolver in the door and stones in her pocket and had never once been careless, and the end of it was 2 words on a floor. I liked her enormously. She was rude and she was greedy, and she took what she wanted out of the end of the world with both hands, and she never pretended otherwise for 1 second, and I have met a great many people since who could learn from that. And when I killed the thing that did it, 4 days later, I did not do it in a fight. I did it by opening 2 boxes. And plainly, because I have heard people tell this part like I planned it, I could have killed that rain man. After my second encounter with it, I knew exactly how. It's not immune to the stones, it's just resistant, and resistance is a number, and I had 400 stones by then, and it had a finite quantity of whatever it's made of. I chose not to, Because there was a man in the fortress who had already decided to kill me, and he was going to send somebody, and when they came, I wanted there to be something in this town that walks through walls. Xu Ming left on a Tuesday, and I killed him about 40 kilometers out. Yang Duan drove. He insisted, in the specific way a man does when he's decided he owes you and has picked the currency himself. Killing people is my profession, he said cheerfully. Even more than killing abnormal creatures. You do the ambush, I'll drive. We ran him down on the provincial road with his own supply route working against him, because there are only 3 safe roads to the fortress, and a postman uses the safest. I did it out of a moving car at about 120 with a submachine gun into a fuel filler cap. A month earlier, I could not have done that. A month earlier, I couldn't reliably hit a wall, and Yang Duan, who had spent 12 years in an organization that produces the best shooters in the country, went quiet for a long moment after he watched me do it, and then said, "That is a very difficult shot." The vehicle went up and rolled off the road into a paddy, and Xu Ming climbed out of the wreck and caught the first round I put at his head out of the air with his left hand. I'd like to make sure that lands. He turned his head aside, closed his palm on a bullet, and opened it to show a flattened piece of metal. "It's you." And then he came at me with a technique, real Xingyi. 2 fists arriving from 4 directions with the whole body behind them and a sound in the air like cloth tearing. Every shot that man ever fired was aimed at somebody weaker than him. That was his entire method for 50 years. And on the last day of his life, he finally met somebody where the arithmetic ran the other way, and he did not adjust, because he had never once needed to. I hit true sprint and appeared beside him and put a punch into his ribs, and his face changed. This armor increased his power that much? No, he's been hiding. He's not what I thought. I let him say it. It was very close to a compliment. He tried a knee to my chin, which would have taken the head off a normal man, and I vanished out from under it and reappeared behind him and put my fist into his temple. 3rd attack. Critically injured. He went down onto one knee and blood came out of both nostrils and he could not make his eyes agree on how many of me there were. I crouched down in front of him. "Do you know the secret of the red rock silver coin? Why it can't be engraved with a rune?" "What?" I said. "Do you know the secret of the silver coin?" And he stared up at me with his face full of blood and total incomprehension, and I realized I was interrogating a man who had spent 30 years handling that currency and had never once been curious about it. "Never mind, you wouldn't know." And I shot him through the forehead. We took a notebook off his body, which turned out to matter more than anything else he owned. Every observation he'd ever logged in this town, in a small hand, dated, and the last entry was 3 days old. Level 4, abnormal creature appeared in the town center. Rain covering approximately 21,000 square meters, almost the entire town. Rain Man coverage has increased about 40% from post office data. Postman, Xu Ming. He'd been measuring it. On his way out, with his bags packed, he'd stopped his car on a hill and written down the dimensions of the thing that was going to eat the people he was leaving behind, because that was his job, and he was, in that one narrow sense, extremely good at it. There was also a metal box, with a combination lock, which he had not put his stones in, which meant it held something he valued more than money. Yang Duan chopped him up afterward, thoroughly, and threw the head some distance, which I think was more personal than practical. "That beast is finally dead," he said. "Mutants have strong defense, but once they're hurt, they're nothing. The genetic modification technology still isn't good enough." And then he said, "Since we're out here anyway, do you want to see the fortress?" And that is how I ended up inside the 11th fortress with a stolen suit of armor, a dead postman's box, and no idea what I was walking into. The fortress from outside is a mountain of welded steel sitting in the wilderness with searchlights on it and gun positions every 100 meters. Inside, it's a 3rd-tier city from 20 years ago that hasn't been swept. That's the part nobody warns you about. You brace yourself for a fortress, and then you go through the gate, and there are alleys with washing lines strung across them, and mud brick walls, and a man selling something out of a bucket, and electric light in about a third of the windows because power is expensive. Getting in cost Yang Duan a bag of stones and a code word to a bald man in a jeep, and the soldier on the ramp took a cigarette and told us his shift rotation. That is the security of humanity's last redoubt. 1 cigarette and a promise of a small gift after work, and I understood immediately why. Everyone senior in that place knows the fortress will eventually fall, and knows they will be evacuated to somewhere better, and knows that when that happens, the only thing that transfers with them is money. So everything is for sale, all the time, to everybody, not from corruption, from forecasting. Yang Duan took me to a man called Elder Bao. Elder Bao had been his company commander. He was built like a bear that had been in an accident, 1 glass eye, a cane, a bad leg, and he ran the smuggling in the North District. He hugged Yang Duan in the doorway and shouted at his men to prepare a welcome dinner, and for about an hour I thought I was watching 2 old soldiers being pleased to see each other. The dinner was 3 canned dishes, 2 pre-cooked ones, 1 hot dish of wild boar, a bag of peanuts, and 2 bottles of fen liquor. I want to note that That is a gang boss's banquet at the top of the underground in a fortress of tens of thousands. 6 dishes, mostly out of tins. There was also an old man in the corner who barely spoke, who opened Shuming's box for me in about 4 minutes with a bent piece of wire. Elder Han, former postman of the 44th Fortress, which no longer exists. Whole family dead. Mechanic by training. Inside the box was a plastic bag with 7 or 8 seeds in it. Black, the size of a little finger, covered in barbs, and a note in Shuming's handwriting. I discovered wolf-fang thorns outside the town, seemingly a new species, but it was destroyed by some abnormal creatures. These are the few remaining seeds, a plant that abnormal creatures hate enough to go out of their way to destroy. And I looked at that and felt something move in my chest because I had spent 2 months building walls, and I had just been handed the possibility of a fence that fights back. Elder Han watched me put the seeds away and crush the post office box flat in one hand until it was scrap. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, I said, nobody knows what this was. He looked at me for a long moment. I won't say. And then, because I was in a room with a man who had spent years handling official currency, I took out a silver coin and asked him, why can't the red rock silver coin be engraved with a rune? And Elder Han, who had said perhaps 40 words all evening, went very still. I don't know why either, he said. You're right, I've tried it too, I failed. He'd tried it too. Every quiet person in this world who has ever held one of these has tried it, and none of them talk about it, and they all remember failing. Elder Bao showed me what he was after dinner, and he did it by accident. He wanted Yang Duan back. He spent the whole meal working around to it, and when Yang Duan said no, he laughed and moved on and offered to have his people take us somewhere more entertaining, and named the kind of place he meant, and Yang Duan stood up so fast the table moved. Elder Bao, you're in this business? Yang Duan, you're still living in a dream. You'll understand when you wake up. Doing this kind of business. And Yang Duan couldn't finish the sentence, and the bald man at the table drew a pistol and put it against his head, and Elder Bao backhanded that man across the room and beat him on the floor for pulling a gun in front of his brother, and then turned around and explained himself, and the explanation is the thing I remember. He pointed at his own glass eye. They took this out with a knife, it hurt so much, and I forgot the pain, and I gouged his out, and I took his place and everything he owned, and his wife and his children. Do you know how long they cried? 3 days and 3 nights. I watched all of it, and when they couldn't cry anymore, I beat them to death. He said this to a room, cheerfully, with his hand on Yang Duan's shoulder. And I looked at Yang Duan's face and watched a man lose something he'd been carrying for a year, which was the belief that the person he'd followed into 3 wars still existed somewhere under all this. There's a hanging scroll in Elder Bao's meeting room, 4 characters, righteousness reaching the heavens. He kept a statue of Guan Yu under it with incense burning. He washed his hands before he lit the sticks. I have thought about that scroll a great deal. I don't think it's hypocrisy exactly. I think a man like that genuinely needs to believe there is a code, right up until the moment the code costs him something, and then the code becomes a decoration, and then the decoration becomes the only part he still owns. Before that, though, Elder Bao's man took us somewhere else, and I need to tell you about it because it is the answer to a question I had been carrying for weeks. The bald man walked us to a converted basement with neon in the corridor and carpet on the floor and music leaking through the walls and 2 tattooed men on a sofa at the entrance who stood up when they saw who we were with. We've had some very pretty young ones come in these past few days. Not even graduated, refugees, really lovely. Sent by the Guardian Army? I said. The big man stopped and looked at me like I'd asked whether water was wet. Yes, is there a problem? Weren't the people they escorted supposed to be important? Powerful families? He laughed at that. You were rich before you came here. You're penniless now. So I went in and sat down in a private room and told them to bring the women through. Yang Duan worked out what I was doing about 4 seconds in and said nothing, and then started backing me, loudly. The madam brought a line of them, young, dressed for the room. Some of them looked at me with fear, and some looked at the man in armor with open curiosity, and a few of them had that particular blankness that means somebody has already decided the next few years for themselves. Next group. Handsome? You didn't like any of them? Change them. Second group. Same age, thinner, more tired. Change them. Oh dear. That's everyone. There are people in the other rooms. Bring them all. Sir, this isn't a vegetable market. You can't be picky. And I put my pistol on the table. Yang Duan leaned across and pressed a red rock silver coin into her hand and said in an extremely friendly voice, listen to me, don't die here, it would be such a pity, this is Elder Bao's place and I know that, and I got out of here alive once, I don't know about you. She brought everybody. Every woman in that building came past me in a line, and I looked at every single face, and none of them was the one I was looking for. I put the gun away and stood up and thanked them and left, and I was so relieved I had to stop in the corridor, because Yang Jie had gone into that fortress with a post office investigator, escorting her and a mother with connections, and she was 19, and she looked like she looked, and I had spent a week not letting myself finish that thought. Elder Han found us on the street afterward in a black car and put a document in my hands. It was a list. Names, ages, previous occupations, and the names and positions of family members at the 11th Fortress. Wang Fang, 21, assistant mechanic at the 44th Fortress repair shop. Father, deputy general manager, Yiwei Pharmaceutical. Mother, teacher, 11th Fortress High School. Currently out of contact, page after page of them. They're mostly people of status, Elder Han said, from the front seat without turning around. They arrive, they can't find their families, and they can't carve enough shining stone to be worth feeding. There's no room for idlers in a fortress. If you can't produce, you wait for the cleaners to put you down a drain. So they end up here. And we keep the records because when a family is finally located, they can be redeemed. At a price. That's the new rule. I read the whole list twice. Yang Jie was not on it. Don't worry, said Elder Han. The information is accurate. I don't even know who you're looking for. And I sat back in that car and understood the fortress completely, in one go, in a way that all the walls and searchlights had not managed. Out in the wilderness, if you cannot produce, an abnormal creature eats you. Inside the walls, if you cannot produce, a person does. Elder Han recruited me that night, in the dark, in a car, and he did it by telling me the truth, which was smart of him. There's a mission tomorrow. 9 of the security officer's people are defecting with 2 cars of shining stones and a document. 2 of them are complete form mutants. Kill 9, leave 1 alive, and Elder Bao will pay you 40 white stones and a permanent pass. Why is it Elder Bao's job? Because a scandal like that can only be handled by people in the underworld. The security officer cares about his reputation. He needs them to die quietly, outside. And then, because he wanted me committed, he gave me the thing I had actually come for. You want to know the secret of the silver coin? Fine. It is the extraordinary system. Red rock silver is the only medium that feeds a transcendent. I sat there in the dark of that car. Feeds. They devour it. I don't know how, but that's what it is. Food. There is a currency in circulation across the whole of what's left of this country that everybody has to earn and hold and hand around, that cannot be forged, that quietly eats any attempt to turn it into a weapon. And it's a feed supply for the top of the human ladder, which means every person alive is running a small unpaid errand for something above them and calling it wages. What I felt at that moment was not outrage. It was a kind of cold delight, because a system like that is enormous and old and deliberate, and I had just found the edge of it by scratching a knife into a coin in a shed in the wilderness. I took the job. I did not take it for the stones. I took it because Elder Han had one more thing to trade, and I wanted to be in the room when it came out. While I was agreeing to kill 9 strangers in the desert, the man who ran the North Gate was hiring somebody to kill me. His name was Commander Shu, and I never met him properly until the day I put an axe through his face, so I'll describe him the way everyone else did. Ambitious, mid-ranking, about to be transferred, and specifically frightened of Elder Bao getting promoted past him. He'd worked out that Elder Bao's job for the security officer was a ticket upward, so he decided to take the shipment, kill Elder Bao in the process, and blame the wilderness. And for the loose end, which was me, he hired a man called Longhu. Longhu was the most frightening thing I fought that year, and he was not a monster, 2.5 meters tall. In a set of Type 2 magnetic storm armor, closer to 260. Peak tier mutant, 12 completed abnormal missions, including 4 at level 4, a record nobody else in that fortress came near, and his mind was gone. Not gone the way Auntie Sue described, where they turn into an animal. Worse than that in a way. He was polite, he took jobs and completed them. He looked after a woman he'd met 3 days earlier and called her by a name that wasn't hers, and when Commander Shu asked him what he wanted for the contract, he said, "Can you get me tranquilizers?" He didn't want more enhancement. He wanted the noise to stop. And when 2 men who had beaten that woman were still standing nearby, he tore one of their heads off with his hands and then drank from the neck and said in a hoarse and very tired voice, "When I have a headache, I want to drink something." Commander Shu watched all of this and smiled and told him not to worry about a thing. The ambush in the Gobi went almost exactly to plan, and then it went very badly in that specific way where you realize you were never the one running the plan. Yang Duan put a rocket into the lead vehicle, and I took the escort apart with a sniper rifle at 400 meters, and one of the 2 complete mutants, a man called Yang Kai, came at us across open ground using a torn-off armored door as a shield. That door stopped my first round. Then he closed and put an entire magazine into my chest at 3 meters, and the white bear armor held all of it, and we stood there looking at each other with our respective bulletproofing while both of us reached the same conclusion, which was that this was going to have to be decided by hand. He had scales. Under the uniform, over the arms, flesh-colored plating laid over him like fish scale, and it appeared when he needed it and went away afterward. An evolving mutant. Yang Duan nearly fell over when I described it later. They'd theorized it years ago and shelved it as impossible. I killed him with true sprint and a battle axe, from behind, at the neck, which is where I kill everything, because everything in this world wears armor on the front. And then the reward for our efficiency arrived, which was 4 military armored vehicles coming over the rise firing rockets at all of us, including Elder Bao. There is a specific feeling to watching a rocket land in the space between you and your employer. It's clarifying. There is a moment where you realize that everyone you have been negotiating with for 2 days was a layer of insulation between two people who never intended to share. We ran. Elder Bao did not. I looked back once and saw him break cover, kill a machine gunner with a shotgun at 40 meters, which was genuinely impressive, and then get taken apart by 3 heavy machine guns at once. That man put a whole family in the ground for one district and kept a shrine to a god of loyalty, and he died in a ditch because a mid-ranking officer wanted his job. 1 armored vehicle came after us, and I put a rocket into it from a moving jeep and blew the roof off, and it kept coming, and we led it into town because I had a plan for it, and the plan was the rain. We never got to use the plan because on the way in something else got them. There was a thing standing in the middle of the road. 2 meters and change of hunched muscle in torn clothing, blue-gray skin with the veins standing out like cable, carrying an iron bar as thick as my arm. It hit our hood hard enough to leave a crater, and I put 30 rounds into it, and it kept coming, and Yang Duan got us out of there. Then it turned around and flipped a 12-ton armored vehicle onto its back and killed everyone inside. That was a mutant, fully gone. Somewhere out there was a file with a name and a service number on it, and it was living under a bridge in a dead town eating whatever it could catch, including abnormal creatures. I would meet it again about a week later, and I would kill it, and I did not do it with my hands. Back home, I had 2 problems, and they solved each other. Problem 1, a fortress officer had tried to kill me and would try again. Problem 2, there was a level 4 creature made of rain living in my town that I couldn't reliably fight, and I sat by my fire that night looking at a wooden door I'd rebuilt with a hammer, and put those 2 facts next to each other, and started to smile. Then I planted the wolf-fang thorns. 8 seeds, spaced evenly around my house, in soft wet dirt, in the drizzle that never stopped. The system had already been at them. Special effect, resilient growth, capable of withstanding complex post-apocalyptic environments. Plant them where you need them, and after 48 hours, you can harvest a yard full. 48 hours later, I had a hedge. Knee-high, black, dense as bramble, with barbs the length of my index finger clustered along every branch, and it had grown itself into a ring around my house with a single path through it wide enough for 2 people, which I had not planned and which I have never been able to explain. I went out and touched one, and it was hard as iron, cold, odorless, and the points were needle-fine. That night, 2 ghosts came down out of the trees at a run, and I stood inside and watched something I still enjoy remembering. The first plant moved before the wind did. 3 barbs came off a branch and went into the lead ghost like thrown knives, and when they came out, they took meat with them. Then the whole bush attacked, 30 or 40 spikes at once, and then the plants either side turned their branches to face inward and joined in. The pair of them made it about 15 meters in 4 minutes and arrived at my step full of holes and barely able to walk, and I opened the door and shot them down with an assault rifle at 8 meters like a man culling livestock. That's the change. 2 months earlier, one of those things put me in a hole in the ground for a night. Now they had to cross a garden to reach me, and they arrived pre-tenderized. I dragged both corpses into the basement, because a ghost corpse is worth 20 silver and a very great deal more than that if you have an idea, and by then I had an idea. Long Hu arrived 2 days later, and what I did to him is worth walking through carefully because it is the single best piece of work I have ever done, and it did not involve fighting him once. Here is what I knew. 1. Somebody was coming because Commander Shu had watched me escape an ambush and would not leave that. 2. Whoever came would be better than me, because that is how these things go. 3. There was a rain man in this town that I had deliberately not killed. 4. Ghosts come to their own dead the way water finds a drain. 5. And this is the one that mattered. A door is only a door if it locks. So I made my preparations, and they took about half an hour, and they consisted almost entirely of moving furniture. I took all 3 ghost corpses out of my basement and laid them out on the floor of my house upstairs and covered them with black cloth. I moved every shining stone I owned, 400 of them, down into the basement. I moved every weapon down there, food, water, and then I took a screwdriver and I removed the lock from my own front door. Not damaged it, removed it, took the whole mechanism out, cleaned the screws off the floor, and left a beautiful, heavy, perfectly intact titanium-grade door standing in a stone wall with nothing holding it shut but its own weight. Then I went downstairs and made instant noodles. I want that detail in the record. I sat in a sealed room under my own house with a cup of braised beef-flavored noodles, which I had been saving for a special occasion, and a bar of chocolate, and I listened to a peak-tier mutant walk into the best trap I will ever build. He came at nightfall with 2 soldiers. The first one stepped into my yard and lost both legs to one of Yang Duan's anti-personnel mines, which I had bought off him for 6 stones and buried myself. That is not a nice way to die, and I am not going to pretend it is. Long Hu walked over the second mine, and it went off against his armor and did nothing but take the paint off. Then he came inside. I had the vents open, and I could hear everything through the floor, and what I heard first was a man being extremely impressed. Because my house by then had electric light, a working fireplace with a manual damper, a tap, filtered water on demand from a well in my own basement, stone walls with no seams. Isn't this the house every wilderness survivor dreams of? That's what he said. That's what the man sent to kill me said, standing in my living room, and I have never forgotten it. Then his soldier found the black cloth in the corner and pulled it back with a bayonet, and there was a dead ghost under it, and then another, and another. 3 of them, side by side, on the floor of a house with the lights on. That was when Long Hu started to get a feeling. He was not stupid. Peak mutants who complete 12 missions are not stupid. He looked at 3 ghost corpses laid out neatly in a room and told the soldier to shut the door and check the ground for a basement hatch, and the soldier went to the door and pushed it closed with both hands because it was too heavy for one, and then he stood there for about 4 seconds not moving. Officer Long Hu. What? This door has no lock. I heard that through my floor and I put my chopsticks down so I could enjoy it properly, and then, right on schedule, so did everything else in the district. 3 ghost corpses in an unsealed room is not bait. It is an advertisement. It is a lit sign in a language they understand perfectly, and I had left it running for nearly an hour by then, in a town that had between 2 and 4 dozen of the things in it. The first one hit the door while he was still looking at where the lock used to be. Now, understand the position. My house was, at that point, more or less the safest structure in the district. Seamless walls. A door that had refused 3 ghosts at a dead run, and with no lock in it, a door is a thing that has to be held by a person, with their body, all night. He got his shoulder into it and started shouting at his soldier to throw the corpses out, which was the right call, and about 90 seconds too late. They got 1 door width of gap open and got 1 corpse most of the way out, and then a ghost got its arm through, and then 2 more hit the door together, and then the soldier was outside and there was a sound I am not going to describe. Long Hu slammed it shut and put his back into it, and there he stayed. 8 hours. They came at that door in waves all night, and the whole time there were still 2 ghost corpses on the floor behind him, advertising. He could not go out. He could not stay out. He could not open the door long enough to fix the problem. And every shining stone he had died in the first 20 minutes, because there were too many of them. I sat downstairs and listened. I ate chocolate. I checked my watch at intervals and thought, that's 90 minutes. That's impressive. That's 3 hours. That's genuinely remarkable. And around midnight the rain came inside. That was the part I could not have scheduled and had been counting on anyway, and I make no apology for the difference. It came through the roof stones the way it always does, and it found the one warm living thing in that room, and it started raining on him, and only him. Understand that Long Hu is not helpless against a rain man. He had magnetic storm bracers, and he lit that thing up with a ball of current that pinned it against my ceiling for several minutes at a time. He did it again and again, all night, while holding a door shut with his back, with a dozen ghosts on the other side of it. That's the fight. That's the real fight of my whole first year, and I watched none of it. One of the strongest men in the 11th Fortress spent 8 hours in my living room fighting 2 separate level-scale threats at the same time, with no allies, no exit, and no lock. Around dawn, his bracers reported low energy, and then the gray hand came through his chest plate. I heard the sound he made, and I will tell you honestly that I did not enjoy it. There is a point where the thing you have arranged stops being clever and starts being what it is. He got the hand out of himself once. By pure strength, with a level 4 abnormal creature inside his sternum and a dozen ghosts hammering the door behind him. Then it went back in and he went down, and the door came open and everything outside came in. I came up out of the basement at first light in full armor with an assault rifle, because I had one job left, and it was to make sure. The room was a slaughterhouse, ghost prints everywhere, and in the middle of it, Long Hu, on his back, still in that enormous black armor, swollen up inside it like something left in water for a week. His face had gone past his helmet's ability to contain it. The ghosts had not eaten him. They had stood around him in a circle, and not one had dared to touch, because the Rain Man was inside him, and even they knew better. And he turned his head and looked at me. You. It's you. A voice out of a helmet full of water. Wang Lei, I'm going to kill you. I put a burst into his goggles until they spidered, then 3 more through the crack, and then a dozen more, and I did not gloat, and I did not speak. He'd earned better than he got, and he got what the sums produced. Then the rain came out of him and came for me, and I opened both boxes, 60 white stones, all at once, in a room, in my hands, at 3 meters. I don't have a good way to describe what that looked like from inside. It was like standing in the middle of a lamp. The Rain Man froze solid halfway out of a dead man's chest, and its smile went straight and then went downward, and I have never seen anything be so unambiguously furious. Then I started throwing, not 1, not 5. I stood there in my ruined living room and threw shining stones into a level 4 abnormal creature like a man skipping rocks, one after another, 20 of them, and each one went off and put another dozen holes through it. That's the whole answer to a Rain Man, incidentally, and I want it recorded because I paid for it. It's not immune, it's expensive. Everybody who dies to 1 dies because they had 5 stones and needed 20. I had 400. By the 20th, it had come apart into gray mist, and the mist came apart into nothing, and the drizzle over that town stopped for the first time in 11 days. The sun came out about an hour later. Actual sun, weak and gray, through a gap in the cloud, and I stood in my yard in a set of stolen armor covered in somebody else's water and squinted at it like an idiot. The bill for that night, itemized, cost, 3 ghost corpses, which is 60 silver, 1 door, replaceable, 1 night's sleep, received, 1 peak tier mutant, dead, 1 set of type 2 magnetic storm bracers, salvaged off the arms, 1 level 4 abnormal creature, permanently removed from my town, and the specific knowledge that the man who sent him was now short a weapon he could not replace and did not know it yet. I buried Longhu in the black tree forest and took his armor apart first, and I put my hand on that chest plate before I broke it up, and I said thank you, because he had spent 8 hours being the strongest thing in my house, and every minute of it had been working for me. Then I went in and repaired my door and thought about the fact that I had won by removing the lock from it, and that this was probably the most useful thing anyone had ever taught me about defense, and nobody had taught it to me. I went back to the fortress the next day to finish it, because a man who has spent 200 silver on an assassin does not stop at 1. I got in through Elder Hand's people, who now called me Mr. Lin, and opened doors, which happens with remarkable speed in that world once you have killed something people were afraid of. I found the bald man asleep in Elder Bao's compound, in Elder Bao's bed, because Elder Bao had been dead a week and somebody always moves in. He woke up with a steel cable around his throat. I got everything I needed out of that man in under 4 minutes. He gave up his own employer without hesitation. Then he tried to sell me the location of the shipment as a bargaining chip for his life, and he would have sold me to Commander Shu an hour later with exactly the same enthusiasm. That is not a justification. Accuracy first. I killed a frightened man in his sleep because he was a loose thread, and I have not lost a night over it, and I am aware of what that says. Elder Han was waiting for me in the yard afterward, standing in the moonlight with his hands empty. I just came to take a look, and I finished looking. I put a rifle on him. What the bald man said is true, but he also told you some lies. Do you want to hear which? Come to the meeting hall. So I went and sat under a scroll that says righteousness reaching the heavens in a room where a dead gangster used to burn incense, and drank tea with a man who turned out to be the most dangerous person in that district. I tested him first. I hit him. Full strength, no warning, straight down at the top of his skull, and then a whip kick to the ribs, and he blocked both. Standing still, with his bare forearms. Stop hitting me. I can't beat you. You'll kill me. Which was true, and was also, I noticed, a very precise statement. Not I am helpless. I can't beat you. Elder Han was a mutant. He was also a mechanic who had built his own armor from scratch, a former postman of a fortress that had been erased, and the father of a sick girl in Red Rock Fortress that he had spent everything he owned to get to a place with hospitals. And Commander Shu had that fact and had been using it as a leash. Only if he dies is my daughter truly safe, he said. That's my bottom line. I don't care if I die. She can't. Then he told me the other thing, which was worth more than all of it. The 11th fortress won't hold long. The abnormal creatures on the front are moving this way. Red Rock predicts they hit us in 1 to 3 months. 1 to 3 months. I sat with that for a while. Because if that number was true, then everything I was building had a clock on it that I had not been shown, and everything I was doing to make one stone house safe was a bet on a board that was about to be flipped. I asked him what he wanted. He wanted Commander Shu dead, and he could not do it alone. I said yes, and that mission turned out to be the clearest picture of what a fortress actually is that I ever got. The security officer who ran the whole district knew Commander Shu was going to defect, so he assigned Commander Shu to personally escort the shipment and gave him an escort of over 50 armored vehicles and 30 main battle tanks. We lay on a hill and watched that force come out of the north gate, and I got on the radio and said, in plain language, that I was leaving. Because I do not fight tanks. Nobody fights tanks. I have a talent that lets me hit anything and it does not go through composite armor. And Elder Han said, wait. 10 minutes later, the entire escort turned around and drove away in the opposite direction. That was the actual mission. The tanks were not protection. They were the reason Commander Shu got in the car and stopped being suspicious. And at a prearranged time, they simply left, and the man in charge of them checked his watch and gave the order to cut communications, and 80 vehicles turned their backs on one and drove home. Then Commander Shu's convoy drove onto a field of anti-tank mines. I did the rest of it in about 90 seconds. Sniper rifle on the survivors, and then I walked in with a rifle and an axe. He hid behind an armored door and he was good at it. I put 4 rounds into that door and made him deaf and stupid with the noise, and then I stopped shooting and made a very deliberate noise of changing a magazine. He came out to take his one chance, and I threw the axe into his face. I stood over him afterward while his eyes went out and I asked him if he knew who I was, and he did, and I said the thing I'd come to say. You saw something you shouldn't have, and you wanted my armor. Do you know how many people have died for this thing already? That ambush is the clearest thing I ever saw, and I still think about it. We lay in a shallow scrape on a rise for 4 hours before dawn with a jeep under a tan tarpaulin behind us that looked, from 100 meters, like a mound of dirt. Yang Duan did that. He'd done it 100 times and he did it without talking. At 9:30, the north gate opened and the convoy came out, and then it kept coming out. 50-odd armored vehicles, 30-something main battle tanks, coaxial machine guns, 30mm cannons, the whole apparatus. I got on the radio and told Elder Han I was leaving. I mean that. I packed up. I do not fight tanks. There is no talent, no armor, no rhythm of every third strike that solves a 30mm cannon, and the professional response to seeing one is to be somewhere else. Don't go, Elder Han said. They won't act. They're all under the enforcement officer. Then why are they there? Because if Red Rock finds out we're killing each other internally, the enforcement officer loses his head. The requirement is that Commander Shu dies cleanly in the wilderness of abnormal creatures. You promise me nothing. I'm going. Wang Lei. Wait. They'll separate soon. I guarantee it. And I lay there in the dirt watching a small army escort one man to his own murder and thought about how much I disliked being inside somebody else's plan. Then, at a precise time, the whole force turned around and drove away. I watched an officer in a command vehicle check his wristwatch, give an order, and take 80 vehicles home, leaving 2 behind on an open road. Commander Shu noticed the communications go to garbage before he noticed the silence. There is a transcript of it, more or less, because Elder Han had a man inside. He called it in. Somebody answered and told him not to stop. The equipment was being adjusted. Keep going. We need to reach Wolf Fang Pass tonight. Please respond. And he said thank you and told his driver to speed up. 2 minutes later, he was on an anti-tank mine. The thing I keep coming back to is the timing, not the mines. The escort. They gave him 50 armored vehicles and 30 tanks so that he would relax. That was the entire function of a combined arms force that morning. It was not protection, it was anesthetic, and it worked perfectly, and the man it was used on had spent his whole career doing smaller versions of the same thing to other people. I killed the survivors with a sniper rifle from 400 meters, which took under a minute, and then I got on a light motorcycle and rode down there, and he shot at me from behind an armored door. I put 4 rounds into that door, not to penetrate it, to be extremely loud, at close range, into the piece of steel he was pressing his face against. Then I stopped shooting and made a clear, deliberate, unmistakable noise of changing a magazine. He came out to take his chance the way a drowning man comes up, and the axe was already leaving my hand. I have a talent that means anything I throw arrives where I intend. That is not a fighting skill. Most days it is a party trick. That morning it meant a man who had planned my death for 3 weeks did not get to finish standing up. I walked over and looked down at him while it went out of his eyes, and I said the only thing I had come to say. You saw something you shouldn't have, and you wanted my armor. Do you know how many people have died for this thing already? He didn't answer. They never do. That's not what those speeches are for. Then I picked up my axe and went home with 1,440 white shining stones. 1,400. To put that in scale, at my own carving rate, working every single day and never using one, that is 8 months of my life. I had gone from a man who owned 2 stones and a rusty axe to a man with a basement full of them in 9 weeks, and every single step of the ladder had been standing on somebody who wanted me dead. I gave 4 boxes to Yang Duan and had to force them into his hands. I didn't do anything. I was a lookout. I never fired a shot. You'll have places to spend money in the fortress. I don't want it. Take it, I said, and pushed the box through the window of his jeep. Becoming a mutant doesn't mean it's over. This is good for you. And he stood there in the gobi with his eyes going red and said, Brother, how can you put me in such a difficult position? Don't be delicate. You're a grown man. I know. I just can't help it. I did not stop him, and I have wondered since whether I should have. Yang Duan had watched me kill 2 mutants and a peak-tier assassin, and he had watched himself be a lookout for it. He was a 12-year Special Forces soldier with first place in the whole unit competition, and he had spent 2 months discovering that in this new world, his best was somebody else's baseline. So he went to the research institute to take the mutant vaccine, and he did it knowing exactly what the failure mode is, because he had seen it happen to men he served with. He told them he didn't want to leave a letter. The soldier asked twice. It's standard. If you go insane or die on the table, the army forwards a letter and pays compensation. Everyone writes one. And Yang Duan said, if I die, this letter will make Wang Lei sad, so let's forget about it. That's the man. He'd rather nobody ever found out he was dead than have somebody feel bad about it. Here is what happened to him on that table, and I got it from 3 separate people afterward because it became a story people in that fortress told. The first dose went in, and the monitors started reporting mental instability, which is the warning that comes about 90 seconds before they gas the room. A squad came down the corridor with armor-piercing rounds. The doctor had his hand on the alarm, because Yang Duan was screaming and thrashing and seeing things. He told me later what he saw. Black bugs coming up over the floor, evil skins standing around the table, a cave with old women in it, picking maggots off a corpse hanging from the ceiling, and the corpse was him. And then he stopped. He lay there, spat blood twice and said, in a perfectly level voice, I can already feel that power. You can start increasing the dosage. The room did not know what to do, and then he said, 1 more injection. And they told him, correctly, that the second dose comes after a week, that this is the rule, that nobody has ever had 2 in one sitting, and he broke the restraints, all of them, at once, with a sound like an explosion, which those restraints are rated not to allow. Continue, he said, or wait for me to come out and kill you all. They gave him the second dose. He walked out through the steel door afterward by punching it and asked the man in the white coat when he could have a third. Director Yang came down personally to look at him, with a squad of complete form mutants in storm armor and incendiary armor-piercing rounds in every weapon, which tells you exactly what they thought they might be dealing with. And what she found was a man with a scar across his face like a burn, pupils a third the size of a normal person's, 2 teeth that had come in wrong, and a completely clear mind. She offered him rank and armor and a company. He asked her for a battle axe. Why an axe? I have a friend who uses one. I want to try it. Maybe it'll suit me. They made him one. Custom to specification at the best weapons facility left in the country because a peak-tier mutant asked for it. I found out about the axe about 6 weeks later, and I had to go and stand outside for a while. Back home, my door finished. Intermediate wooden door reinforced. Item, titanium alloy anti-collision door. Quality, high. There was no wood left in it anywhere. Brushed silver white, 4 lock cylinders as thick as my thumb, a handle welded on, seated flush into the stone with no gap you could get a fingernail into, and on the outside, evenly across the whole surface, iron spikes 5 centimeters long. The system had, without being asked, added a feature whose only purpose is to hurt whatever hits it. I stood there looking at that door and understood that I had stopped being a survivor. Survivors have doors that keep things out. I had a door that made a point. That was also the week the new postman arrived. Sun Chung drove up in a camouflaged armored personnel carrier, got out with an assault rifle across his chest and a full beard and an enormous friendly grin, and told me he was the new security officer of our town. Then, when he saw my face, he laughed and said he was joking. He was just the postman, but protecting the residents is a postman's duty, so in a sense, and he handed me 2 letters. The first was from Manhwa. She was at the 11th Fortress. She was a doctor at a research institute with a real salary. The handwriting was beautiful, and about a third of the letter was her carefully not telling me anything because the institute reads the post, and the whole purpose of it was to be a piece of paper that arrives and proves she is alive. The second was from Yang Jie. She'd found her mother. I wasn't to worry. She hoped to see me again. At the bottom there was an address, and inside the envelope there was a silver hairpin, old-fashioned, carved, the kind of thing that would have been worth money before and is worth nothing now. I put it in the drawer with the coins and stood in my house for a while. Both of them alive, both of them out. 2 people I did not save, exactly, but who are somewhere with heating and doctors instead of in the ground here. And if you had told me on the night a little girl's voice said my name through a door that I would end up with 2 letters, I would not have understood the sentence. Then I turned around and dealt with the new postman, who was the most dangerous man I had met so far, and who I liked, and who I am eventually going to have to kill. Sun Ching called a meeting. There were 4 survivors left in that town. 4. In the town I had arrived in, there were over 100, and before that, several thousand. Wen Tao, a heavy, dark-faced man in an old Type 1 combat suit, who arrived hungry. Elder Fan, white-haired, 50s, a silver desert eagle in his hand at all times, permanently furious. And Anya matters, so here she is. A meter 96, red hair cut short, freckles, deep-set foreign features, and a set of silver-white mechanical armor that she wore the way other people wear a coat. She was the only one of the three who smiled at me when I came in. Sun Chung gave us liquor. Actual pre-collapse baijiu. 2 bottles, 2,000 yen a bottle in the old money, and a cured fish, and a bag of peanuts. A postman does not have that. A postman cannot afford that. That was the first thing I noticed, and the last thing I stopped thinking about. And when Wen Tao reached for the fish before he was invited to, Sun Cheng took him by the hand and then picked up a 100-kilo man one-handed and threw him into the stone wall. Wen Tao came off the floor with a pistol out and pointed it at his head, which was a mistake. Comrade, put down your gun. I don't want to kill you with my supernatural power. Supernatural power, not mutant. That word again, the one Xu Ming had said with hunger and fear on his face 2 months ago, transcendent. You think I wouldn't dare fire? Then please fire, said Sun Cheng. And then he said a word, control. And Wen Tao shot him. I watched a man's own finger close on the trigger while his face did not agree with it, and the round went out of that muzzle and traveled about a meter and stopped in the air in front of Sun Cheng's chest, and then, visibly, in front of 4 people, it crushed flat with a small clear sound and dropped on the floor. Nobody said anything. I didn't fire, Wen Tao whispered. I didn't fire the gun. I told you to fire the shot. Now, I have thought about this scene many times, and here is what I actually took from it. Not the bullet, the word. He said control, and a man's hand obeyed him. Mutants are strength and speed and defense. That is a body being a better body. This was a man giving an instruction to reality, and reality filing it. Then he showed us the rest. He put a red rock silver coin on the table, laid his palm over it, and there was a white light under his hand and a small click. And when he lifted his hand, the coin was gray, drained, dead metal. This is the power of food, he said. Elder Han had told me that in the dark of a car, and I had believed it about 80%. This was the other 20. And then he offered us all a deal, and the deal was this. Stay in this town, take my missions, and I will teach you to eat the coin, and you will become transcendents. Elder Fan said yes immediately. Anya said yes with reservations. Wen Tao tried to say no, and was told no in return, which is a sentence structure worth sitting with. And then Sun Chung produced a black book. No writing on the cover. Smooth. Heavier than it looked. There's 1 copy. Read it and memorize it. Whatever you can retain is what you get. Elder Fan opened it with his hand shaking and turned to the first page. It was blank. He flipped. Second page, blank. Third, fourth, all the way to the end, a dozen pages of nothing. A wordless book. Seriously? There's nothing in it. And Sun Cheng laughed, delighted, because this was the whole point of the exercise. Your spiritual power isn't pure enough to see the contents. Did you really think becoming a transcendent was simple? I was standing at the end of the table, and I could read it. Every page. Full of writing, small and dense and completely legible, in a script I had never seen and understood perfectly, and I stood there and read as much of it as I could hold while 3 other people flipped through blank paper next to me. Then I looked up and said with total conviction, damn it, I can't see a word either. And Wen Tao sneered at me and said, who do you think you are? What makes you think you could? Which I accepted with good grace, because it was the cheapest thing I have ever bought. Here is what was in that book as far as I could hold it. There are 3 steps to becoming a transcendent. The first is that your mental strength has to cross a threshold, and the sign that you have crossed it is that the book has words in it. That is the entire function of the book. It is not a manual, it is a test, and everyone who fails the test is told a very convincing story about how the manual is coming later. The second step is that you devour a radiance rune, not eat. The word in the book is closer to consume with the mind. Something about pure current and burning and a thing that cleanses. That is the ignition. And the third step is that once ignited, you feed on red rock silver, and that is what makes you grow, which means every single thing in this world is one system. The runes that let a farmer survive the night, the currency that circulates in a fortress, the coins in my coat lining that a doctor slipped me as a goodbye present. They are all the same substance, wearing 3 different jobs, and at the top of it, there is a small number of people who eat money. I did not have the ignition method. The book did not say. That was still in Sun Cheng's head, and I could not ask for it without admitting I had read anything. So I went home and wrote down every word I could remember on paper, and then I sat by my fire and thought about how to get the last piece out of a man who can stop bullets with a spoken word. He gave me a demonstration of his management style 2 days later. Wen Tao tried to leave. I was driving out to the fortress that morning, legitimately, with Sun Cheng's own letter in my pocket, and an armored vehicle came past me at speed and rammed a loaded jeep off the road. Sun Chung got out and walked up to that Jeep in a textbook approach, and the fat man inside had his hands up and his belongings in the back seat and blood pouring out of his nose. Get out. The door's broken. I wasn't leaving. I was looking for supplies. Bullshit. Do you need your belongings to look for supplies? And then he emptied a magazine into the car window at a range of 1 meter. Every round missed, deliberately. I watched them go past a man's head close enough to part his hair until the bulletproof glass finally came apart, and then he kept going into the interior fittings until the noise had done what noise does to a person. Raise your hand. What? Raise your hand. And when Wen Tao finally put a shaking hand up on the window frame, Sun Chung took out a bayonet and cut his index finger off. This is a lesson. I hope you remember it. Then he turned around and looked at me, standing 30 meters away with my helmet on, and I could see that he was waiting for something. Outrage, probably, or a lecture, or fear. I said, I'm leaving now. And I got in my vehicle and drove away. He told Wen Tao afterward, apparently, don't worry, once you have supernatural power, this injury will be nothing. I'm doing this for your own good. But what he said when I'd gone, and Wen Tao repeated it to me weeks later, was this. This kid is much more reserved than I expected. He just walked away. Didn't he feel anything at all? I felt something. I felt a man measuring the room to find out who reacts, so he'd know who to manage and who to remove. And I had just told him, nobody's home. Keep talking. I got my investigator's papers at the post office that day, which is a 5-story building behind an old courtyard with 2 big trees in it, and the yard is worth describing. Postmen, dozens of them, standing around in 2s and 3s, travel-stained, comparing notes in low voices. They were being recalled. All of them. From everywhere. You put a man in a town to watch for monsters and report. You do that because the town is an early warning system, and the people in it are the sensors. When you pull all of your sensors back at once, it is not because you have solved the problem. Wang Yang found me in the lobby in an investigator's black cloak with a badge on his chest and took me down a corridor and gave me a cigarette and the truth. Sun Cheng's after one of the 3 weapons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to you. What weapons? The Death Judge. He said it flat, staring at the wall. It came out of the gray domain. It's not fully understood. The post office has it, and they've nearly cracked it, and whoever completes the associated mission gets it as a reward. And then he told me the thing that reorganized my entire map of the world. The Red Rock silver coin originated in the gray domain. You know about transcendence now, don't you? I did. Abnormal creatures keep coming out of the gray domain. And so does that coin. We call it a currency because that's what we made it do. It's a substance that alters the structure of a human being and grants supernatural power, and weapons come out too. So let me lay out what I had by the end of that conversation. There are places on this planet where the world is broken. Out of those places come monsters in ascending order of impossibility. Also, out of those places comes a metal that upgrades human beings, which the authorities have quietly turned into money so that everyone will collect it and circulate it and hand it upward. And also out of those places come objects that nobody can explain, which the post office keeps in a box and dangles in front of ambitious men to make them do dangerous things. And humanity's response to all of this has been to build steel walls, argue about promotions, and sell each other permits. Why did you join? Wang Yang asked me. Because Sun Cheng has a way to make me a transcendent. He looked at me for a while. Then be careful. He's a radical. And the investigator missions are extremely difficult, and the rewards are high for exactly that reason. I thanked him and took my black cloak and my badge and my copy of the Abnormal Handbook, which is the single most useful object I have ever been given by an institution. It has drawings in it, hand-drawn portraits of things people have seen and survived with their rules underneath, and a list of names of every postman and investigator who contributed to each entry, and a date. I read the whole thing that night and memorized it, which took about 40 minutes, and I found the thing I'd met on the road 2 days earlier on page 11 under level 5. Abnormal creature, phantom, anomaly level 5. Special rules, it can teleport instantly and has a certain ability to pass through walls. Note, phantoms appear day and night but will not attack humans immediately. These abnormal creatures prefer to observe from concealment and act only when they anticipate the target can be killed. Last recorded, October 7th. I had met one on the road 2 days before that entry was a month old, and it had done something that was not in the entry. I had been driving back from the fortress at night when a figure appeared in my headlights. Human shape, dead white, 2 curved fleshy feelers off the top of its skull, and 7 black eyes on its face in no arrangement a face should have. I did not brake. I accelerated, and it vanished, and then it was sitting in my passenger seat, through the door, into a moving vehicle at 90 kilometers an hour. 60 shining stones went off in that cabin at once and threw it out through the side of my own car, and the sound it made went through my back teeth, and 100 meters later there was a concrete wall across the road. A real one. 3 meters of gray poured concrete standing in the middle of a provincial highway where 30 seconds ago there had been nothing. I drove into it, and it was not courage. It was arithmetic. Concrete does not arrive. Nothing in this world builds a wall in 9 seconds. Therefore, the wall was a lie, and the only question was whether I was willing to bet a vehicle on my own reasoning. I went through it at 90, and there was nothing there. 5 stones for that ride. And a level 5 creature standing in the mist behind me, watching, deciding whether it was worth pursuing a man who had eaten his own hallucination. I want you to note the rule in that handbook entry, because it is the most human thing in this whole story. It only acts when it anticipates the target can be killed. That thing is not brave. It is a predator with a spreadsheet. It watched me, and it ran the numbers, and it stayed home. I have never once been more flattered. 2 days later, my strength talent finished a second time, and it was not a talent anymore. Rebuilding the physical body, quality, high, special effect. Your physical body will no longer be limited by innate attributes. I did not have the word for what happened next, and I still don't. My organs contracted all at once, my bones cracked in a long run from the ankles up. There was a moment where I lost hold of my own body completely, and something enormous went through it like a wave through a harbor, and the whole thing rearranged itself around a new plan. And when it stopped, I was 3 centimeters taller, and there was a fullness in me, under the muscle, that had never been there before. I closed my fist. There was a small sound in the room like the air being crushed, no longer limited by innate attributes, meaning the ceiling on a human being had been removed as a design constraint. There isn't a natural top end anymore. Whatever I do from here does not have a shape that a body is supposed to be. I stood in my kitchen and understood for the first time that I was going to stop being a man at some point down this road, and that I had already agreed to it several enhancements ago without being asked. Then I got the other thing, the one I still find strange. My meditation enhancement finished a few nights later and did not give me a talent. It gave me something the system did not put a category on. Aberrant puppet technique. Quality. High. Special effect. Based on your mental power, you have distorted and controlled the bodies of deceased abnormal creatures. Note: you cannot forcibly control chaotic and disordered anomalies. They must be killed before you can control them. I had 2 ghost corpses in my basement at the time. I went down there and stood in front of them and closed my eyes, and the room went away, and I was standing somewhere gray with 2 dead things propped against a wall of mist, and there were 2 small empty boxes in the middle of my mind waiting for something to be put in them. I opened them, and in the basement, 2 pairs of eyes that had been dead gray for a week lit up red. Stand. They stood. Bones grinding, arms bracing, the whole ugly business of a dead thing getting up, and then 2 ghosts, 3 meters tall, turned around and looked at me and waited. There is no honest way to describe how that felt, except to say that everything I had done up to that point was defense, and this was the first thing that was mine. I sent them outside to patrol. They went out my front door into the drizzle, and the wolf-fang thorns did not so much as twitch at them, which told me something important, and they split left and right and began circling my house at 300 meters like 2 enormous black dogs. And then I closed my eyes, and I was looking through one of them. Ghost vision is worth describing. It is not human sight. Everything is outline, drawn in a hard, clean edge, and living things are red. It is like being handed a map of the dark that has already been solved. It sees at night better than I see in the day. 2 of them. 1,550 meters of range, which I measured that night by sending one out until the connection went thin and snapped. 1,550. My detector does 150. My stones do 6. I stood in my living room and had 2 eyes at the edge of town, and later that night one of them met another ghost coming the other way, a real one. It stopped and made a sound and gestured with one enormous arm off toward the northwest of the town, which is the universal language of go on then. They're over there. And mine stood there like a statue and did not answer, and the other one snarled at it in obvious irritation and went away thinking its friend was simple. Not one flicker of recognition. Not from a member of its own species at 3 meters. Whatever I had done to those corpses did not smell wrong to the things that made them. 2 nights after that, the mad mutant came into my town. I don't know why. I have 2 theories, and both of them are unpleasant. Either something worse came into Sancha Town and pushed him out, or he had eaten everything in Sancha Town, including the abnormal creatures, and moved on for food. Either way, a 2.5-meter former human with an iron bar had arrived in a place with 4 living people in it, and I killed him without leaving my chair. Here's how. I found him through a ghost's eyes, in a clearing, surrounded. He'd already killed 4 or 5 of them, and he was tearing the head off another one and drinking from the neck, which is a thing that will drive every ghost in a 200-meter radius into a state I can only call apoplexy. So I sent mine in, and then I did the only genuinely new thing I have ever invented. I stopped thinking of it as a monster I was steering and started thinking of it as me, with a different body. Ghosts fight like animals. They swarm, they claw, they die in whatever order they arrive. That is why a strong enough man with a bar can hold off 8 of them indefinitely. What they cannot do is coordinate. They cannot wait for a gap. They cannot pick the moment when a target commits to a swing and cannot recover and go to the place he isn't looking. I can. So I put my ghost behind him, and when he committed to a full swing at another one, I came in and took a bite out of the back of his neck and left before the fist came around. Then I did it again, 30 seconds later, from the other side, and this time I took the muscle and the vessels. That was the whole fight. 2 bites. And each time, mine flashed out to 5 meters and let the real ones close the gap, and the smell of his blood drove them into a frenzy, and they stopped attacking his arms and started attacking the wound, because that is what they do. They go to the soft place. They took him apart in 11 minutes. And I sat in my chair the entire time with my eyes shut, in a warm house, with a cup of tea going cold at my elbow. That was the real turning point, not the armor, not the talents. Up to then, everything I had done was still recognizable as a man fighting. Better than a normal man, with better equipment, but the same activity. That night, I stopped being a participant. I killed a peak-tier monster with 2 dead bodies and no risk, and I was not in the room, and the thing that made it possible was not strength. It was that I could think, and they could not. Every single power I have is a version of that same trick. The system doesn't create, it refines. My hands are hands, just more. My axe is an axe, just more. And an abnormal creature under my control is exactly the same abnormal creature, with a man in it. The most dangerous thing in this world is not the thing with the most teeth. It's the thing with teeth that can wait. I went back to the fortress that week to have Elder Han assemble my armor, and while I was there I went to find Yang Ji. I had her address off the letter and her hairpin in my pocket, and I walked into the central district after dark, which is the clean part, the part with streetlights and armored patrol vehicles at the intersections with their red and blue lights turning. A man in a black coat came up behind me and I let him. "Sir, what are you doing here so late?" "I'm a patrol officer." I showed him the hairpin. He scanned it with a handheld device, and a string of numbers came up, and his entire posture changed. "Please come with me, sir. This is Director Yang's pass. You are her guest." Director Yang. I did not know any of what I was walking into going up those stairs. Yang Ji's mother runs the Research Institute of the 11th Fortress and owns a company called Fireseed that is merged with it. She is personally responsible for something over 70% of the research on the mutant vaccine. Every mutant I had met, every one I had killed, every syringe that had turned a postman into something that could catch a bullet, traced back to her department. A girl in a black suit searched me at the door, politely, and I emptied my coat onto a tray for her. 2 pistols, a grenade, a dagger, a steel cable, 2 boxes of ammunition. I watched her smile get smaller with each item, and I want it on record that this was the most fun I had that month. "Does the gentleman have any more?" "That's all. I don't usually use these little things, just in case." She scanned me for 3 minutes, and then I was in a small apartment with fresh flowers on the table and postmodern paintings on the wall with Yang Ji's name on them, and a woman in a silver-white silk shirt came out in house slippers and told me that her daughter was not there. I sent her to Red Rock Fortress. She has to take over the company's affairs. We argued about it more than once, which is embarrassing to admit. And then she served me rice. The head of the Research Institute, in a district where a canned dinner is a gang boss's banquet, walked into her own kitchen and put a bowl of white rice in front of a stranger from the wilderness and apologized that there were only 3 dishes: hot and sour potato, pork with chilies, frozen, not fresh, a clear soup. I ate all of it and I did not talk, and after a while she put her chopsticks down and started telling me about her life, which I had not asked about and which I understood immediately was the actual purpose of the meal. She had been a mid-level researcher before the disasters, not valued, running 2 groups on a project nobody cared about. And then the world ended, and the thing she had been quietly working on became the only currency that mattered, and she took the whole institute rather than let somebody take it from her. "I saw all of this clearly when I was a researcher," she said, "but that was peacetime, and many things hadn't happened yet." And then she talked about her daughter, and this is the part I have kept. Her father died early. She lacks fatherly love. I know she wants it, and I couldn't find another one, and I didn't have time. I was strict with her. She had no dolls. I pushed her to study, and she was always first in her year, and I was very proud of her, and I think I damaged her. She turned her cup around on the table. I should have apologized to her long ago. If you see her, please pass on my message. I'm a little embarrassed. The most powerful woman in that fortress asked a man in a stolen combat suit to deliver an apology to her own child because she could not do it herself. I said I would. Then she offered me a job as her personal secretary, which I declined, and a transfer to Red Rock Fortress, which I declined, and finally, slightly annoyed, she asked what I actually wanted. Seeds, I said. She laughed at me. You want to grow vegetables in the wilderness? Yes. So she gave me a bag of vegetable seeds from the Institute's orchard program, engineered to survive out there, and then I asked the question I had actually come to ask. Do you have anything like wolf fang thorns? Something better? And her face changed. There was one. Much more effective. We shelved it. Tell me. You're very interested in plants. I have wolf fang thorns growing at my house. They work. She thought about that for a moment and then decided, for reasons I still don't fully understand and am grateful for, to show me. She got out a phone and found a video. A sealed laboratory, black soil, a plant about a meter tall, thick-stemmed, with one fruit on it the size of a bowling ball and several shriveled ones. The surface of the fruit was covered in something like blood vessels, and they were pulsing. They crossed a ghost shadow with a plant we called the face-eating flower, she said. 3 research groups. It sounds absurd. That's what science is. The truth is usually behind the absurdity. The fruit split. 2 things like human fingers came out first, covered in white slime. Then the rest of it dropped onto the floor. It was the size of a palm, flat, like a hand. 8 thin, sharp tentacles, 4 to a side, 2 grooves at the front and no eyes and no mouth that you could see, and a slit hidden across a third of its underside, and a jointed tail curled up over its back like a scorpion. Ghost face worm, she said. Then they dropped a test dummy into the room, silicone over a skeleton with human standard tissue strength, and the thing in the corner of that lab crossed 8 meters faster than the camera could track. It went up the dummy's leg like a nail being driven, arrived at the face, put its 2 front tentacles through both eyes, and clamped down. There was a sound in that video I did not enjoy, and in about 11 seconds the face was gone, and then the worm convulsed and spat out everything it had taken in, because silicone is not meat, and it was extremely offended about it. It distinguishes flesh from imitation, said Director Yang. It is fast, it conceals itself, it is intensely aggressive, and it has no thought process whatsoever. We couldn't control it. We could only kill it. Anomaly reading, 99. 99, higher than a ghost. And I was already smiling, and I did not know I was doing it until she looked up and said, Wang Lei, do you know your mouth turns up when you're happy? Am I happy? I asked her for a seed. She said absolutely not. 3 times, with excellent reasons. It's dangerous. It's useless to you. It needs a catalyst to flower and fruit, which the Institute controls, and without the catalyst, the seed is inert. So I asked her, since it's inert without the catalyst, what's the harm? And I looked at her the way you look at somebody when you want something. I am not proud of that either. That woman gave me dinner and told me about her daughter and apologized to me for the state of her table, and I sat in her kitchen and worked her for a seed. She gave me one on the condition that I never asked for the catalyst. I agreed immediately and completely, and I meant it, and I meant it because I did not need the catalyst. The system does not create, but the system enhances. And a seed is a thing that exists. I had a ghost face worm in a glass jar in my coat by the time I walked back out into the cold, and it sat on my chest all the way home like something I'd stolen from a church. Elder Han kept my armor for 3 days and gave it back to me built into something else. He'd taken the gray lizard armor apart and grafted its drive system into my back plate. He'd mounted the magnetic storm bracers off Long Hu onto both forearms. He'd added a filter valve at the throat and a proper tactical belt and 2 clip mounts, and he handed it over with a handwritten instruction manual because he did not trust me to work it out. I'll make you famous in the apocalypse, he said when he thought I'd gone. Defense, speed, and a weapon that throws lightning in one shell, and every part of it had come off somebody who tried to kill me. Then I met the woman who built my house, and she is the last person in this story I need to introduce properly. Anya turned up at my door 2 days later with a truck of steel and cement she'd been hoarding under a tarpaulin for a year, and put her hands on her hips and told me my house needed work. I did my bachelor's and master's in architecture. My family were in building materials. I've loved this since I was small. What she did in 2 days, I could not have done in a year. She broke through the back wall and doubled my floor area, reinforced concrete over the stone with rebar tied through it, a roof poured to a real specification, a basement below the basement, drainage, ventilation, a biogas digester. She did it out of a hand-drawn plan that looked like it came off a computer, and she worked like a machine and ate my bread and jerky and complained about neither. And somewhere in the middle of the second day, I asked her why she liked it, and she told me about being a 1.96 at 14 years old in a school where the other girls called her the African cactus. I never had friends, so I played with mud. You can make mud into anything, and it doesn't get angry. Mud is your best friend as long as you want it to be. She said that cheerfully, with a trowel in her hand, and then went back to work. I liked her enormously. She was also, and I found this out later that same evening, reporting on me to Sun Cheng. He'd sent her. That was the entire reason she'd offered. She was supposed to spend 2 days inside my defenses and find out what I was, and she had 2 days and got nothing. And when he leaned on her about it in a jeep at the end of my lane, she said the thing that I think probably saved her life later. Wang Lei has no ill intentions toward me. I don't want to ruin that. And Sun Cheng said, then you've come all this way for nothing. Do you really want me to take matters into my own hands? I did not hear that conversation. I heard about it much later. I wanted in this story anyway, because when people ask me why I trusted a woman who had been sent to spy on me, the answer is that she was sent, and she stalled, and she built me the best house in the district while she was stalling. Everybody in this world is working for somebody. The only useful question is what they do while they're doing it. The last thing that happened before the end of this story started happened on a road. I was driving home from the fortress with a truck of cement and steel behind me and an escort of 2 jeeps that Elder Han had insisted on, and somebody blew the lead vehicle off the road with an anti-tank mine. They were from a place called Madman Camp. I'd heard the name once. A camp out near the fortress run by a peak-tier mutant called Mad Dog, who had an arrangement with the security officer, and whose people had a habit of ambushing anything that moved on the roads and taking it. They had a sniper on an armored vehicle. He put a round through the forearm of a man who was reaching out of a burning jeep for help. Not through his head, through the arm he was waving. Be exact about that, because it changed what happened next. That was not a man clearing a target. That was a man having fun. I shot him off the vehicle at 400 meters with an armor-piercing round, and then I killed the crews of 2 more armored vehicles through their own windshields, and then I dealt with the last 4 personally. And I did not kill them. I put 3 rounds into each of them, into the shoulder blade and the femur, at close range, with armor-piercing ammunition, which takes a limb apart and leaves a man entirely conscious. I did that because I needed one of them to answer questions, and I did not know which one, and a man with a broken shoulder and a broken thigh does not run and does not fight and does think very clearly indeed. Then I asked, and one of them told me about Madman Camp and their boss, and one of the others tried to threaten me with the boss's name, and what he actually said is a small masterpiece of misreading a room. If you spare us, we promise not to retaliate. Chief Bai will show you mercy. I looked at the leader on the ground, and even he was staring at his own man in disbelief. They had killed one of Elder Han's people for a truck of cement and steel bars. That's what was under the tarpaulin. Building materials. They had blown up a vehicle and killed a man to steal reinforcing rod. If we weren't short of time, I told their leader, I'd have watched you eat all that cement. Then I shot the talkative one, and I told Elder Han's surviving men to deal with the rest and to cut the heads off afterward and set them out on the armored vehicle. It was not rage, it was mail. Madman Camp had 500 people in it, and I had no intention of fighting 500 people. What I intended was for them to come and find their own vehicle sitting in the open with 4 heads arranged on the hood, and to work out that whoever did that had time to do it and was not hiding, because a man who is hiding gets hunted at his convenience. A man who sends a message gets answered on his own ground. I planted the Ghostface worm seed in my new basement that night, in black soil, in a partitioned corner next to the vegetables. It will not grow without the catalyst. That is a fact, and Director Yang was completely correct about it. But my battle axe had 3 days left on its enhancement, and the moment that finished, the next thing in the queue was going to be a seed, and the system does not care what a research institute considers possible. It has never once cared. It took a rusty hatchet and gave me a piece of ultra-modern engineering and called it beginner. So I put it in the ground and gave it water and left it there like a man leaving a fuse somewhere convenient. Then I went upstairs and looked at my house, which was no longer a stone box. Reinforced concrete over stone, a poured roof, 2 basements, a well feeding a tap, electric light on a switch, a fireplace with a damper and a hidden flue, a titanium door with spikes on it, and a ring of black barbed hedge around the whole thing with 1 path through it, patrolled at night by 2 dead monsters that answer to me. The thing I had wanted on the first night, lying in a hole in the ground with 3 stones on my chest, was to not be found. I had built the exact opposite. I had built a place that could be found by anything at all and would then have to be discussed. Madman Camp came for me 4 days later, and they did not get within 100 kilometers because Yang Duan stopped them at the gate of the fortress with a lie and 4 heavy machine guns. Here is how that happened, and it is my favorite thing anyone has ever done for me. Elder Han got word to him that Madman Camp was sending a delegation to the fortress with a document signed by the security officer, which would let them through the gate, get them inside, and let them start hunting. And Yang Duan, who by then commanded a mutant squad and had authority to requisition, walked into a briefing room, interrupted a senior officer mid-lecture, and announced that a level 4 abnormal creature called a pseudo-human had been detected near the fortress. I should explain what a pseudo-human is, because it is the single most efficient lie he could have told. Pseudo-humans are indistinguishable from people. 90% similarity, or better, they do not read on an anomaly detector unless they show strong emotion or reveal themselves. The only two reliable tests are a blood draw and an X-ray, and both require you to get close to the thing you are testing. If a pseudo-human is inside a fortress, that fortress is already finished. It just doesn't know yet. So when Yang Duan said the word, they closed the roads. Steel barricades, tire deflators, 4 armored vehicles in a fan across the highway with heavy machine guns on top, and the Madman Camp delegation drove up and did what men with a signed document from a senior official always do, which was be extremely rude. They shouted about paperwork. They offered a bag of silver coins for the trouble. Their negotiator, a neat old man with glasses and a briefcase, told Yang Duan that he wouldn't want to lose his job over this, and Yang Duan listened to all of it very politely. Then he walked back to his vehicle, turned around, crossed his arms above his head, and dropped them. I see pseudo-human. 4 heavy machine guns with 12-7 ammunition at 80 meters into 2 jeeps. There was nothing left of any of them that a doctor could have examined, which was, of course, the entire point of choosing that particular creature to hallucinate. One of his own mutants asked him afterward how he'd been able to tell. "You'll understand when you reach the peak level, won't you?" And they all laughed and said the boss has a sharp eye, and Yang Duan looked down at what was left on the road and said, "You asked me if you looked like a pseudo-human. I think you do. You look exactly like one." Now, I have to tell you what was going on above all of this, because I only found out afterward, and it changes the shape of everything. Director Yang had been watching the security officer for months on instructions from Red Rock Fortress. He had been running research on something called zombie serum, human trials, trying to combine a person with an abnormal creature, which is explicitly forbidden because the Institute had already tried it and established that the genetic codes do not reconcile, and the attempt produces something that has to be put down. He was doing it anyway because he wanted a super soldier, and because he wanted to matter more than he did. And he was doing it on the people of Madman Camp, which was the actual nature of his arrangement with Mad Dog. That camp was not a bandit gang with a protector. It was a supply of test subjects with a warlord to keep them in line, and the two of them had been trading for a year. Red Rock's order to Director Yang had been to monitor and to kill him when it got out of control. She chose the moment. She told her assistant why, and the reason is the coldest thing I heard that year, and I have a lot to compare it to. The people at Madman Camp are almost all criminals. They deserve to die. Since they want to conduct human experiments, let them do it themselves. The results will belong to Red Rock Fortress. At this point, their claws have stretched too far, and it's time to cut them off. Let me put that plainly. She let it run. She let a man run experiments on several hundred people in a camp in the wilderness for a year because the research was going to happen anyway, and this way the paperwork stayed clean and the results came to her department. And then, when it stopped being useful, she sent soldiers. That is the woman who cooked me dinner and asked me to pass an apology to her daughter. I am not saying she is a monster. I am saying that the difference between Director Yang and Elder Bao is that one of them has an institution, and the institution turns the same decision into a memo. So on the night I went to burn Madman Camp down, there were 3 separate operations converging on it, and I was only aware of one. Elder Han went in from the south with a rocket battery and 7 or 8 of his men, having cleared the sentry pits himself with a tang sword, which I would like to have watched. I came in from the north with 2 ghosts in the back of an off-road war chariot Elder Han had given me, and Yang Duan was already sitting out in the dark with military artillery and orders from Director Yang. Elder Han opened that night, and what he did first he told me about later in about 4 sentences, which is 4 more than he usually spends. Madman Camp does not have a wall, it has crypts. There are holes dug into the ground on the approaches, covered with boards and sand, each one big enough for a man to lie in with a rifle, and there are a dozen of them, and every night some poor bastard from the bottom of that organization lies in one for 8 hours in the cold as an early warning system. Elder Han went through them on foot, alone, with a tang sword, before either of us fired a shot. 7 or 8 of them, everyone killed with an edged weapon, in the dark, in silence, in the dirt. When I saw him afterward, he was covered to the elbows, and his armor had a coating on it, and he was breathing like a man who had walked up some stairs. That old man had been a postman at a fortress that no longer exists, and he had a family there, and he never once told me what happened to them. He is a mechanic who builds armor out of other people's ruined suits, and he can crack a post office combination lock in 4 minutes with a bent wire, and he had a daughter in Red Rock Fortress with something wrong with her lungs. And he cleared a perimeter with a sword because his people had been killed for a truck of cement, and he was not going to send anyone else to do it. Everybody in this story is a monster in somebody's account of it. I have decided I am fine with that, mostly because of him. Elder Han fired first 4 rockets and put a stone house into the air, and about 9 seconds later the horizon lit up. Not rockets, shells. Over a dozen of them on a fire mission, walking through that camp in a pattern, and the whole place went up at once. I stopped my vehicle and got on the radio. Elder Han, is the military here? What is that? I don't know. I don't know. They weren't there a minute ago. And then an armored vehicle came out of the dark straight at his position, and Elder Han put his hand up and told his men to hold and prepared to be arrested or shot. And the window came down, and there was a face inside it with a scar across it like a burn. Tell Wang Lei I'm here, said Yang Duan. Leave the front to us. You take the rear. This is an order from above. This is bandit suppression. Do you understand what I mean? Bandit suppression. Which meant that everything I was about to do that night was legal, retroactively, by order of a woman in an office who had her own reasons. That is the closest thing to a lesson I ever got out of the fortress. I had spent 2 months being extremely careful about being a small man in a big system. Do not be seen. Do not be interesting. Do not give an organization a reason to open a file on you. And in the end, I walked into a camp of 500 armed men with 2 ghosts in my back seat, and it was fine, because somebody upstairs had already decided that camp should stop existing, and my war and her memo happened to point the same direction. That is not justice. That is weather. The camp came apart in about 20 minutes. I did the rear, which meant the vehicles trying to get out into the Gobi, and I did it with 2 ghosts and an off-road war chariot, and it was not a battle in any sense that would interest a soldier. I rammed the first jeep. I shot the tires out from under 2 more with armor-piercing rounds at 300 meters in the dark, and then I let the ghosts off the leash. I did not see this part. It was described to me. 2 ghosts do not fight like ghosts when I'm driving. They do not stop to eat. That is the thing the survivors noticed, and it terrified them more than the rest of it. Because everyone in this world knows that a ghost that kills you then stops to consume you, and that this delay is the only reason anyone has ever escaped one. Mine killed a man and moved immediately to the next one, 4 vehicles in under 4 minutes. And I sat in a heated cab with my eyes shut, seeing through both of them at once, moving them like hands. We met in the middle of the camp about an hour later, the 3 of us, in a place that had stopped being a place, craters 4 meters across, stone houses knocked flat with fires burning in the corners of them, bodies, some of them in pieces, and soldiers working through it in pairs with body bags, doing the job the way you do a job. Yang Duan came across the rubble toward me in a set of black mechanical armor with polarizing emitters on the forearms, and he was grinning with his new teeth. Brother, I did it. I hit him on the shoulder hard enough to make the plate ring. Thanks. This won't get you punished? He shrugged like a man who genuinely did not care. Look how worried you are. What's a punishment? I'm not afraid of anything for a brother like you. He'd been given a company, and a rank, and a suit of armor built by the best people left alive, and an axe made to his specification, and he'd used the first order he could sign to bring artillery to a fight I hadn't asked him to. His men had found something under a boulder. A concrete tunnel, 2 meters wide, orange safety lights strung along the ceiling, sloping down. This is Mad Dog's underground research lab, Yang Duan said. He's not in the camp. Be careful, he's peeked here. The tunnel took 3 minutes to walk, and about halfway down we started hearing something, a groan. Faint, intermittent, and it was not coming through my ears exactly. It was arriving somewhere behind them, and it was trying to get in. Shining stone next to your ear, Yang Duan said sharply, and I have never seen a group of men produce objects that fast. The moment I got a white stone up by my head, the sound stopped dead. That is worth writing down. Whatever was at the end of that corridor was attacking us at 100 meters through concrete, passively, without knowing we were there, simply by existing. The laboratory door was ajar. We took it from both sides and put it into the wall. In the middle of the room there was a triangular machine on a stand with 4 articulated arms, and in the middle of that there was a transparent culture chamber, and in the chamber there was a face, 2/3 of one. Split down the middle, blue-gray, skin shrunk onto bone, wrinkles like ravines, black lips that looked burned, 2 fangs outside the mouth, and a single red eye with a blood vessel running straight through the middle of it, dividing it in 2, and the vessel was still pulsing. The 4 arms moved as we watched. A needle went in. Something dark came up into a syringe. It was alive, and it was being farmed, and the experiment had not been switched off when its owner left the room. We split up, Yang Duan said quietly, and I noticed he was speaking softly the way you do near something sleeping. I have to take this back. The Institute specifically asked for the serum samples. I'm going to find Mad Dog, take it and go. His men came forward with a metal case, and that is the exact moment the floor came apart. The explosion took the whole laboratory at once, which meant it had been prepared, which meant somebody had been sitting in this camp for a long time, entirely willing to bury his own research rather than let anyone have it. The lights went out. The ceiling came down in slabs. I hit the floor and rolled into a corner with the whole world made of dust, and my helmet switched over to thermal and drew everybody in the room for me in green, and then heavy footsteps came out of the ash. Mad Dog is the largest thing I have ever fought, and I did not beat him by fighting. He was 3 meters tall in a suit of armor that had been made from a material I have never seen before or since. Not plate, a shell. It had no seams and no give, and it did not shine. Long white hair, a triangular metal mask, and behind it 2 mismatched green eyes that were completely, entirely lucid. That was the part that got me. Every peak mutant I had met by then had something wrong upstairs. Longhoo spoke to women who weren't there. The one in Sanchatown ate ghosts. Mad Dog was in perfect command of himself, and he had chosen all of it. "You broke the agreement I reached with the security officer," he said. "Do you people have some nerve?" Then he picked up his weapon, and it was not a sword, it was a slab. As thick as a door panel, 3-edged, no point on it, rust across the flat and a white line down the working edge, and he handled it like a walking stick. Yangduan shouted fire, and the room lit up. Mad Dog put one forearm up in front of his face and walked into a wall of automatic fire from 6 mutants, and it did nothing. Then he stepped in and took one of Yangduan's men in half at the waist. "I have seen a lot of things die. That one I still hear. You all must die." He came at me, and I put a burst into his head at 10 meters with armor-piercing rounds, and he got the flat of that slab up, and the rounds came off it with a sound like hammers on a bell. Armor-piercing. Off a hand weapon. I got the axe into his arm guard on the first exchange and left a bright scar in it and nothing else. And the next 30 seconds are where I found the ceiling of everything I had built. I have a body that is no longer limited by innate attributes. I have a talent that doubles every 3rd strike. I have speed that appears and disappears. I have a suit of armor built by a master out of 3 other suits. I have a weapon that has been enhanced twice, and I could not hurt him, not slowed him, not scratched him meaningfully. Every hit landed exactly where I intended, because they always do now, and every one of them arrived at a surface that simply declined. He swung that slab at me 4 times, and every time I was not there, and every time it went through something else. A concrete wall parted like bread, a steel bench folded. Yangduan went at him hand to hand, and to his eternal credit, hurt him. He got under the swing and put a hook into the ribs hard enough to bend a peak mutant over, and I saw pain on that face for the first time. And then Mad Dog hit him in the chest, and Yangduan flew 10 meters and got up spitting blood and grinning. "That's it? Seems their peak strength is about the same." Which was true and was also the problem, because the same is not enough when the other man has a slab and a shell. So I stopped trying to win and started arranging things instead, and that is what I actually do. I ran, I hit true sprint, and went out of that ruined lab and up the tunnel into the open ground of a burning camp, and I let him follow, because I had watched him for 90 seconds, and I knew he would. Mad Dog was not stupid. But he was a man who had spent a year being the largest thing in every room, and a man like that has one specific defect, which is that he cannot let a smaller thing walk away from him in front of an audience. He came after me and left everyone else behind, and in the dark at the edge of the camp, 2 ghosts stepped out in front of him. He stopped dead. How is this possible? That's the last complete sentence he ever produced. And let me enjoy it for a second, because for 4 months, every clever thing in this world had happened to me, and finally, I got to be the reason a man said that. The first one took him from the front, both arms locked on his shoulders, jaws working at the joint of the neck armor with a sound like a saw on a nail. He broke that hold. Of course he broke it. He tore a level 3 abnormal creature off his own body with his hands and threw it. And while he was doing that, the second one came in from behind and got its mouth over the top of his helmet. I have to tell you what I saw next through a ghost's eyes, at a distance of about 10 centimeters, because it is the thing I use to explain what these creatures actually are. Its tongue came out. Scarlet, hard, thick as a wrist, and it went straight for the mouth of the mask and started working at it, trying to get past the metal and into him. It was not trying to kill him, it was trying to get in. I don't know what happens to a man after that. Nobody knows. Nobody has ever come back from it, and I have chosen not to find out. He got both hands on that head and hauled with the sound of tearing bone, and it would not let go, and his slab hit the ground, and he staggered, and then the man in the silver armor arrived. I came in at the exact moment he committed both hands upward, because that is what all of this is, and it always has been. 2 months of enhancement, 1 hedge of thorns, 1 severed arm under a bumper, 1 door with the lock removed, 2 dead monsters on strings, all of it, every single piece, so that at the end of it, a man who cannot be hurt would have both hands somewhere else for 1 second. The axe came down on the mask. It split. I felt it split. I felt the thing that had turned aside armor-piercing rounds open under my hands, because the ghost had taken his balance, and my angle was through the top, and he was carrying his own weight wrong. He roared and went down on 1 knee, and then I did the part that people find unpleasant when I tell it, so I will simply state it. He was on the ground, and 2 ghosts were holding him, and I hit him in the head with an axe until he stopped. Not once, Not 3 times. The head of a peak-tier mutant in a Type 2 shell does not open on 3. It took a long time, and it made a sound like splitting wood, over and over, in the dark, and at some point in there the thing under the mask stopped being a face. I have been asked whether that was necessary. It was necessary at hit 4. Everything from 5 onward was something else, and I am not going to dress it up. When I stood up, my arms were shaking, and the whole front of me was red, and the 2 ghosts let go, and stepped back, and stood there waiting for the next instruction, like 2 coat racks. A peak mutant in armor is monstrous, I said, to nobody. Killing you was too much trouble. Then I sent them away into the dark before anyone came around the corner. Footsteps came about 40 seconds later. Yang Duan arrived at a run with his men behind him and stopped when he saw what was on the ground. How? How did you kill him? I lifted the axe. Chopped him with an axe. What is this armor? Bullets don't even go into it. Elder Han crouched over the body with a professional's interest and said it was some kind of super alloy shell, extremely strong, extremely heavy, and that if a man could wear it and still move, he must have had a monstrous body underneath. Can you make me one? I asked. Besides the defense, it probably has no other function. He smiled at me thinly. But I could try. It would be very physically demanding. That doesn't matter. And while we were talking, I watched Yang Duan's eyes go down. There were footprints in the dirt around that body. Enormous ones. 3-toed. Like something between a bird and a hand, pressed deep into the mud in a wide circle where 2 large things had stood and held a man down. He knows what a ghost print looks like. Every single person in that town knows what a ghost print looks like. He'd lived next to them for 2 years. He looked at those prints for about 4 seconds, and then he looked up at me and said, "It's all thanks to you, otherwise he'd have been hard to kill." And that was it. That was the whole thing. He never asked. Not that night, not the following month, not ever. I have thought about that more than any other single moment in this story, and I have decided it is the best thing anyone has ever given me. Not the artillery, not the 2 boxes of shining stones that he tried to give back. The 4 seconds where a man looked at the truth on the ground, understood that his friend had something he could not explain, and chose not to make him lie about it. That is what a brother is out here. I'll get back to work, he said. Come find me at the fortress sometime. It'll be my treat. Okay. It's a deal. And then he went back to his men, and I stood in a burned-out camp full of dead criminals with an axe in my hand and thought about where I'd started. 63 days. 63 days earlier, I had been lying in a hole under my own bed with 3 shining stones on my chest, listening to something with my name in its mouth wait 20 minutes in my doorway for me to be stupid. I had a rusty hatchet, 2 pebbles, a loaf of bread with fur on it, and no plan beyond tomorrow. Now I have a house that abnormal creatures walk around. I have 1,400 stones in a basement I dug myself. I have a suit of armor built out of 3 dead men's ambitions and a garden that stabs things. And I have 2 ghosts standing in the black trees at the edge of my yard every night, keeping watch because I told them to. That's the part nobody would believe if I said it in a bar. The things that used to knock on my door now walk the perimeter. The town has 4 people in it. It had thousands. Somewhere between 1 and 3 months from now, according to a man who used to be a postman in a fortress that no longer exists, the front line arrives here and this whole district becomes a place with a color on a map. There is a man in my town who can stop a bullet with a word and who cut a finger off a neighbor as a teaching aid and who is waiting for me to come and be useful to him and who has the last piece of the road to transcendence in his head and does not know that I have read the rest of it. There is a woman in my town who builds beautiful things who was sent to find out what I am who has not told him yet. There is a seed in my basement that the best research institute left on this planet buried because they could not control what came out of it, and in 3 days my axe finishes and that seed is next in the queue. And somewhere in the 11th fortress, there is an object in a box that came out of a hole in the world that they call the Death Judge, and every ambitious man within 200 kilometers is currently arranging other people's deaths in order to be handed it. I settled 2 debts the week after because I have exactly 1 rule about myself, and it is that I pay. The first was Duanhua's. 10 white shining stones on a table in the worst week of my life from a woman who had every reason to keep them. I had called it alone out loud in front of her, and she had laughed at me and let me have the word. So I gave the new postman 20 white stones and an address at the 11th fortress, and paid the delivery fee twice over, and told him that if he lost them, I would come and find him, which he took in the friendly spirit in which it was offered. 20 for 10. I want that clear. I do not repay at par. Nobody who lends anything to a man in a stone house at the end of the world should ever get back exactly what they put in. The second one took longer because I had to write it. I have never been much of a letter writer, and it turns out that when you sit down to reply to a 19-year-old who mailed you a hairpin, everything you put on the page sounds either like a report or like a man clearing his throat. I told her I was alive. I told her the house had a real door now and a garden and that she would not recognize it. And then I wrote the part I had actually taken the pen out for. I told her that I had eaten dinner in her mother's kitchen, that her mother had served me the rice herself and apologized because there were only 3 dishes. That she had talked about a girl who came first in her year and had no dolls and who she had been strict with, and that she had said, and I copied this exactly, I should have apologized to her long ago, but I never had the chance, and I am a little embarrassed. I wrote it word for word because that message had been given to me to carry and it was not mine to improve. And then I put the hairpin back in the envelope with it. I thought about that for a long time before I did it, and here is the reasoning. A keepsake is a thing you leave with somebody so they have to come and return it. She is in Red Rock Fortress, which is 800 kilometers of monsters from here, in the safest place left on this continent, learning to run a company with a mother who has finally been told out loud that she is loved. She does not need a reason to come back out here, so I sent it home and kept the letter instead, which is currently in a drawer in my house next to 3 silver coins that I have not spent and am never going to. So no, it's not over, and I'm not safe, and I don't think this world is going to let anybody be either of those things again. But I want to leave you with the thing I actually think about at night, with the fire going and the door locked and 2 red pairs of eyes moving out there in the trees. On the first night, that little girl's voice knew my name, and I nearly died of it. I still don't know how it knew. I've asked postmen and investigators and a woman who runs a research institute, and not one of them can tell me. They knock, and they cry, and they use a name nobody in this world has ever heard you say out loud, which means something out there is keeping a list. And I have spent 63 days making very sure that when it finally gets to my name, it has to come to the door itself.